Chat, I'm live. कुछ सेकंड लेट हो गया भाई. कुछ सेकंड लेट हो गया. I'm live. So chat, we have VD against AG today. Oh, Petrov by VD, very interesting. So chat, first of all, let's look at the pairings. So we have these pairings today: Anish against VD. We have Rapport against Pragg. Then we have Ganguly against Carlsen. So बहुत interesting pairings here. And in the challengers we have Arjun against Murzin. By the way, Murzin is the only contender, I think, apart from Arjun, who is likely to win this. So if he defeats Murzin, he's almost like, you know, like he's all on his way to win the challenger section. So बड़ा मजा आएगा. And Surya is playing Vogel. I am Vogel. So फिलहाल के लिए आई थिंक ऑफ कोर्स आज का मेन गेम है अनीश वर्सेस वीडी. दो इंडियंस का मैच है आपस में, सो ऑफ कोर्स विल फोकस ऑन दैट गेम मोस्टली. So let's move the pairings and let's focus on the game. By the way, who are we supporting here? I'm not really sure who are you supporting. I am not really sure. That's a bit weird for me. Like, किस side do we look it from the white side, black side? Maybe तिरछी नजर से देखना है भाई. कैसे देखना है इस गेम को? I'm professional OP. अरे वो I got like 30 seconds late Pranali. That's why. Anyway, Happy Eric Rosen noises. I am not sure, man. किस side से देखिए? I think we have to look it from white or black. By the way, रुको. Which side do we look at the game? White, Anish, black, VD. Like, we किस side से देखना chat? Let's go. Let's do a poll. Because this is a very difficult choice. यो गाइस, क्या हाल है यार? कैसे हो सबके सब यार? मजा आएगा. अब एक दिन रेस्ट डे के बाद वी आर बैक एंड आई थिंक ब्लैक की चॉइस आएगी मोस्टली. सो लेट्स फ्लिप द बोर्ड. सो बाय द वे, दिस इज वेरी थ्योरेटिकल लाइन. बाय द वे, पेट्रोव की नाइट f6 टेक्स, d6 टेक्स, d4, d5, बिशप d3, बिशप d6. बहुत सारी आई थिंक इसमें मैंने गेम्स देखी हैं. आई यूज्ड टू प्ले द पेट्रोव अर्लियर when I was like I think 1900. मैंने बहुत खेला पेट्रोव. तो yeah, castles and white will of course try to play c4 and undermine this knight on e4, and black will of course reply with c6 and keep his knight here. Then for example c4, c6 and knight c3, and of course you take and so on, and some lines like these. White will have of course the bishop pointing towards the king side. Black will also be very solid. Yeah, कोई stress नहीं है black को. He will take on c4, bishop takes c4, then he will go bishop f5 controlling b1. So कोई रुक b1 नहीं आ रहा है b से अटैक करने के लिए. Then he will go knight d7 and so on. So c4 played and now c6 by Vidit. ये ड्रॉइश है. पूरी ओपनिंग ही ड्रॉइश है यार. ऐसे तो पूरी ओपनिंग ही ड्रॉइश है. It's very hard to say. टेस्ट नेगेटिव है मेरा टेस्ट नेगेटिव है by the way. I don't have COVID, at least according to the test. Okay, by the way, I must show you something. As you can see, video looks very calm. तुम्हें क्या लगता है शक्ल देख के? Like, has he come prepared with the intention to, let's say, take a quick draw? Like, अनीश से बात करके आया कि भाई draw कर लेते हैं. Or is he going to play? What do you think, chat? I mean, I'm not sure. He looks like he's thinking very focused. So, not really sure about that. Very confusing situation. Yes, मेरा पॉजिटिव आया. क्या आया पॉजिटिव भाई? कोविड टेस्ट really? क्या पता टेस्ट के बाद हो गया हो भाई, वो भी पॉसिबल है. डैड भी ठीक है अंशुमन, थैंक्स फॉर आस्किंग भाई. ही इज आल्सो फाइन. स्टैफोर्ड खेल देता मजे आते भाई. अगर स्टैफोर्ड खेले था फिर तो तहलका मचाता भाई. आई थिंक एरिक कुजन के स्टोंक पूरे ऊपर चले जाते यार. हाउ इज द विनर कैलकुलेटेड इन दिस इवेंट? विनर बी कैलकुलेटेड बाय बेसिकली यू हैव लाइक 13 राउंड्स. तो जो बंदा अभी बिल्कुल मैक्सिमम नंबर ऑफ पॉइंट्स पे होगा वो बंदा जीतेगा भाई. अरे भाई ध्यान रखो रेवन एक्स भाई, ध्यान रखो यार. Anish said he wanted to fight, so he played a drawing line to make him take risk maybe. I am not sure. Actually, Anish ने drawing line नहीं खेली. Actually, VD played the drawing line, and it's not really drawing. I mean, Petrov is known for having a drawish tendency, but top level पे सब lines में drawing tendency होती है यार. So I think it's not such a big deal. I mean, we saw Caruana play the Petrov in the World Championship match. We saw Nepo play the Petrov in the World Championship match, I think. And I think Kramnik has played it many times. So many people. Vishy sir has played it. अरे वेलकम टू स्पाइडरमैन. थैंक यू फॉर बिकमिंग मेंबर भाई. अपनी शक्तियों का इस्तेमाल ध्यान से करें यार. आई वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग अ सार्कास्टिक आंसर भाई. सार्कास्म आएगा भाई, धीरे धीरे फ्लो में आएंगे तो सार्कास्म आएगा. Play as Anish said he will look to strike after the break. I mean, it could also be like यार उसने ऐसे बोल दिया ताकि कल को ऐसे ना बोले यार क्विक ड्रॉ ले रहे हैं. sometimes people do portray कि भाई they will play a very ambitious game and बाद में draw, then they're like, yeah, I wanted to fight, but unfortunately the line we ended was quite drawish and there were no hopes. But I do think कि मतलब खेलेंगे तो ऐसा नहीं है कि they will quickly accept a draw. Rook e1 played, by the way. I am fine यार. टेस्ट नेगेटिव है यार. टेस्ट नेगेटिव है. पता ही था पॉजिटिव नहीं होता तो हर दो लाइन में खांसी आती. या दैट्स ट्रू यार. आई थिंक बहुत डिपेंड करता है ऑफ कोर्स कि कितना सीरियस है हर किसी को, बट इन जनरल हाँ मैं सुना है. फर्स्ट टाइम सपोर्टिंग वीडियो अनीश बिकॉज वीडियो इज लीडिंग. या बट दैट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट. एक बार मैग्नस की गेम भी दिखा दो ना प्लीज. ओके लेट्स चेक आउट ऑल द गेम्स चैट वन बाय वन. खाली मैग्नस की भी नहीं, सबकी चेक करते हैं. So by the way, he has played bishop f5, defending the knight on e4. I think queen b3 makes a lot of sense now. Bishop move कर गया है, तो हम pawn attack करेंगे. Let's move to the other games. Carlsen is playing black against Grandelius. Now Grandelius is known for playing these moves बहुत ज़्यादा. f4, h4, g4 उसने एक और गेम में खेला था जहाँ पे I think against Mamidyarov if I'm not mistaken. So a4 c5, okay, Sicilian. This Carlsen has played like so often, man. पूरे world championship and g4 by Grandelius, and Carlsen will probably go b5, bishop b7. Knight will probably go to, I mean, probably should go to f6, although I think g5 is kind of ready for it, so maybe e7 also makes sense. Also, bishop b4 is always a move to keep in mind. So let's do the game of Caruana against Isipenko. भाई ये g4 क्या है भाई? Why is everybody playing g4? Mamidyarov भाई इसलिए बोला था मत खेलो g4 यार. हर कोई अब रिस्क ले रहा है. किसने बोला था ये ट्रेंड स्टार्ट करने के लिए? अब अगर g4 नहीं खेलूंगा मैं, लोग बोलेंगे ओ माय गॉड यू डोंट प्ले g4, आप अटैकिंग प्लेयर हो ही नहीं, आप तो सिर्फ लंदन खेलते हो. अरे यार लंदन वालों का भी कोई सोचो यार, ऐसे कैसे चलेगा काम. d4 knight f6 c4 knight f3. okay, queen c2. by this is a very theoretical line. I think this was first invented by Shirov. h6, and now I think you can obviously go rook g1, you can go and so on. So this will of course go on. We'll follow this. Next, let's go to Shark's game. Shark against Mamidyarov, normal Spanish. Okay, we have the okay, yeah, this is very drawish also. Let's go to Pragg against Rapport. By the way, oh Nimzo. By the way, हम बहुत rarely Nimzo देखते हैं यार in like top level chess. होता क्या है कि बहुत लोग क्या करते हैं, they think कि यहाँ पे Nimzo के बाद like this is supposed to be quite drawish. बहुत लोगों को लगता है कि यार ये drawish variation है, वाइट के पास कोई एज का चांस नहीं है. दैट्स व्हाई दे प्ले नाइट f3. अगर नोटिस करोगे, अगर इस पोजीशन में मोस्ट टॉप प्लेयर्स प्रेफर नाइट f3, दे डोंट प्रेफर नाइट c3. दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. बट हियर Rapport गोइंग फॉर इट. सो बिशप e4, queen c2, and we have the queen c2 Nimzo, which I also play. Shark versus Mamidyarov, my bad. Shark versus Jordan भाई. Shark versus Mamidyarov. Sorry, एक कॉफी है ना यार. अच्छा, anyways. We have Duda against Karjakin. Okay, मेरे को लगा था एक सिंगल लंदन खेल देगा ये. Okay, Queen's Gambit accepted. Very rare at top level, by the way. Not so common. And Queen b6. So I do like White's position though, because the only piece that Black has developed is the Queen. And usually that's not a good sign. I mean, आपको पहले minor piece develop करने चाहिए. So I do like White's position. Although this is of course the opening. Now let's go to challengers. I think challengers में Shaq playing himself. वो ad था ना, I think Carlsen का You against You. I think वो देखा होगा, Sharapova वाला ad था. So yeah, definitely possible. d4 d5. Okay, अरे exchange Slav by Arjun, yeah, very interesting. Exchange Slav by Arjun. Let's see how he plays it. Okay, e6 played by Black, and now bishop f4, bishop d6, bishop g3. This is a very safe way for White to play, of course. यहाँ पे White is not risking, Black is not risking much usually, neither is White. But यहाँ पे of course Black has of course played it a bit awkwardly because उसने h file फालतू में open कर दी. It was not required. पता नहीं क्यों open करी उसने. And if by the way Arjun wins this, अगर by chance Arjun जीत गया, which he can definitely do it, he is most likely going to be the winner because as of now Murzin is was tied leading with him before the last round. So अगर वो जीत जाए, इसको हरा दे, उसको पूरा एक धक्का लगाते पीछे की तरफ, तो I think he will have good chance of winning. Let's see. लग तो रहा है, okay, लैग तो नहीं है. So now we go to Surya's game. Surya game में क्या चल रहा है? Okay, Italian here finally. Normal, yeah. By the way, b4 का और a5 का threat है bishop trap करने के लिए, so he plays a6, castles, bishop a7, preempting b4 and d4, rook e1, h6, knight d2, castles. So still in the opening phase. Murzin, same guy who was depressed after match. Yes, Samad bhai, who was crying after a match, I think. Same guy. Your Pratik bhai, क्या हाल है? Guys, you like the stream and do subscribe to the channel, and we are going to cover day 5 of Tata Steel today. बड़ा मजा आएगा. शिवांग को टाइटल में कई बार डिले रहता है, कोई चक्कर नहीं है, मिल जाएगा. It's only a matter of time. He's already 2519, so he has already probably completed all the qualifications for title. बस मिला नहीं है उसको. फिर मीटिंग करने बैठेगी तो मिल जाएगा. No, my test was negative, by the way. My test was negative. I don't have COVID right now. My dad is still positive, but okay, he'll be fine. Video game. So chat, let's go to Vidit's game now. क्या रहा भाई यहाँ पे? We saw it till bishop f5 and queen b3 was played. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, I saw this something very similar in the World Championship match. Maybe I'm mistaken here. It was not exactly the same, but similar. Okay, queen d7 played, defending b7 now. And white plays c5. So now bishop c7 is technically still possible or not. I'm going to ask you, chat. Bishop c7. Can white take the pawn? Yes or no? Can white take the pawn, chat? अर्जुन वाला पोजीशन लड़ने से लग रहा है. यस, लेकिन वहां पे लड़ने में पॉन c3 पे होता है, ब्लैक का पॉन c5 पे. यहाँ पे दोनों c पॉन गायब है. दैट्स द ओनली डिफरेंस. कोई यस वाला है क्या? यस, नो, मे बी. ओके, या यू कांट टेक इट. क्वीन ट्रैप का चक्कर नहीं है. ओके, व्हाट डू यू प्ले, चैट नाउ? व्हाट डज ब्लैक प्ले? शिवा is supporting VD today because I think yes, bishop h2 exactly. Queen trap नहीं है, but this is a discard attack है, and you can take the queen next. So king h2 and queen takes b7, and that's why I think this is not possible. And of course, we want to keep the bishop on this diagonal because इस bishop पे it's pointing towards the king side. So white के king की तरफ नजरें हैं भाई हमारी, ऐसे करके तिरछी नजर देख रहे हैं. So यहाँ खेलोगे तो I mean you're giving up knight e5 now, और ये bishop कर क्या रहा है यहाँ पे. So that's why you want to play bishop c7. And that's what I think VD will play. Damon, I'm all fine, man. I don't have COVID. My test came out negative, by the way. So I'm all fine. I do not have any symptoms anyway. So if Anish takes the pawn, तो मैं channel delete कर दूंगा भाई आज शाम को. If Anish takes the pawn, channel deletion incoming, by guaranteed, 100%. Why did Murzin cry? I don't know, भाई. Personal problems. यहाँ पे बोर्ड नंबर मैटर नहीं करता भाई. यहाँ बोर्ड नंबर मैटर नहीं करता. या अर्जुन इज बेटर. हरी, वी सॉ दैट. How can you get COVID if you accept it? Vedant, you can. I think this one is you can possibly catch it. Although I have not got it yet. I am supporting VD bhai clearly because VD is leading the tournament, and if he wins, so that will be a great deal for him. Of course, by the way, because Carlsen is playing Ganguly, yeah, so Carlsen will try to win himself. So Carlsen का जीत गया. So to maintain sole lead, he needs to also win. नेगेटिव आया इसलिए समोसा भिजवा दो भाई. समोसा और कोविड का क्या रिलेशन है भाई? कुछ लिंक बैठा नहीं मुझे. So let's go to Pragg's game once. देखते क्या कर रहा है Pragg. Oh, he played the pawn sack line. Oh, by the way, this is very interesting. Yes, Adeep, exactly, you're correct there. By the way, यहाँ पे d5 के बाद guys, have you ever seen the DVD by Kazimjanov on the Nimzo as white? So Kazimjanov has one chess-based DVD as black with the Nimzo. That is a new one which I think came out in 2018. There was one like many years back. उस टाइम I think Chess India था भी नहीं, like many years back. chess-based DVD आई थी जिसमें he was recommending a repertoire as white, and वहाँ पे he mentioned कि यहाँ पे you don't play. I mean. Pragg played bishop g5, but he recommended the move order with knight f3 because यहाँ पे ये pawn sack वाली line है. Yes, of course, I've seen it all. Yeah, so I highly recommend checking it out, by the way, because what he recommends is because यहाँ पे c5 के बाद dc5 and d4 is no longer possible. So Pragg although goes for the move order with bishop g5 and black immediate. Oh, sorry, Pragg is black. My bad. Pragg is black. Sorry, मैं उल्टा बोल रहा हूँ. So Rapport actually goes for this line, and Pragg immediately sacks a pawn. And if it takes d4, so as you can see, he has gained some space, and white will of course have an extra pawn for now. But I do feel like this is a very good sack for black in overall because knight will go to d7. You will capture on c5, or you can also go to c6 if you want to. You can push through e5. You can push through h6, and that's usually supposed to be fine for black. The difference is, for example, is a knight f3 killer. Now, if this line happens, you can always head off to g3 or sometimes. For example, यहाँ पे castles के पहले takes d5 खेला उसने, and this path is also open. So, for example, let's say क्या position थी? I'm getting a bit confused. एक second. Yeah, I think it was before castles. Yeah, before castles. Yeah, I think something like d5, a3, takes, c5, takes here, and here you have queen g3, and you put pressure here. If black castles, bishop h6. Exactly. Yeah, this was the line. And now knight e8, you have knight f3, and you put some pressure here. You can also go h4 and start attacking. So white basically saves the tempo because he went bishop h6 in one move. That's very important. AG mistake, really? Let's have a look. Okay, so he played the move knight c3. By the way, I must point out, chat, it's not a mistake. I can guarantee it. I'll tell you why. Because he has 1 hour and 44 minutes. If it was a mistake, he would not play this fast. Let me make it clear. Knight c3 is a new idea for sure. 110% it's a new idea. कुछ ना कुछ प्रिपरेशन करके आया है. I don't think this is a mistake. कुछ ना कुछ देखा होगा उसने. Yes, this is a novelty, I feel. This is not really a mistake. The idea is knight c5, dc5, bishop d3, but I don't think he'll make such a mistake. कुछ ना कुछ idea होना चाहिए यहाँ पे. What am I missing? I'm trying to find out. Knight c5, और क्या move है? I don't think he'll blunder like this, man. I don't think so. Knight c5, bishop f5, okay. Knight b3, bishop d7, knight to a1. So what is the material count? So bishop goes back. Let's say knight to a6, bishop d2. Yeah, this is all theory. I think this is a new idea, chat. This is not a blunder. This is not a blunder. I think AG has prepared this. As you can see, this is not so problematic for white. G6, let's say now, bishop d3. You try rook e8, or maybe let's say knight b4, bishop f1, knight b to c2 by crazy line, rook c1, bishop b6, and right now we have two rooks against one rook. We have 1, 2, 3 against 1, 2, 3, 4. So technically we are material up as black, but then as you can see, the knights are tied and bishop d3 is coming up. So bishop d3 for white now, and I just feel that this is a forced draw. Wow. This is a repetition. Wow. So this is all theory, chat. This is all theory. Rishikesh, it's not required. It might be a new idea. It might be a novelty, and you will not find it there. If it was not a new idea, I think we'll find a game on chess.com as well. Yeah, it's not been played. Engine wrong. We'll figure it out, chat. We'll figure it out. I do feel this is opening preparation. This is not a mistake. Either, I think they're just trying to. AG has a new idea in mind, and he's just trying to trick VD here. Scripted भी हो सकता है यार. I would not rule it out completely, but 98% this is just a normal game. जहाँ पे he's trying to, yeah, Richie, exactly my point. AG looks frustrated with this move. Yeah, he might be bluffing. Yeah, he might be bluffing. But still a good practical play. Yeah, it's a very good match switch also. Match fix OP. Bias towards AG नहीं. Chat यहाँ पे थी. Knight c5 के बाद you attack these two pieces. ठीक है? That's clear, right? So I mean, you are attacking this twice. So if you capture here, I capture here. I'm a pawn up. So only hope is bishop f5. Now if I take here, then you take this piece, and white is a piece up. So I have to take your queen. You take my queen. If I take this, you take this, and white is again, a piece up. So I take the rook, and now you save your bishop, and you control c2. So the knight cannot come out. And I do feel like this is going to be, probably a draw. But yeah, I mean, if VD does not know about it, it is going to be a very complicated game, and जहाँ पे कुछ पता नहीं है. Hey, Madam Curious, how are you? Long time no see. The game link is in the description of this video. Everything. Please don't spam, bhai. Please don't spam. Akhil, I am fine, man. Yeah, I hope you also fine. Take care, man. I think doctors have worked hard, man, for the past 2 years, man. You deserve a break, man. I hope this pandemic gets over very soon. Hats off to you, man. Vidit will be happy with the draw, I think. Yeah, he would be, especially if it's an easy draw, jahan pe he doesn't have to spend too much energy. Yeah, welcome back, Madam Curious. Hey, Pawan bhai, क्या हाल है यार? जिसने स्पैम किया उसको उड़ा दो. Join for ages, really nice. अरे ये वही है क्या ये? अरे यार, इसको टाइम आउट देना पड़ेगा यार. एक फिर से आ गया बंदा. कोई मॉड प्लीज एक मिस्टर एवरीथिंग को बता दो यार, एवरीथिंग डज नॉट वर्क. कई चीजें अलाउड नहीं होती. थैंक्स फॉर स्ट्रीम ऑफ कोर्स बाय कार्तिक भाई. So chat now, let's go to the Pragg game for once because I think this is also very important. Let's play the moves. By the way, let me flip this once or refresh this once. That theek hai Smith bhai, he's fine. So now, White is still thinking. Rapport is still thinking against Pragg. I think he did not expect this. Thanks for sending so many samosas. I am enjoying commentary in my chat. अरे खाओ भाई. अक्षत भाई, आपकी एक्स ने मुझे पैसे दिए भाई कि आपको मोटा करने के लिए, ताकि she feels good about herself. Just kidding भाई. Thanks a lot for the super chat. COVID result is negative भाई, negative है. So by the way, D4 played and Rapport is still thinking. So let's go back to the with the game. Magnus is not happy with this position. क्यों भाई, क्या प्रॉब्लम है इसकी पोजीशन में? What's wrong with this position? Does he not like his position? Let me see. I mean, I don't see any issues here. I mean, he could easily go f6 now. Then he could go knight e7. I don't see any issues here for Magnus. His bishops are really well developed, and white ne pawn push kare hai, but black is not castled, so he's very safe in the center, and he'll probably end up exchanging some pieces like this. Arjun is winning. आजकल गलत कोड रिजल्ट भी आता है. हाँ, बट मेरे कोई सिम्टम नहीं है राशि. That's why I feel कि it's probably true. Vidit's chance of winning the tournament. Mr. Ghosh, I think he has very good chances right now. Anish is not in it because I agree to disagree, I guess. Let's go to the game of Arjun now once because I want to see how he's doing. By the way, exchange Slav played. Okay, black is still thinking, so I'm not sure exactly what he's thinking now. Oh, white is thinking. Yeah, so I think g4, g5 is one interesting idea because black is not yet castled and he has some kingside weaknesses. Your file is open. You could also wait, but I think once you play knight takes, then g4 is no longer possible. So, या तो rook c1 खेल दो, keep it flexible. If he castles, let's say castles, and now you can also go for g4. Oh, फिर तो यार यही tactic आ जाएगी. Bishop h7, knight h7, and queen h5. Yeah, it's already winning. So, as you can see, it's not easy for black to castle anymore. So, rook c1 would be a very good waiting move. Or you could go g4 right now and try to attack this knight because knight cannot come to e4. White controls the square very well. So g5 के लिए धक्का लगाएंगे इस knight को भाई. That would be a really good idea. Let's go to the VD game now again and let's see what VD is thinking. Yeah, he's not played yet. I think he's calculating everything. RT-PCR is very likely to be inaccurate. Yeah, Akshat bhai, true. But I think मेरे dad का inaccurate आया था last week. Oh, he did not take the pawn. He did not take the pawn. Oh my god. So VD has not gone for the prep. He plays something else. Wow. So knight c5 is totally possible. He totally rejects it. So chat, match fixing has been ruled out. They have not agreed to a draw, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I don't know. Scripted नहीं है भाई. अगर scripted होता तो knight c5 होता पक्का. If it was scripted, we would see knight c5. It's not happened. That means no scripted. That's very clear. Yeah, rook it is a normal move, of course. We develop the rook and protect the knight on e4. But it also means that matlab, white should have a slight edge because black is not developed. Yeah, knight on b8 is not developed. And knight a6, I don't want to play it here if I can avoid it. But I think कोई और चारा भी नहीं होगा हमारे पास. I think we have no other choice. Pawn on b7 is hanging. Sahil Sapreji कह रहे हैं pawn on b7 is hanging. Chat एक बार फिर बता दो pawn on b7 मारेंगे तो क्या होगा chat? एक बार बता दो यार. How will black develop knight at b8? Shivang will go to a6. I think because white has all his pawns on dark squares, as you can see most of his pawns, the live square bishop is really important. Yes, bishop h2 chat. Exactly. Bishop h2. If queen b7, bishop h2 is always a threat. Until white plays like g3 or king h1, this will always be a threat. So this bishop is a very strong piece. ये bishop अगर हम इस knight के बदले मिल जाए, that's not a bad deal for black, I feel. So knight a6 is definitely possible. Of course, I would like it to be on f6 or, like some other good square. But yeah, even this is fine. I'll agree to this. Gautam Bala, thanks for super chat. Will VD win this game and stay on top of the table? Gautam, I think he has black pieces. So ideally, when you are black, the problem there arises that you first have to equalize. If white wants to draw, you cannot do much about it. So I expect a draw because that will keep VD in the running, and also Anish should not be too unsatisfied with it. Most likely a draw, but yeah, anything can happen. As we can see, knight c3 was some insane prep by Anish, and with it totally neglected with rook e8, and now Anish is also out of the book. Yo Gaurav bhai, kya haal hai? Anish is Indian, still you supporting VD? Bharat bhai, VD is leading the tournament right now. Imagine करो अगर VD टाटा स्टील जीत जाए, मान लो भाई बताओ व्हाट्स द प्रॉब्लम विद क्वीन B7? राज भाई 10 सेकंड स्ट्रीम पे जस्ट कॉल करो भाई, 10 सेकंड सिर्फ. क्वीन B7, there is bishop H2. I mean, imagine if an Indian wins the event, it would be insane. Because you go back to, the last few decades, apart from Vishy sir, there is absolutely no Indian who's won these top level events. And we saw कि मतलब जो Jordan Van Forest है, he won it last time. So it is possible to do this if you start off well. If your opening preparation is really, really good, you can definitely win the event. So, and VD is of course much stronger than Jordan was strong last time, let's say. So I do feel कि chance पूरे हैं VD के पास and he can win this. But of course he cannot afford to lose the game. That's very important. यो श्रेयस भाई क्या हाल है? क्यों भी 7 तो गलत है, लेकिन 94 में क्या दिक्कत है? 94 दिक्कत नहीं है भाई. लेट्स सी क्या दिक्कत हो सकती है. चैट इफ 94 व्हाट डू यू प्ले? प्लीज भाई हमारे रितेश भाई को बताएं प्रॉब्लम इस मूव के बारे में. आई मीन इट्स नॉट लाइक अ ह्यूज प्रॉब्लम, बट एक छोटी मैं बताऊं. D4 फोक्स आए and of course white can play bishop C4 and there are some tactics. I mean, you cannot easily capture all the pieces, but if E3 bishop F7 check is a problem, queen F7 and rook E8 is made. But I do feel कि मतलब having this pawn on E4 is in black's favor because this gains a lot of space. Now D4 pawn is weak. And there might be some attack here, as you can see. The knight is the only piece defending the white king side, and जैसे knight हिलेगा तो हम पीस डेवलप करेंगे और फिर अटैक करेंगे इस पे. तो आई थिंक दैट वुड बी इन VD's फेवर. सो आई डोंट थिंक अनिश विल कैप्चर ऑन E4. प्रग मचा रहा है, क्या मचा रहा है भाई प्रग? Let's go. So let's check out the game of one by one. Let's check out all the games actually. Let's go to Pragg's game. By the way, Pragg is black here, so after DC5, D4, Queen G3 was played, and that is the difference. If you had played, something else, then Bishop S6 would come in one move. Let's say Black had not castled, and now Black has to spend 2 moves if he wants to play Bishop H6. He first played Bishop H5, and now he can play this. So Knight D7 played, and now White is thinking. As far as I know, H4, H5 is also a plan here, and Black sometimes, also prefers playing one of his knights to, like if Bishop H6, Knight E8 and then Queen C7 is Black's idea to trade queens, then capture this pawn back and have a huge center. So Black is of course having his own chances. Anish आज भी Indian है? अरे of course यार. White has to spend 2 moves exactly. So let's go to the game of Esipenko. Apparently कुछ plus minus चल रहा है यहाँ पे. I think Esipenko, I'm not sure if he's worse or plus because even though the engine is saying Black is slightly better, the bar agrees with Black, but I do feel he has his own attacking chances. टिक्कू भाई ने अनीश की घर वापसी कर दी भाई. ऑफ कोर्स भाई, अनीश अपना ही है भाई. सो बाय द वे अर्जुन की हमने देखी थी यार. आई डोंट थिंक ही प्लेड G4. ही प्लेड द मूव G4 बाय द वे. सो द थ्रेट इज वेरी ऑब्वियस. यू वांट टू पुश द नाइट बैक. लेट्स से ब्लैक डेवलप्स विद द, लेट्स से ही प्लेज बिशप E7, ठीक है, व्हिच इज नॉट आई थिंक द बेस्ट मूव हियर. यू प्ले G5 एंड नाइट को लिटरली G8 जाना पड़ेगा. दैट इज लिटरली एम्बैरेसिंग. मतलब ये मूव खेलनी पड़ जाए तो आई थिंक मुर्जिन को GM टाइटल तो देंगे नहीं, ये लोग मना कर देगा फिटे. सो दैट्स व्हाई आई थिंक कि ब्लैक प्रॉब्ली हैज टू फाइंड समथिंग वेरी क्रिएटिव हियर. अदरवाइज इज रियली रियली बैड, रियली रियली बैड. So many G4 being pushed in this tournament. We can rename the tournament to Push and Experience G4 Gravity. Yeah, I mean that's a bit complicated. Maybe something more simple, but yeah, so many G4s, man. So let's go to the game of VD again, because I think by the Surya game देखते हैं, I want to check it out. Yeah, very symmetrical. Oh, this is the exact position we reached in VD's game. So after Rook E8, Queen E8, we saw this exact position. VD versus, I think it was Duda or VD versus Esipenko. We saw the exact same position. So I expect a draw here. Let's go to the game of VD now. And Anish plays Bishop to E3, develops his final minor piece, and now it's time to tell the knight here. Knight A6. Even top Indian players like Tanya, AD, VD say Anish is Dil se Indian. Who are we to judge? Exactly, Aniket bhai. Exactly. Joining after a long time. Happy to see your channel getting so big. Hope you remember my name. Amitash, thanks a lot, bhai, for the kind words. I do remember your name, I think. I don't remember the 07 though. I maybe have added later. मैच का गेम एनालाइज करो भाई। भाई वो भी करेंगे ऑफ कोर्स यार, वो भी करेंगे। सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई थिंक वी शुड ऑफ कोर्स गो so ideally you would like to play like a5 and then knight a6 because that will allow you to, you know, prolong the knight on b4. But first of all, this weakens the b6 square. That's very important. कल को knight a4, knight b6 can be really irritating. And ये bishop हमेशा यहाँ रहेगा नहीं, so you will always have some pressure here. So maybe a5 is not the best. Chess player, unfortunately no भाई, आपका नाम बहुत जेनरिक है. My rating is 2201 FIDE. Who is Anish Gujrathi? कोई शशांक जी को बताए भाई, अनीश गुजराती जी कौन है भाई, कौन है ये महापुरुष? Do you think Vidit is experimenting Tata Steel and will use his main weapon in the FIDE Grand Prix? Mukesh, it is a possibility, but I do feel, considering how well he is playing, he's probably not hiding his prep because यहाँ पे 13 ही गेम है and he's probably prepared something and I doubt he will switch to the Catalan again, for example, if he has played the Queen's Gambit here. So it's highly unlikely. I think he's playing his main prep though. Much more likely. New rules for next over, 3 points of win and 1 for draw. Really? Are you sure? I'll check it out later. Let's go to the game of Carlsen now. And oh wow! भाई ये गेम तो क्रेजी हो गई यार. Oh भाई भाई भाई, ये किंग नंगे होते जा रहे हैं बहुत सारे. Let's have a look. By the way, after rook c8, queen d2, bishop b4, bishop d4, he played f6 trying to, you know, prevent this. Because knight f6, d5, then again you have to move this knight. He plays f6 and now g5. Trying to open up this bishop, very important. And now h6, so black चाहता है कि आप यहाँ मारो, मैं knight से मार दूं, and my knight gets developed. So he takes on h6, knight takes h6, a3. And chat, I have a question for you. What do you think Magnus played here? What do you think Carlsen played in this move? Come on chat, let's go. Find the move for Magnus. 1000 like trivia, we'll do it. अपन आज करेंगे भाई, आज करेंगे पक्का. Today I'll give out a Chezuka membership chat because I think 2 बची है इस महीने की. I can give out 1, I guess. D4, E5, all are possible moves chat. E5 में issue ये है. I think White can, you know, go desperado and capture on E5, so he will win a pawn. Otherwise idea E5 का ही है, and that's why we play bishop takes A3. Very good move by Carlsen. B takes A3 and now E5, ताकि हमने pawn पहले ही मार दिया. And now if the bishop moves, which it actually can, for example bishop e3, now we take on c3 and black wins the pawn. So that's why he takes on b5. White ने कहा भाई तूने भाई यहाँ पे एक गलत वर्ड मांग में आया, सुसाइड वेस्ट का. आई थिंक दैट्स अ रॉन्ग वर्ड, व्हाटएवर. तो आपने भाई ऐसे डेस्पराडो नाइट बिशप लिया, हम डेस्पराडो नाइट फेंकेंगे. A takes b5, bishop b2, defends the king also, very important move. And now Carlsen is thinking. So chat, I have a question for you. Who do you think is better here? White or black? बताओ. Is Ganguly better as white pieces or is Carlsen better with the black pieces? Who do you think is slightly better? Who do you think, chat? Yes, I think white is slightly better. I'll tell you why. Because first of all, even though the white's king is open, it's not easy for Carlsen to attack because the bishop on b2 does a splendid job. It defends the only weakness on a3. The queen defends c2. The king can obviously go to b1 as well. And unfortunately, knight on h6 is kind of a... ये कर क्या रहा है भाई यहाँ पे? मतलब क्या है? इसको लग रहा है ना, ये देख भी उल्ट उस तरफ रहा है, मतलब ये देख भी दीवार की तरफ रहा है भाई, ऐसे करके. मुझे नहीं खेलना है. I can't do this shit. I am tired of this. इसकी शक्ल ही बेचारे की वैसी है. So that's why I think white is doing fine, and right now b5 is also hanging. And okay, this is not something white wants to necessarily capture, but because b5 open हो जाएगी. But yeah, white's king looks absolutely fine here. So yeah, भाई बार दिख रहा है. Yeah, but okay, I mean एक खुद की अंडरस्टैंडिंग के लिए जज कर सकते हो ना यार. So let's go to the game of Pragg now. And कुछ हुआ कि नहीं? Yeah, अभी कुछ हुआ नहीं है. I think after 97 Rapport has not played, so let's go to Vidit's game. Has something happened here? Not yet. We'll have total of 13 rounds chat. This is the 5th round. And that's why, you know, it's not really that Vidit is guaranteed to win this event or anything. Top 3 भी guaranteed नहीं है अभी. Because अभी match start ही हुआ है. And बहुत सारे rounds पड़े हैं. COVID report is negative chat. I am fine. COVID नहीं है मुझे. At least not yet. Can really defeat Magnus and he will be having black pieces against Magnus. Shobha, that will be really difficult. I think that will be, he can do it. He can totally do it. And if he does it, तो उस दिन तो भाई डांस करूंगा मैं स्ट्रीम पे. but I think it's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. So let me do one thing. I think first spam चल रहा है. Let me mod से काम थोड़ा आसान कर देते हैं. White is better because of pressure on d7. Do you mean in the Carlsen game? Carlsen में d7 pressure तो है नहीं यार. Total 13 rounds. 13 rounds chat. Recorded by deal done by done. How many of candidate players of 22 are fixed now? There are 8 players chat. Since 6 fixed hai. It's Rajabo, Firuzcha, Caruana, Nepo, I think Karjakin and Duda. And we need 2 more players जो I think आएंगे Grand Prix के टूर्नामेंट से. वहां पे वीडी भी खेल रहा है, तो लेट्स होप सो ही कैन कंटिन्यू विद दिस ऑसम फॉर्म. अगर अच्छा खेलेगा तो वहां पे ही डेफिनेटली कैन क्वालिफाई फॉर द कैंडिडेट्स. और अगर इफ वीडी क्वालिफाइज फॉर द कैंडिडेट्स तो भाई मतलब क्या क्रेज रहेगा चेस का यार. मतलब फाइनली वन मोर इंडियन trying to go for the world championship. I think after Vishy sir, nobody has achieved to do that. That will be insane. I mean, फिर सारे वीडी के जो वो आते हैं ना, वीडी फॉर व्लॉग वाले सारे चुप हो जाएंगे. Odd number rounds because even number of players है तो automatically odd number of players होंगे, गेम्स होंगी. डांस के लिए रेडी हो जाओ भाई, कंफर्म भाई, मैं तो रेडी हूं भाई. Will everyone play against each other? Yes, exactly. Round robin है, everybody will play against everybody. How many games are there between 2 players? One game each. And by the way, I think now, I mean, your bishop is developed, knight is developed, bishop is developed. I think knight a6 does feel logical. You can also, I'm considering moves like bishop g6 just to solidify this bishop, but then I'm not sure if the bishop is actually, because you might even want to move the knight at some point, and if white captures, you want to capture with the queen. That's the f5 square is often a good square for the queen in the Petrov. So I'm not sure if VD wants to do this. He could play a move like h6, give his king an escape route, and control g5 as well, very important. Or he could play knight a6 and try to develop his pieces, also possible. Knight g3 is not possible here because I can just capture this piece. And I don't see your next move actually. AG is fire भाई, true, but so is VD. आज का दिन बहुत खराब था, आपकी स्ट्रीम से दिल में खुशी मिली. अरे यार भाई, glad to have you on the stream भाई. Did you see with the Twitter post with Anish and Tari? Yes, I saw that one. Through which tournament did Magnus qualify for candidates? अंशुन भाई, वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को कैंडिडेट्स खेलने की जरूरत नहीं होती यार. Anish is not in candidates. Yes, not yet, Rishikesh bhai. He still has to play really well. I think most likely what any Indian would like is Anish and VD qualifying for the candidates. और फिर इंडिया कितना खुश हो जाएगा यार कि एजी भी खेल रहा है, VD भी खेल रहा है कैंडिडेट्स, और भाई दोनों के पास वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनने का चांस है. बाय द वे, कार्लसन बिग मिस्टेक कोई लिख रहा है भाई, ये स्कैम है कि नहीं, पकड़ते हैं इसको. What? Are you shitting me? Oh, sorry, are you kidding me? What? Really? I mean, isn't this possible with check? Okay, let's try bishop b5 check. Now king f7 already feels very dubious. I don't like this at all. Bishop c6. I don't know what the idea is. I mean, queen d5. Now what? Bishop b5, queen b5. Queen c6, queen takes maybe. Also a4 is very much possible. Yeah, I think he's just Grandelius is just clearly better, man. Yeah, I mean he's literally, I mean 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 2 pawns up. He has the bishop against the knight. What is the issue for black? I mean, rook f8 maybe is possible. You give up. Okay, you could also wait a second. Could you play rook d2 then? Rook d2 pe, I think you'll probably capture this pawn, yeah? That's the compensation, and now it's not so clear anymore. So rook d5, rook fc8, king b1, rook takes c2 maybe. Can you do this now? Rook c1, takes. I mean, Grandelius is definitely better, clearly. I mean, pass pawn, rook on d5, bishop against knight. Wow. So I hope Carlsen has calculated this really well, because otherwise this might be worse for him, clearly worse. I'm not sure if this is theory, probably not, probably not. He has used up some time. Rest in peace, 29. So, यार, I don't know. I mean, we know Carlsen वो कुछ ना कुछ draw तो कर ही लेगा. Ajab got his candidate seats from last candidates which he did not play due to COVID. Exactly, bhai. Exactly, Supratik. Bishop G for possibilities. We'll go there. Hi, Sahil bhai. अब तो आपकी daily streams की family वाली feel आने लग गई. अरे राघव भाई, of course, yeah. That's the best feeling about it. मजा आता है साथ में देखने में games. If VD became world champion 15 years, if VD becomes world champion तो भाई फिर तो I think India में chess का boom आ जाएगा. Boom. Reaching 2800. I'm not sure. I think we are missing something here. Carlsen इतना weird move खेल नहीं सकता यार. Hard to believe this. So let's go to the game of Vidit again and let's see what he has done. Okay, nothing yet. Bishop G4 को ये बोल रहा था. Now Bishop G4 does feel like a logical move, but the only issue I have is it's like Nepo has qualified Hardik for the candidates already. The only issue is it's like moving the same piece twice, and I would like to develop this knight as quickly as possible. And now I can go knight G5 and knight takes, bishop takes. As you can see, it's like E file open हो चुकी है and हमारे pieces develop नहीं है. So it's like, yeah, it does feel like white should be slightly better for sure. The knight on E6 makes a very bad impression. And these two bishops are really strong. So I do feel like ये knight की वजह से white is worse. White is slightly worse. Maybe Carlsen was bishop b5, king f7. Yeah, but king f7 is not so inspiring either. I mean, for example, if king f7, let's go back. Let's say bishop b5, king f7. Now, white can go bishop a4 and bishop b3 and then put this bishop on this diagonal. I don't know what his idea is now. So I do like Nil's position, but he has to find the best moves, of course. Wolf pack for candidates. Yeah, man, that would be awesome, Pooja. That would be really cool. Magnus of vlog. Can Vidit take part in the candidates tournament? Maybe he has to qualify for it to take part. What happened to Hari Krishna? He was world number 10. I think he's gone a bit down nowadays. I mean, I'm sure he's practicing. He has not played many classical events, so it's hard to judge his performance with surety because even Vidit did not play so well in the Blitz and Rapid, the Tata Steel event. But then he's playing so well in the Tata Steel main event. So sometimes people prefer classical chess more, and Hari Krishna might also be one of them. And we'll have to wait for his performance in classical chess, I think. Grand से दो लोग qualify होंगे यार, दो लोग. So let's go to the Pragg game once. Let's see if Rapport has played something. Nothing yet. Let's go to VD's game. Nothing yet here either. Let's go to Arjun's game. भाई अर्जुन की गेम काफी प्रोग्रेस हो गई होगी. Let's check it out. Oh, यहाँ भी कुछ नहीं हुआ यार. सारे लोग बहुत ध्यान से देख रहे हैं. Notice करा, like when we came on the first day and we streamed, within like the first 1 hour, so many moves had passed on so many games. कई सारे draw भी हो गए थे, ये भी था. But now people are taking it very seriously. Opening में ही बिल्कुल बहुत देर ध्यान से खेल रहे हैं, not giving any concessions at all. They are playing very carefully now. They know the stakes have risen now. जो लोग टॉप पे हैं, they are like, मैं टॉप पे हूँ भाई, मैं क्यों अपना स्लॉट दूं. बड़े ध्यान से खेलते हैं. जो लोग पीछे, they're like, अरे भाई बेइज्जती हो रही है सामूहिक, let me come back in the game, let me play slowly, find the best move. So धीरे धीरे करके जो स्टेक्स हैं वो रेज हो रहे हैं भाई. पढ़ना है जाकर ट्रिविया पूछो भाई और मुझे हारने दो. Nice. Arjun is likely to win the tournament. Mihir, yes, most likely. I don't understand the point of knight a6 outside of connecting the rooks. It seems better to push b6 to try to exchange than open c5 for the knight. So let's have a look at that. So knight is का point वही है to connect the rooks. That is the main point. And the problem is we don't have a good square for the knight either. So it's like, you know, आपकी salary, you have three options. You can have a salary of 1 lakh per month. You can have a salary of 50k, or you can have a salary of 0. But if there is no possibility of 1 lakh, 50k is fine. It's kind of the same thing here. वही चीज़ है, आपको मतलब आपको क्लास में एक गर्लफ्रेंड पसंद, एक लड़की बहुत पसंद है, आपको भाव नहीं डाल रही, घास नहीं डाल रही. दूसरी है वो भी थोड़ी बहुत पसंद है, तो यू कैन डेट हर ऑफ कोर्स. दैट्स आल्सो वेरी डिसेंट. सिंगल मरने से तो बेटर ही है. एंड यहाँ पे क्या है कि वी वांट टू कनेक्ट द रुक्स एंड वाइट इज ऑफ कोर्स सेटिंग नाइट g5 एंड ट्राइंग टू ओपन अप द e file. So knight a6 connects the rooks and long term of course we'll develop the piece of course. And जब भी queen move करेगी knight b4 का threat तो है ही है, very important. So इफ यू प्ले b6 फॉर एग्जाम्पल, ठीक है, लेट्स से आई प्ले b6, ठीक है, यहाँ पे इशू ये है कि इट्स लाइक वाइट विल नॉट कैप्चर. इफ ही कैप्चर्स फिर तो ऑसम है भाई, फिर तो पार्टी पे पार्टी, फिर तो कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं है. बट ही विल नॉट कैप्चर एंड ही विल वेट फॉर यू टू कैप्चर. ही विल प्ले मूव लाइक नाइट h4 लेट्स से, एंड नाउ यू आर काइंड ऑफ स्टक. ये बिशप मतलब कहां जाए को समझ नहीं आ रहा. आई डोंट नो, मतलब इट्स लाइक ये सारे पीसेस, एंड अब ये पॉन तुमने खेल दिया है तो यू कांट गो नाइट a6 एनीमोर. अब इट्स लाइक आपने एक लड़की को प्रपोज कर दिया, उसने हाँ बोल दिया, तो अब आप वापस नहीं ले सकते उसको. वही चीज है. सो नाइट a6 है यहाँ पे, यू कांट गो देयर एनीमोर, एंड नाउ यू विल हैव टू फर्स्ट मूव द क्वीन, देन मूव द नाइट. और वाइट आपको टाइम ही नहीं दे रहा भाई. राइट इज लाइक भाई तू पहले ये बिशप का तो सोच, बाद में नाइट का सोचना. सो कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है टू जस्ट गो नाइट a6, एंड दैट्स द बेस्ट सिनेरियो हियर. इट्स नॉट द बेस्ट मूव. आई वुड प्रेफर इट टू बी फॉर एग्जांपल ऑन f6, बट ऑप्शन नहीं है भाई, ऑप्शन नहीं है. Let's go to the game of Pragg again. Is b5 possible? b5 is similar to b6 man. b5 के बाद a4 आएगा यार. By the way, Rapport has played knight f3, so he's developing his pieces now. And chat, I have a question for you. What do you think Pragg will play here? Do you know Pragg's move, chat? Oh, उसने खेल दी यार. उसने जल्दी खेल दी. I was hoping Black would wait. He would wait for a while. The idea is if White takes this pawn, it basically opens the e file. Now rook e8 is a very serious threat, and you can of course try this, or you can also just capture on e5, c5 sorry. And now next you will go rook e8, you can go bishop f5, you can go d3, and you can have queen a5 also at some moment. And this is very difficult for white to play because he wants to do this bishop and castle, but queen बैठी है तो यहाँ से तो रास्ता है नहीं. अब ये खेलेंगे तो भाई ये तो बड़ा खतरनाक है. खेल देंगे हम नाइट b3, रुक हैंगिंग, क्या कहाँ खेल, रुक b1 खेला तो बिशप f5, ओ रुको क्वीन a5 ही आ रहा है भाई, मेट ही हो गई भाई, मेट ही हो गई. सो एज यू कैन सी व्हाइट के पास बहुत अटैक है यहाँ पे, बट खुद की किंग का नंगा हो रखा है. तो दैट्स व्हाई आई फील आफ्टर e5 व्हाइट शुड प्रोबब्ली जस्ट प्ले e3 एंड डेवलप एंड नॉट टेक दिस पॉन. इट्स वेरी रिस्की. सोचा अगर प्रग जीत गया तो मजा आ जाएगा भाई. प्रग विल ऑफ कोर्स यू नो कैच अप विद द लीडर्स क्वाइट अ बिट. सागर शाह मत बनो, ही इज जीएम ऑफ एनर्जी. भाई मैं सागर शाह बनने की कोशिश नहीं कर रहा भाई. मतलब लड़की के एनोलॉजी देने के लिए भाई उसके लिए तुम्हें सागर शाह होने की, तुम्हें मर्द होने की जरूरत है भाई. हर मर्द समझ सकता है. इंडिया ओपी इवन इफ ही विनिशेस टॉप 5 इट बी ग्रेट. या ट्रू अंकित, बट आई वुड प्रेफर विदित टू विन दिस टूर्नामेंट. इफ ही कैन डू इट इवन टॉप 3 वुड बी ऑसम. स्पॉइल्ड साहिल. सारे नाइट लेफ्ट क्यों दिख रहे हैं? पता नहीं यार, ये मुझे पता नहीं. आई होप मे बी इट्स द पॉलिटिकल ओपिनियन, आई डोंट नो. So let's go to the game of Carlsen once. कि क्या खेला नील्स ने. So Grandelius नील्स ने अभी कुछ नहीं खेला भाई. Can anyone voluntarily give the world championship? Yes, totally. Even I can. दे दो, गिव अप कर दी भाई मैंने. चाहिए नहीं भाई, चाहिए ही नहीं. What about knight f2 in Vidit's game? Knight f2 is not enough man. Whenever you sack a piece, सोचो कि by the way he played knight a6, very important. Knight f2 is really जब भी sacrifice करो ना उसके बाद सोचो कि opponent कैप्चर किस किस से कर सकता है. very important. He has 3 options. Knight f2, king takes, bishop takes, and 2 options sorry, and either आपके पीसेस तैयार ही नहीं है भाई. let's go back. Knight bishop 2 क्या खेलोगे next? there is no weakness in white's camp. there is no weakness, कोई weakness नहीं है. And you can't, I mean, you can of course capture here now, but then अब थोड़ी issue आ गया आपकी पोजीशन में. यहाँ पे queen b7 कभी ना कभी तो आएगा for sure. For example, I don't know, rook e8, queen here, queen b7 feels like a logical move. So that's very double-edged, and you're not developed yet. पहले development is most important भाई. जब तक knight b8 पे है, knight f2, you can't start trading pieces. I think there's even a better move, bishop f5 actually. That's probably winning on the spot. Yeah, that's winning on the spot. Yeah, that's winning on the spot. So exactly my point. Let's go to the game of Vidit. By the way, he played knight a6, and now AG is thinking. So what is Magnus? अरे भाई ये क्या बोल दिया यार? Is there any reason why Nils might not take the pawn? Abhiraj, I am not sure. COVID report negative, Daksh. I am not sure. I mean, he might not capture the pawn because he's playing Carlsen. Like he might get spooked out. Yeah, I'm playing Carlsen. Oh my God, कुछ ना कुछ तो खतरनाक होगा. Like मतलब इसके ऊपर, like maybe he has some genius idea, but if he kind of logically thinks, I think he has to capture this pawn. और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है. यस वीडी इज प्लेइंग ग्रैंड प्रिक्स मिस्टर पीएम, होपफुली असली पीएम नहीं है भाई। नील्स ने धागा खोल दिया भाई, धागा अभी खोला है बट उसने काटा नहीं है अभी, खोल तो दिया है बट काटना बाकी है धागा भाई अभी। सो बिशप h3 क्या होगा वीडी गेम में? बिशप h3, आई मीन व्हाइट इज नॉट फोर्स्ड टू कैप्चर भाई। पहली चीज, पहले सैक्रिफाइस देखो, इज योर ओपोनेंट फोर्स्ड टू कैप्चर, पहले तो वही एक इंपॉर्टेंट डील है। और यहां पे अगर वो मार भी लेगा तब भी कुछ नहीं हो रहा, इट्स नॉट इनफ कंपनसेशन आई फील। और ही कुड लिटरली गो g3 and कुछ भी नहीं आ गया। सो सैक्रिफाइस तब करो जब you know your opponent's responses are limited and forced and you have so many pieces on the king side. Right now I'm not sure about this, but let's see because जब भी बिशप खेलोगे तो यहां पे भी सेंटर थोड़ा वीक हो रहा है। If people have fear of Magnus then he can bluff a lot. Pawan, bhai, that's exactly what Kravnik said. I think many top players have said people don't play at their full potential against Carlsen because they are scared of him. They feel that he's too strong and they will not be able to beat him. So sometimes when they get the opportunity, they don't go for it. It's very common. Should a queen c8 be better in Vidi's game? See, queen c8 you can play if you want to defend this pawn, but white cannot capture it right now because of bishop. जब तक के लिए bishop h2 threat है आपके पास, तब तक के लिए मारने की जरूरत नहीं है। इंतजार करो, क्या पता मतलब व्हाइट दे दे। वो समय का डायलॉग है ना वो समझ गए भाई, इंतजार करो, क्या पता। How was a5 in this game? Yeah, we saw that by a5. a5 is not so great. It becomes the b6 square, and later on it can be really disastrous. Who is your second? इंतजार करो भाई उसके लिए भी। Beast Chats for the win. Okay, I don't think Beast Chats is playing this tournament. I would love to see him there for sure. Right now it's white to play chat. So knight f2 is of course not possible. First white has to play. हक दे नहीं बोल सकते, क्या बोल सकते हैं? बोल दिया भाई। हेलो। Queen c8 for b6 in Vidi's game. Queen c8 just feels too awkward. Why Queen c8? Like why Queen c8? Why the fascination with Queen c8? डरो मत भाई, कोई नहीं खाएगा पॉन तुम्हारा कोई पॉन घर लेके नहीं जा रहा, उधर ही रहेगा वो। वो पॉन कोई लेके नहीं जा रहा भाई, डोंट वरी। एक गाली दो 100 सुपर चैट। नहीं भाई मैं गाली देता नहीं यार, आदत नहीं। आई डोंट नो व्हाट्स, आई मीन आदत नहीं है यार। आई थिंक बस इतना है, ऐसा कोई गलत नहीं है उसमें, बट आदत नहीं है मुझे। वीडियो कोई सेकंड है इस टूर्नामेंट में? होगा, फॉर श्योर होगा तनुज भाई। एवरीबडी हैज अ सेकंड यूजुअली फॉर सच हाई लेवल टूर्नामेंट्स। सो लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ प्रग चैट एंड सी क्या है भाई। By the way, after the move e5, Rapport has played rook to d1. So it's kind of prep against Pragg's advances, for example, e4 and d3. But the issue here is, chat, Pragg has an interesting move, queen f5 check. He can also play rook e8, by the way, very normal. That will be very normal. Defending this pawn. Srinath is Arjun second, yeah. Srinath is Arjun second, not with it as far as I know. Rook e8 is also possible, but I think also queen a5 check, and you can't go b4 because the a3 pawn is hanging. That will be winning for black. And if you go bishop d2, then you already have to move the bishop back. It blocks the rook, and then you could come back queen a6, attack this pawn. And if by chance he goes e3, then you can play rook e8. And if he captures, as you can see, bishop p2 d3, and black is already winning. So Nimzo का setup ही है भाई। Nimzo में black is going to give up the bishop. He's like bishop चाहिए ही नहीं मुझे, and he will have a development advantage. As you can see, black के सारे pieces developed हैं, he has the center, he has everything on the board. White के पास एक ही advantage है, वो है bishop pair की, बस that's all he has. बाकी सब respect में black is better. What's the trivia पूछेंगे अभी नहीं यार, लेकिन साहिल सर की x के बाद कोई सेकंड नहीं। नाइस बनी थी यार, बट ओके। प्रगु, अरे प्रगु यार, प्रगु कोई बोलता है दिल मेल्ट, ऐसा लगता है मेल्ट हो गया। कितना सही नाम है यार प्रगु। एनीवे लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ अर्जुन। बाय द वे क्या कर रहा है अर्जुन? ओह ही प्लेज नाइट g8 वॉलंटरीली। भाई अर्जुन फिर जीत रहा है भाई। ये 2500 GM मुझे क्यों नहीं मिलते भाई यार, मुझे क्यों नहीं मिलते यार 2500 GM जो वॉलंटरीली नाइट g8 खेल दे। भाई तुम्हारे साथ किसी जीएम ने ऐसे खेला है क्या भाई? मुझे बताओ चैट, ये कहां है वो जीएम, कहां से आते हैं ये जीएम? नाइट g8 कैसी मूव है यार? By the way, he plays f4, so he's probably preparing knight f3, knight e5, and I am officially from FIDE. Sahil, I'm thinking to give you a name for wildcard and candidates. Okay. Okay. So knight f3, let's go knight f3, knight e5. अरे मतलब GM तो बन ही गया ना यार, 25-20 रेटिंग है इसकी. That's why. So anyways, I'm not sure exactly like why is he. I mean, I understand the point, but the issue is then why did he take on g3 in the first place if he wanted to play like this? Duda queen sack, what? Duda game कहाँ है भाई? Duda जी कौन सा क्वीन सैक भाई? कहाँ का क्वीन सैक? कहाँ का क्वीन सैक? वेयर इज द क्वीन सैक? प्रखर इंडिया में है, उसको ब्लॉग स्ट्रीम पे. निखिल भाई, आई थिंक ही इज ट्रैवलिंग टू यूएस इन 2 days. मैं देखा था, तो दैट्स आई डू नॉट वांट टू डिस्टर्ब हिम. जब जा रहे होते हो बाहर तो यू हैव सो मेनी कमिटमेंट्स, ये काम वो काम ये काम वो काम, सो दैट वुड बी रियली काइंड ऑफ सेल्फिश टू कॉल हिम ऑन स्ट्रीम राइट नाउ. वरना भाई प्रखर का क्या है भाई, वो तो मैं तो पूरे दिन स्ट्रीम पे बिता कर रखूंगा मेरा बस चले तो. अरे भाई असल भाई, ये क्या बोल गए आप? क्या बोल गए आप ये? Let's go to the game of Vidit now, chat. By the way, VD is leading the tournament. He has 1-0. देख रहा हूँ भाई, देख रहा हूँ राघव भाई, देख रहा हूँ. He has the sole lead right now. And अगर VD आज की गेम जीत गया, अगर उसने AG को हरा दिया, ओ हो भाई, मतलब he might even have a 1-point lead now after this match. फिर तो पूरा का पूरा मतलब he will have a great chances of winning this event. So let's see. एक बंदा लिख रहा है, आप चुड़ैल जैसे हंसते हो. भाई चुड़ैलों से आपको क्या बायस है भाई? चुड़ैल ने आपको क्या बिगाड़ा है भाई? तो क्या पलो है भाई हंसते जैसे वैसे भाई? क्या चुड़ैल ऐसे हंसे, चुड़ैल की बेटी ऐसे हंसे, उसके पापा ऐसे हंसे? क्या पलो है भाई? हंसना चाहिए खुल के. मैग्नस कंप्लीटली लॉस्ट, व्हाट? क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम? वो हमने बीफे तो देखा था यार, ये हमने देखा था यार. दिस इज नॉट कंप्लीटली लॉस्ट चैट, दिस इज नॉट कंप्लीटली लॉस्ट. Magnus has counter play. Nils has to be really accurate to gain the edge. Otherwise, although bishop is very obvious, ले पॉन यार, चेक के साथ मिल रहा है भाई, मारते यार. 2-0 नहीं है भाई, 2-0 नहीं है भाई, 2-0 नहीं है. This one I knew. संतोष भाई, thanks a lot. Can video go knight f2 at some point? Let me have a look. Chat, एक बात ध्यान रखना. Now finally this knight is developed. It depends on what white plays. Let's say white plays a move like a3. मान लो उसने a3 खेल दिया, which is not such a great move. Knight f2 में तुम्हें क्या लगता है क्या खेलेगा white chat? Come on, if you try knight f2, what will white play chat? Come on, let's go. ये knight f2 बहुत बार लोग बोल चुके हैं, so I think common doubt है. What will white play in this position chat? Let's go. Will Vidit win if he draws all of his games? No, Vedant, I don't think so. I think somebody will come up on top, and it's very difficult to, for example, draw all your games. So I think, yeah, bishop exactly. And white के पास intermediate move है, and queen f5 के बाद he will capture on f2, and then he simply wins the piece. That's why knight f2 is not possible at any moment. लेकिन अगर a3 आता है, you have one other move, that is knight to d2, because this attacks the queen. If bishop f5, now I play knight takes f3 check, g takes f3, and queen takes f5, and Anish's king is a bit, spoiled in quotes. So unfortunately, that's why. And if he goes, let's say knight d2, now I capture on d3, and now I have the bishop pair, and I should be better. So I don't think AG will play a3. Of course, he'll play something else. Maybe he'll drop the bishop back to f1. Maybe he will play rook a d1. Let's see what happens. This is the live position. This is the live position, chat. This is the live position. Okay. Let's refresh. And now we go to the game of Pragg once. So by the way, yeah, Pragg is still thinking. I think rook d1 is not the main move here, and this is a typical sign. Yeah, इसे आपने सारी अच्छी moves देखी है engine से, and यहाँ पे opponent कोई move खेल दे which is not one of the best moves जो engine stress नहीं करता है, then suddenly you have to start thinking कि अब क्या करूँ भाई? It's not so clear what to do now. The night मैंने message देख लिया भाई आपका. Thanks a lot भाई. Do you think after 2 Grand Prix and this event really has a chance to reach top 10 in this form? Rushil, VD की rating right now, it's like I think 2737, something like this, and Vishy sir is 2751. He has 2.5 tournaments left. नहीं शायद से बुरा नहीं माना है, मैं मजाक कर रहा हूँ. मैं तो उसे मैं I'm just standing up for chudels यार. What's wrong with chudels? Let them live their lives. तो hey Ashwini, how are you? Now imagine करो he plays those two tournaments really well. He qualifies for the candidates, and he also comes in top 3 here. So he will definitely like cross Vishisar for sure. That's one thing he will totally achieve. And I think honestly, apart from Vidit, I think Vishisar will be the one who'll be the most happy. Of course, he'll be a bit nostalgic. I am not Indian number 1 anymore. But I think he'll be really happy that there's somebody who has taken up the mantle, because I think one of the reasons Vishisar is continuously playing, I think, is because he feels he can do much more for the Indian chess community. And if Vidit kind of reaches India number 1, तो फिर Vishisar will also be a bit chill. यार अरे यार चलो अच्छा यार, there's somebody who has taken up the mantle now. पुचुक पुचुक करके बड़ा उस स्टेशन में एक भी वर्ड आपका सही नहीं है भाई, सारे वर्ड गलत है. Nils takes on b5. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, he took on b5. Carlsen under pressure now. Now, by the way, Carlsen has two options. He can try to trade pieces, which I think would be a good decision, because अगर bishop b3 पे आ गया ना, that not only defends c2, that will also attack his king on f7. So I think bishop is the best move here, and you don't want the bishop here because this is very good piece, blocking the b file, defending c2, attacking this diagonal. Let's see what he plays. Do you feel somewhere Vidit lacks motivation to be the best? I mean, he somewhere feels he can't be, and so he isn't trying that way. Anshul, no, I don't think that's the case. In fact, I have seen many of Vidit's games because I learned the Caruana from Vidit's DVD. It came out in 2017 or something. So during that phase, I went through many of his games, I think 2017, 2018 May. And he always, even in national championships, when he was 2300, he would end up defeating players who are 2600, 2500, 2650, and he was always, one step ahead of the others. मैंने बहुत notice करा है ये, and he definitely does not have that complex, that I can guarantee you. हाँ, bishop is queen d5 आ रहा है, but वो pawn तो जाएगा यार. Even if you play king s7, then he will anyway take. So maybe bishop is a more practical move. Pragg takes on c5. Let's see. Yeah, he took on c5. No, he's not taken on c5 yet. Not yet. Let's go to Vidit's game. Oh, Anish plays knight to e2, and that definitely changes things, because knight is probably going to g3 now, and the idea is to, of course, attack the bishop. This bishop is black's pride and joy, supporting the knight on e4. A very strong bishop, countering white's strong bishop on d3, and white would love to exchange this and this. That would be really in white's favor. Then he would have two bishops at a decent position. So yeah, COVID test negative आया भाई. What's the plan for black here? Do you mean in Vidit's game? First of all, he has to think, okay, which is the best square for the bishop, because it cannot remain on f5 now. Let's say I play rook b8 for some random considerations. White can also, by the way, go bishop f4. That's also very interesting. Or he can play knight g3, and now you don't want to necessarily capture here, because that will help white straighten out such a bishop g6 maybe. Knight h4, and पूरा बोलते ना वो ऐसे वो भेड़िए की तरह बिशप के पीछे लग जाएंगे. ये बिशप तो मैं खा के ही रहूंगा, चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए. ये तो मैं घर लेके जाना ही है, बीवी को प्रॉमिस करके आया हूं, ये तो मारना ही है. तो that will mean white should be slightly better, maybe slightly better. So it depends on where the bishop wants to go now. There's no very bad square for the bishop. I mean, of course, not h3, but there's no really bad square. But most of these squares are decent, but none are really awesome. Let's see where the bishop goes. Yes, bishop g4 is very interesting, by trying to develop the pawns. And white should probably have to move this knight, because knight g3 does feel like, because now you're no longer attacking this bishop. So, although bishop f3 maybe immediately is not so great, because knight f6 and there is bishop f5. Now, queen b7 is also possible, and the knight is hanging. So, yeah, I mean, I look at the position practically, I feel Giri's position should be slightly better, because as we can see, even a small mistake is definitely costing black this pawn. And and by the very important, one thing I think I missed out, one important reason for the knight coming to g3 is there is no bishop h2 now. That's also one more reason, I mean, that's one more benefit at least. So after white plays knight g3, queen b7 is a threat. That's a very strong threat then. So VD has to maybe move this bishop right now or defend this pawn right now. He has to do something here. Knight f6. That would be a mistake, because if knight f6, I can take on f5, queen takes f5, and queen takes b7. And there is no discover attack anymore. What about h5 is a very weakening move, Vedant, because the thing is, you want to keep your king side safe. And once you play h5, unless white has played a move like g3, these moves are not really good. In fact, h6 is a better move, because you control an important square for the white pieces, and you also give your king an escape route, and also bishop h7 is possible. So h5 would be kind of, I get your point, but this is not a good move, because this pawn will be weak. It will weaken the dark squares. No, very bad move. मेरा चैट तो पढ़ते ही नहीं हो भाई, ले लो भाई, पढ़ लिया यार, ये तो गलत बात है यार. h5 सुसाइड तो नहीं है, but yeah, it's not what you want to do. Rook b8. Yes, rook b8 is possible, totally possible. But until you know this is a threat, I would not necessarily worry about this. But okay, now it's going to become a threat very soon. Maybe it is time. Bishop b5. What? I take, I guess. Can Pragg take on c5? Let's go to Pragg's game now. So he can take on c5, by the way, and he could play rook e8, he could take on c5, he could give queen a5 check. And usually blacks has multiple good moves here, because white is not developed. I mean, I think a Carlsen का quote था, in a critical position, not even critical, like if in a general position, if your king is like one move away from castling, you are absolutely fine. If it's 2 moves away, then it depends on the position. If it's 3 moves away, then you're probably under some pressure. So as you can see, the white king is at least 3 moves away from castling. 1, 2, 3. And it's black to move, so it's technically 3.5. So I do feel Pragg is definitely putting some pressure on Rapport here. Prakhar in chat है क्या? Really? ओहो प्रखर भाई, क्या हाल है? अरे भाई, कब जा रहे हो वापस? कब जा रहे हो भाई वापस? भाई मैं सिर्फ परसों जा रहे हो भाई. आज तो बहुत ही बढ़िया खेला यार. आज की स्ट्रीम बहुत एपिक थी, बाय द वे. ग्रैंडमास्टर चेस, I highly recommend, because even I have followed the, like I think I followed when Prakhar had 4 points. तब से लेके एंड तक मैंने भी फॉलो करा भाई. Hats off to सागर भाई, बहुत एपिक स्ट्रीम थी भाई. Even I followed it. परसों होपफुली, अरे बढ़िया भाई. Have a comfortable flight भाई. I am the king भाई. लग क्वीन कौन है भाई? क्वीन का नाम ही बता दो फिर. चैट में रिवील कर ही दो भाई, नई कंट्रोवर्सी क्रिएट करते हैं. Who is the queen? Knight d2 in Vidit's game. Let's have a look. Knight e2 है भाई, Knight d2 नहीं है. Very important. आना भाई स्ट्रीम पे भाई कभी. क्वीन 1 नहीं 4 है. ओ अच्छा, तभी भाई तभी. बोर्ड पर एक क्वीन. नाइस. ऑपोनेंट ने क्वीन ही पटा के बैठा होगा मुझे लग रहा है भाई. व्हाइट और ब्लैक दोनों. नाइस. आज समोसे खाए कि नहीं? आज नहीं यार. Captures, and we have a completely different position. Arjun winning. I know why Arjun is completely winning. Anshul, there's a separate video on the channel about this. You can check it out. So chat, so far, Vidit is leading the tournament. He's playing Anish right now. And if he wins this, he will be having a 1-point lead, most likely, because Carlsen is under pressure. He's almost lost. If Nils finds all the best moves. And Carlsen has played King F8. What? He played the move King to F8. Holy भाई King to F8 खेल दिया भाई. सबसे मस्त मोमेंट था आज की स्ट्रीम का, जब वो कहते हैं प्रखर बोलता है आर यू ऑन ट्विटर? प्रखर इज द किंग ऑफ मेटिंग. बाप जोक. कहता है भाई ये क्या, बाप भी ले लिया भाई, बहन परिवार भी ले लिया भाई, कुछ तो छोड़ो बाकी के लिए, कुछ तो छोड़ दो भाई. कहता है भाई आर यू ऑन ट्विटर? वो कहता है आई डोंट लाइक कॉन्ट्रोवर्सी. प्रखर हंस पड़ा. मैंने कहा भाई प्रखर इज लाइक, सबसे बेस्ट मोमेंट था मेरी स्ट्रीम का वो. बाय द वे, मैग्नस हैज प्लेड किंग टू f8. भाई ये क्या मूव है यार? व्हाट द हेल इज दिस? ओके चैट, आई ऑफिशियली डोंट अंडरस्टैंड चेस बिकॉज किंग f8 इज जस्ट रिडिकुलस. आई मीन कुछ हमने बचपन में सुना था भाई, कनेक्ट द रुक्स. आई मीन आई अंडरस्टैंड ही वांट्स टू प्ले नाइट f7, नाइट d6, बट दिस इज टू मच. भाई मैं नर्सकी से मिलने जाऊंगा, व्लॉग मारूंगा. अरे करो भाई करो यार. अरे सबसे मिलना यार. लाइक वहां पे, वहीं के आसपास गौतम चेस भी है. वहां पे बोटेज भी है, वहां पे लाइक ऑल बोटेज आई थिंक आई शिफ्टेड टू एलए दो आई थिंक, बट बहुत सारे हैं भाई वहां पे स्ट्रीमर्स, बहुत सारे हैं भाई, एक दिन बैठ के सबसे मिलके आ जा। व्हाट द हेल कैंसल लूजिंग अगेंस्ट 1672 भाई, 16 नहीं है, 1 का 2 है भाई, आई नो एक ही नंबर ऐड हुआ बट बहुत डिफरेंस है भाई। हाँ भाई बात करवा दे भाई 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 मेरे डीएम्स में थोड़ी बैठा है गौतम चेस भाई, तेरे पास 1 लाख है, उसको मैसेज करवाई, एक कोलैब करते हैं भाई, मान जाएगा, मस्त बंदा है वो। ओए डीएम तो ना गया उसका भाई गौतम चेस का, नहीं किसी और का भाई, सॉरी माय बैड, मेरे को लगा गौतम चेस का डीएम आ गया भाई। बोटेस के लिए एलए भी जाएंगे अपने प्रखर भाई जाओगे एलए? बाय द वे लेट्स गो, आई डोंट नो व्हाट कार्लसन इज डूइंग, बाय द वे आई हैव नो क्लू भाई, मतलब ये किंग एफ8 मूव इज जस्ट, मतलब जैसे मुझे कॉलेज में बैठ के कंक्रीट के चैप्टर में लगता था ना, वैसे ही मुझे अभी लग रहा है। आई थिंक द आइडिया, आई अंडरस्टैंड नाइट f7 नाइट d6 एंड ट्राइंग टू अटैक, बट द एग्जीक्यूशन आई एम नॉट सो श्योर अबाउट, टू बी ऑनेस्ट। हाँ चला जाऊंगा तो भाई कांटेक्ट करना यार। अभी रिसेंटली कुछ chess.com हैज स्पॉन्सर्ड बोटेस, गो टू chess.com, उनका मेन आर्टिकल पर they have sponsored बोटेस टू एंटर सम प्लेस, आई डोंट नो हाउस ऑफ एनवी व्हाटएवर इट इज, तो अभी तो मतलब बहुत ट्रेंड होने वाली है बोटेस, मिलके आ जा भाई। Yeah, I'm not sure what this idea is. I think Ganguly is crushing it right now. Let's go to the game of Vidit again. Okay, VD has not played anything yet. Bishop A5, कहाँ है Bishop A5 भाई, कहाँ है Bishop to A5? NV Content House, exactly भाई, पता नहीं क्या, मेरे को नाम याद नहीं था। Carlsen is losing, yes. Why is B6 a bad move? B6 here, I guess. Madam curious, what happens is like you have to notice which pieces are defined by which pawns. Right now we have the knight on a6 and it's kind of attacked by the bishop, so after b6 the knight would be hanging, and even if the knight was on b8, white, okay, now you're kind of prepared to play b6 because your pieces are developed, but now the knight is kind of hanging. If the knight is here, then you're not developed enough to play b6, and with the knight on a6, the knight is simply hanging. So, and it also weakens a lot of light squares here. So be very careful about this when you play such moves. If the knight was here, bravo, go for b6. But with the knight on a6, not really. C7 to a5, but I'm not sure if that is what Vidit has played. Not yet. Shark h4 crazy. आजा बखर 5 मिनट के लिए स्ट्रीम पे आजा भाई, डिस्कॉर्ड पे कॉल कर ले, आजा। व्हाट अबाउट b5 इन VD's गेम? b5 is similar, yeah, b5 is similar. b5 का आइडिया प्रॉब्लम ये है, of course you don't lose the knight anymore, but now white can go a4 and unfortunately you cannot go a6 here. So 8x b5 would be really bad. इसको देख के मुझे याद आ रहा है भाई कि मतलब पॉन से अच्छा भी कुछ होता है भाई, तो आई डोंट लाइक दिस। शैक h4 crazy। अभी तो बैठा है ना? हाँ मैं बैठा हूँ भाई, मैं तो रात के एटलीस्ट 9 तक बैठा हूँ। नाइट c5 देन e5 विल बी लॉस्ट। e5 कहाँ यार? विच गेम भाई, विच गेम? कोई लव एडवाइस दो। प्यार का पंचनामा देखो यार, दैट इज नॉट अ मूवी, that is a documentary. That is not a movie, that is a documentary, chat. So please do check it out, Pyar Ka Panchnaama 1 and 2. That is all you need to know about your love life. So let's go to the game of Pragg now. Arjun won. कुछ भी मतलब कुछ भी. Let me check it out by the way. Oh, by the way, Pragg plays rook e8, so he defends the pawn. Now he's threatening knight c5. So Pragg is definitely putting some pressure on Rapport. Let's go to Arjun's game. Arjun played f4, knight e7, knight f3. The knight is trying to go to e5, and now bishop d7. And to be honest, यहाँ पे तो white has so much space, कोई stress ही नहीं लाइफ में यार। knight e5 खेलो, king f2 खेलो, g5 भी खेल सकते हैं जाके, rook c1. You can even castle on the queen side, to be honest. So I do like Arjun's position is most likely to win. What's your filter rating? My filter rating is 2200 और एक शगुन के लिए। एक बार घोड़ा डिसरिस्पेक्ट कर हो जाए, मुकुल भाई क्यों करना यार, क्यों भाई? घोड़ा बेचारा इतनी गालियां खाता है यार, बेचारी इतना गालियां खाता है, इतना मेहनत करता है बेचारा, देखो यार पॉन खाने के लिए तैयार बैठा है वो इतने मुंह से, और तब भी गाली खाए, क्यों भाई? इवन इफ यू हैव 4 क्वींस यू नीड ओनली 1 टू मेट। अक्षत भाई बट प्रखर का वही है भाई, he makes 4 queens and mates. That's why you will see him not exchanging his pawns. 4 queens at a time इसका formula है भाई, 4 at a time. Call Baba Chess and gold. That's true. That's true. The knight कह रहा है मुझे गाली मत दो. So let's go to the game of Caruana once. कोई कह रहा है वो जीत रहा है लौंडा. क्या कर रहा है भाई लौंडा? Oh, so 92 was apparently not the best move. But ठीक है, अभी गेम कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है भाई, अभी थोड़ी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है. अभी तो 97 ब्लैक डेवलप करेगा और ये पॉन जीसस पे कुछ ना कुछ तो कर रहा है. So it's not a one way street yet. So by the way, वीडी भाई फिर से डांस स्टार्ट हो चुका है. वीडियो मैं देखते ही डांस कम कर दिया उसने, लगता है कैमरा कॉन्शियस हो गया भाई. एनीवेज, सो द टॉप सीड ऑफ दिस टूर्नामेंट गोइंग टू क्वालिफाई कैंडिडेट्स. कैन यू लेट मी नो द प्रोसेस? दिस टूर्नामेंट इज नॉट द क्वालिफिकेशन फॉर कैंडिडेट्स. वो टूर्नामेंट अगला मैच आएगा, दैट इज इन द मंथ ऑफ फेब. ग्रांड प्री नाम है उसका. उसमें भाई सब गाड़ी लेके रेस करेंगे. दैट इज हाउ दे विल डिसाइड द कैंडिडेट स्पॉट. What about h6 now in VD game? Definitely possible, I guess, but h6 knight g3, what do you do now? That's very important. What do you do now? That's very important because now there is no bishop g3 and you probably have to capture h takes, bishop takes, queen takes, and I do feel white is a bit better because knight on a6 is really bad, yeah? Anisha, thanks for super chat. Magnus, crying emoji. Hope everyone in your family is feeling better. Yes, they are fine. मेरा and mom का टेस्ट नेगेटिव आया, डैड का पॉजिटिव है and he is resting right now. Thanks for the kind words, yeah. Black bishop pawn a5 is a good move in the game. It might be okay. But to be honest, you have to be very cautious about moving your pieces twice, especially to a square like a5. जो बोर्ड के कोने में है, मतलब कोने में जो काम होते हैं ना, कभी तुमने सुना लाइफ में वो बंदा कोने में गया और इतना बड़ा इनोवेशन लेके आया? ऐसा कभी कोने में ना काफी शेडी काम होते हैं. सो यूजुअली कोना जहां पे भी दिखे ना उसको अवॉइड करो. लाइक लाइफ में कोने में ही प्रॉब्लम्स क्रिएट होती हैं. सो सेंटर में खेलो हर चीज. विच इज पॉसिबल बट इट डज नॉट सीम टू बी लाइक द बेस्ट मूव बिकॉज ये कोने वाले काम है. हम कोने वाले काम नहीं करेंगे भाई, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. कोने में घोड़ा काम करे. अरे भाई if Karjakin loses, Vidit goes higher in rankings. Let's not hope for Karjakin losing. Let's hope for VD winning. हमें दूसरों के भरोसे नहीं देना भाई. So let's go to Pragg's game. कुछ हुआ क्या? नहीं, अभी कुछ हुआ नहीं है. Let's go to Carlsen's game. Carlsen क्या कर रहा है भाई King F8 के बाद? भाई ये गेम का मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा यार. I have no clue about this game, like what's happening because yeah, Queen B4 check also an obvious move now. So King G8, so King नाचता रहेगा. And now probably can I play Bishop A4? Am I ready for this already? Oh, D4 now. Oh, that's very scary. So I can't do this. Okay, let me see. So if I take, then Black will probably take back because I can't take because of Queen C2 mate. So that's not really possible. Anish भी तो इंडियन है, of course इंडियन है भाई, of course. कोने का नहीं पता, कोपचे में अरे भाई डांटे भाई, कोना कोपचा पोटैटो सब बराबर है. नील्स लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट कहां से मिल गया यार? ये तो वही बात हो गई, आप मतलब किसी यंग एक्टर को लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट दो ताकि वो एक्टिंग छोड़ दे. लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट किस बात का भाई? यो जनक भाई क्या हाल है? आप कभी कोने में गए हो? नहीं यार. अनीश नेपाली है भाई दिल से तो इंडियन है ना, फिर भी दिल है हिंदुस्तानी. सो लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ Duda and Karjakin once. देखते हुए क्या चल रहा है फॉर फन. ओके, वेरी बोरिंग पोजीशन. लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ विदित. कुछ खेला क्या लॉन्डे ने? विदित इन गेम नाइट G3 तो वाई नॉट बिशप G3? बिशप पेयर नहीं देना यार, बिशप पेयर हमें नहीं देना है. अगर आप खेलोगे नाइट G3, लेट्स से नाइट G3 बिशप G3, तो हमारा स्ट्रॉन्ग बिशप जो गुड बिशप है, हमारा पॉन स्ट्रक्चर लाइट स्क्वायर्स पे है, बिशप डार्क स्क्वायर्स पे है. दिस इज द गुड बिशप. वी डोंट वांट टू गिव अप आवर गुड बिशप फॉर दिस स्टूपिड नाइट. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. कोने में है डेंगी मलेरिया. एग्जैक्टली भाई. हेलो भाई, मजा आ रहा है भाई. ऐसा क्या कर रहे हो भाई? होपफुली स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो. रुक एट G1 फॉर ग्रैंडेलियस. डिड ही प्ले इट और वीडियो इन चैट? हाँ भाई, ही इज लाइक ओके आई हैव प्लेड E4. भाई पहले देख लो भाई क्या चल रहा है स्ट्रीम पे, सब ठीक है ना? टेक माई बिशप पेयर, नाइस। मेरे पेरेंट्स पास में बैठे, कोने की बात मत करो। अरे तो तुम कोने में जाके बैठो ना यार, पेरेंट्स के पास क्यों बैठे हो? हेलो अंकल आंटी, कैसे हो यार? जस्ट किडिंग। एंड D2 टू बी प्लेड बाय VD। एंड D2 पे आएगा आई थिंक बिशप F5। आई थिंक D2 पे बिशप F5 और वेट अ सेकंड, एक सेकंड भाई, ये क्या मूव है? द क्वीन डिफेंड्स द बिशप, सो कांट आई जस्ट टेक दिस? एक सेकंड भाई, नाउ नाइट हैज बीन प्लेड टू A2, सो द क्वीन डिफेंड्स द बिशप। ये क्या मूव है भाई? व्हाट इज कोना? कोना है कोरोना का छोटा भाई। मैग्नस इन चैट, ऑसम। समय रहना इज इन चैट। भाई नरेश भाई, आपको ज्यादा पता है समय के बारे में भाई। I think it will take time in such middle game. One move can change the course of the match. That's true. I think they're taking a lot of time today. As you can see, by the way, Anish has 1 hour 25 minutes. He has used 15 minutes for the first 14 moves, so roughly 1 minute per move. But Vidit has 45 minutes, so he has used 55 minutes for just 14, actually 13 moves. So Vidit will face a lot of time pressure in this game, and that means there is no, they have not agreed to a quick draw. They're trying to fight it out, and Vidit under pressure, yeah. Bishop G6 is possible for sure. For sure, it's a possible move. I'm not sure if it's the best though. It's like a maybe Bishop G4 is a better idea. I feel it's more like it has a threat in the game. प्रखर नहीं आ रहा क्या? शायद आएगा अर्धे बाद में। Anyways, because I think उसको जाना है यार US, तो I remember जब भी कहीं जाना होता है ना, तो you're always like packing your bags, उससे मिलना होता है, उस रिश्तेदार का फोन, फैमिली का फोन, ये वो ड्रामे बहुत काम होते हैं यार, इसलिए। Don't you think knight on A6 is misplaced? It is, Aman भाई, it is, but we had no square for it. क्या करें भाई, जब घर में जगह ही नहीं है तो कहाँ भेजेंगे अपने घोड़ों को? What if cricket was played with rules of chess? इसका आंसर क्या है? इसके ऊपर मैंने एक वीडियो बनाई है भाई, चेकआउट कर लेना। Why not showing Surya game? Oh, let's put Surya's game. Surya game I think was the exact same position. ये तो डॉट पोजीशन है भाई। This is the same position we reached in VD versus I think it was Esipenko. So that's why I was not looking at it, because this is just a dead draw. King H2, Rook E1. I think Queen F2 was played by VD, if I remember correctly. And then he played some other move, and it is kind of a dead draw here. So that's why I was kind of avoiding this game for now. But for now, we saw this exact game, yeah. So let's go to Arjun's game. By the way, I must remind chat, very important, I have drawn with Arjun 2 years back. So I am also a strong player. Okay, flaunt over. So let's go now. So black should probably try to castle queenside at some moment, but right now knight b5 is a huge threat. Not really a huge one, but yeah, it's definitely irritating, because if you castle then knight b5, and you literally have to go back to b8 or give this awkward check, which will only push back with a3 and b4. So I don't like black's position. I think Arjun is going to win today. Magnus equal? What? What the hell are you talking about? क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? Grandelius, don't do this. How can you allow d4, man? How can you allow d4? I mean, I understand, but I don't understand. D4 closes the d file, man. It completely closes the d file, and I feel that, okay, the idea is of course d4 and bishop b3, and it cuts off white's king, but black's king. But unfortunately, after knight f7, I think black is doing actually fine. Knight will head off to d6 and c4 very soon. Even bishop a6, c4 is possible. So I think black is doing absolutely fine now. So yeah, Carlsen back in the game. He's back in the game. एक बार start से video game दिखा दो. Okay, I'll show from the start एक बार for anybody who joined late. So we saw a Petrov from VD today, and we saw this highly theoretical line after d4, d5, bishop d3, bishop d6, castles, c4, c6, rook e1. Here also knight c3 is possible, by the way. Queen c2 is possible, but he played rook e1, bishop f5, queen b3, queen d7, c5, bishop c7 is possible, because queen b7, there is bishop h2 check, and you win the queen by discover attack. So knight c3, rook e8, bishop e3, knight a6. Not the best square for the knight, but okay, square है ही तो कुछ कर नहीं सकते. Knight a6, knight e2, and now VD has played f6. Wow. Okay, that's a very, very I don't know what to call this move because it's very, very different. I read the stories in chess website. They're very good. Yeah, Panisha, we covered people from all across the world, from I think like 50 countries. And उनका हमने थोड़ा वो लिया था कि how has chess impacted their lives. वीडी प्लेइंग लाइक राहुल द्रविड़ टक टक करके ओपोनेंट को बोर कर देगा. भाई वो राहुल द्रविड़ का सीन देखा तुमने, जहां पे लाइक ही हैज लाइक नॉट स्कोर्ड अ रन फॉर लाइक 100 बॉल्स एंड फाइनली ही टेक्स अ सिंगल एंड पूरा ऑडियंस इज लाइक ये जय सेंचुरी मारी हो. Yes, they stream करेगा. I think they'll stream at 9. To be honest, I love the knight on e4. Yeah, I do love it as well, but why f6 though? If knight g3, like I think the idea is to capture here because otherwise which is just a waste of move. 40 balls. 40 balls. Okay, my bad. ठीक है. 40 balls में I think like it was like I think he has 0. He was on a duck, and then the entire I think the stadium started cheering for him for taking a single. Yeah, I do think Anish is better, chat. I think VD is definitely under pressure because as you can see now, f6, it controls the e5 square, so knight e5 is no longer possible. Neither is knight g5. And you, of course, have some connection on the king side, but unfortunately, it weakens these squares, and I don't like this for black. So hopefully, VD has calculated quite a bit, but I do feel this is very, very risky. As you can see, this diagonal is also open, so always these tactics have to be kept in mind after knight g3. And if the bishop goes, then I don't like it. So let's see. Prithvi, rook b8 was not really required because queen b7, as usual, as mentioned, leads to bishop h2 and you lose the queen. So until the pawn is actually hanging, it does not make sense to waste a move defending the pawn. I never thought of Petrov. Yeah, Petrov is very interesting. It's not as dull as people assume it to be. Gotham idea was in uncastled position. Okay. What do you do apart from? I eat a lot, bhai. Lot, bhai. Vijay और AG को बुला लो chat में तो वैसे भी. Nice. First Anish win coming. Yeah, I do not. It's highly rare I say this, but I hope Anish does not win today. Either it's a draw or VD wins because VD is leading the tournament. If VD loses, तो फिर से वो lead खो देगा and he'll be back down half a point behind the leaders. फिर मुश्किल हो जाएगा comeback करना. So I really hope he can win or at least draw today. At least. Oh my God, the Petrov. Yeah. So let's go to the game of Arjun now. By the way, इसके opponent ने भी f6 खेल दिया है. And now chat, I have a question for you. Black has played f6. आप अर्जुन के शूज में हो. What do you play in this position? You have a couple of good moves, but एक position move है, which makes a lot of sense. So what do you play here, chat? Why to play? What do you play here? Clip and ship it to AG. भाई कर दो यार, तुम कर दो यार, ship भी कर दो, clip भी कर दो भाई, पूरा कर दो भाई, उड़ा दो भाई मुझे. Knight is possible, yes, interesting move. F4 is already there भाई. Knight B5 possible, good move. A6 पता नहीं कैसे खेलोगे. King B5 awesome. A3 also possible, but yeah, as many mentioned, G5 is the position move because हम चाहते हैं कि black ये मारे, and then we have this strong E5 square, we have Queen H5, we have Rook H7, and so on. So G5 is definitely a good move. And also, if let's say black plays a random move like A6, we can take on F6, and we already have some, this open diagonal and so on. So Rook H6 also a possible move now, attacking F6. And if black were to be stupid and go F6, then suddenly Knight G5, and black can resign already. So you can see how fast the position can go from being balanced to lost. Has AG ever come to chat? He has come in the chat twice, by the way. He came in our chat when we had like 800 subscribers, and then he came like when we had 13k. So he's like very down to earth man. अर्जुन के शूज मुझे फिट नहीं आएंगे तो मैं शूज उतार. Nice. So let's go to the game of the Masters again, and we go to the game of Carlsen. Bhai, what happened here? Has he played d4? Not yet. He's calculating right now. So by the way, if he captures on e4, that is not in his favor. Then comes queen b4 check, and after, for example, king to g8 comes rook to d7. And now you can see Carlsen is almost lost. Queen e7 is coming up. So that's why he has to be very careful and play d4. Otherwise, he might lose. टैक्टिक्स पे काम करो भाई, टैक्टिक्स पे। एशियन एशियन गेम्स। वीडी लूजिंग स्लोली, नहीं भाई ऐसा नहीं है भाई. Why Sangha is not streaming? He will stream by. He will stream at 9, I think. He might be busy, man. Like he has some work, so he might stream at 9. I am not exactly aware of the reason, of course. Call Samay and scold him, please. भाई scold की भाई छोटा बच्चा थोड़ी है वो कि scold करूँ उसको. He played really well yesterday, man. He played really well. It was such a close match. So let's go to the game of Pragg now. Oh, the position has opened up quite a bit. By the way, after rook d1, rook e8, white played the move b4, protecting his extra pawn on c5, and Pragg simply plays a5, trying to open the position while white's king is still in the center. White plays knight to d2, but the issue here is it does nothing for his castling. His castling is still 3 moves away, and that's why Pragg takes on b4, it takes b4, and I do think Pragg is better here for sure, because white's king is so far away from castling, so far away. बॉन्ग क्लाउड की क्या जरूरत थी, वो बात तो सही है भाई, बट आई थिंक ही I mean, you can't really blame him. Yeah, he was winning so many games continuously. श्रेयांश भाई क्या कॉपी पेस्ट करना था आपको मुझे बता दो. Right now, clearly VD AG is the better player, no doubt, but VD is catching up. So let's go to the game of Vidit again. भाई कुछ खेला क्या? अभी कुछ खेला नहीं है AG ने. Who all are playing Grand Prix? All the top players of the world, literally. Everybody who has not qualified for the candidates and Carlsen के अलावा, everybody is playing. Ding, Giri, I mean maybe Hikaru, Vidit, I don't know, Asipeng को शायद नहीं खेल रहा, but everybody else जो 2750 के ऊपर है सारे खेल रहे हैं. कुछ स्टोरीज अच्छा ओ या बट यार वो डिसेबल करके रखा है फॉर सम रीजन. व्हाट्स अप विद एडी नाउअडेज? I have no clue, bhai. I think he got married this at the end of last year, so it kind of makes sense, you know, he's spending some time at home. That definitely makes sense. कल मजे आए थे watching you lose brain cells समय की tactics पे. भाई अच्छा रहा, लोग थे नहीं देखने के लिए कल. But I think he played really well, bhai. For his rating and for his opponent, he played really, really well. एक बात तो है, of course he blundered many pawns and whatsoever, his opponent also did those, and I think he played really well yesterday. Opponent की 100 पॉइंट तो रेटिंग घटा दी उसने हर फॉर्मेट में. Samay is improving, surely he is. Only one Indian in the Grand Prix. Yes, only one. Also, Black Bishop seems like the better bishop for Black. Yes, that's the better bishop because the pawn structure, of course. Pawn light squares पे है तो bishop दास पे रहेगा तो better है. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम है ना यार, मतलब प्रॉब्लम ये कि ये मूव क्या थी मुझे समझ नहीं आया. Like it's of course a very risky move. It has some pluses, of course, but honestly, if you lose this bishop now this bishop also becomes important suddenly because you need to support these light squares somehow. Never play f6. Yeah, I mean that's a good rule of thumb. Yeah, in like 990 times out of 1000 you don't play f6. Let's put it that. What was the move Niels missed? Basically Carlsen, yeah, I think he should have played the move after the king f8. He could have played a move like queen b4 and, you know, try to capture on d5 and gain some not d5 immediately, but at some point queen b4, king g8, and now there's mate threat, so you have to be careful. For example, bishop a4 could be played, and now it's like the bishop and the queen and the bishop are all lined up. Also queen b3 is a very good move, trying to pin this pawn itself, and now you can't really play d4 and ed5 is a threat, and it also defends the mate. So एक से दो निशाने वाली बात है, but I do feel कि Carlsen have still fought on. Carlsen है भाई, कभी हार नहीं मानता. अरे he would go queen f7, play king h7, rook f d8, and then he would try to attack white. AG भाई 1 घंटा 10 मिनट ले ले प्लीज. ऐसे नहीं लेगा भाई. AG है भाई. OG never play f6, always play b4. Okay, I disagree with that. निहाल क्यों नहीं है? निहाल अभी यार कितना खेलेगा यार, कितना खेला है वो पिछले साल. थोड़ा रेस्ट दे दो बेचारे को. भाई ऑनेस्टली वीडी के चांसेस बताओ ना टू विन। श्याम भाई इस गेम में तो चांसेस कम है, बट आई थिंक ड्रॉ वुड बी अ गुड रिजल्ट विद द ब्लैक पीसेस अगेंस्ट एजी। बट आई डू फील कि टूर्नामेंट जीतने के चांसेस फॉर श्योर है, कंसिडरिंग ही इज प्लेड सो वेल सो फार एंड इट्स ओनली राउंड 5, सो आई डू फील ही हैज गुड चांसेस। बट ऑफ कोर्स ऐसा नहीं कि मतलब गारंटेड है कुछ। बेस्ट मूव फॉर व्हाइट। See, white is already better. I think Hugh has many options. You could try to play a move like a3, control the knight, and then try to play queen c2. You could also try to play the knight g3, also very logical, trying to attack this bishop. And if black captures, you improve your pawn structure. And to be honest, I would rather be white here because this weakness is definitely disturbing. And the knight on a6 is kind of, I don't like it. I don't like it. AG will finally draw, nothing to worry. अरे भाई draw jokes नहीं भाई, draw jokes नहीं. Why Magnus not participating Grand Prix? Because he is the world champion and Grand Prix is the world championship qualifying cycle. I don't think we need to see Magnus versus Magnus in the world championship. What is the prize money for winner in master section? I think they have appearance money and prize money का मुझे पता नहीं है, but appearance money काफी अच्छा होता है. Like they get tens of thousands of dollars each player. Who played Bonkcloud? Nobody, why? Nobody. This is not winner stage or this is not some speed chess championship. This is like proper classical chess. यहाँ पे जो Bonkcloud खेलेगा वो पिलेगा भाई बुरी तरह. दोनों के रेटिंग में सिर्फ 2 और 7 ही है. That's interesting actually. 2727 2772 ऐसा रीअरेंज करके बनाया है नंबर. Nice. वीडी लूजिंग भाई, मैं गेम खोल के बैठा हूं यार, मैं लिटरली गेम खोल। कहां से हार रहा है भाई, कहां से हार रहा है? वैन फॉरेस्ट गेम इज डैम इंटरेस्टिंग। ओके वैन फॉरेस्ट गेम खोलते हैं भाई। ओके आई डू थिंक कार्लसन्स गेम इज अ बिट मोर इंटरेस्टिंग, बट या दिस इज आल्सो वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। आफ्टर e6 he did not capture and now I think bishop c2 is a good move for Van Forest to try and mate. By the way, Van Forest की ओपनिंग प्रेप भाई इतनी खतरनाक होती है भाई, इसके साथ खेलना ऑलमोस्ट इम्पॉसिबल है। इफ यू कैन प्रेडिक्ट व्हाट यू विल प्ले, इट्स सो डिफिकल्ट। वो दोनों साथ साथ हैं। कौन दोनों भाई? सब्सक्राइबर मीट रख लो, चेस खेलेंगे भाई। हर्षल भाई उस सब्सक्राइबर मीट में एक अनफॉर्चुनेट गेस्ट भी आएगा, उसका नाम होगा कोविड, तो वी हैव टू वेट। लेकिन वीडी गेन 10 येलो पॉइंट्स। या ही इज प्लेइंग रियली वेल दिस टूर्नामेंट बाय द वे। प्रग्गू चलो प्रग्गू ही गेम देखते हैं यार। प्रग्गू क्या कर रहा है भाई? प्रग्गू लेट्स गो। प्रग्गू ने कुछ खेला नहीं यार, ही इज कैलकुलेटिंग। So I would of course consider moves like rook a2 and so on. I would also consider, for example, rook a6 and or even I want to play b6. I want like b6 takes and queen takes. Like this is what I want. But the problem is after b6, he can avoid taking. He can play a move like queen f3, attack my rook, and if I save my rook, then he can go c6. And ये मुझे पसंद नहीं आ रहा भाई. Now he can take on f6, and I have to trade queens. And then it is actually better for white. So b6 is not possible yet. That's why rook a6 or rook a4 or rook a2 threatening b6 maybe. Maybe by end of this tournament, we will become known as Indian surpassing Vishy. Kumar, by end of this tournament, it would be really impressive if he can do that. उसको already 3 गेम और जीतने पड़ेंगे, which is like ridiculous. मतलब इतना करना तो almost impossible है. So what I would expect is कि if he can play consistently well for this tournament and the Grand Prix, he can automatically reach that milestone, but not in this tournament. इसमें मुश्किल है। प्रखर ने मचा दिया आज नर्स की वाले स्ट्रीम पे। हाँ भाई बहुत बढ़िया कैलकुलेट किया। Did we really need to draw? Not really. Is AG already in the candidates? Not yet, bhai, not yet. He also has to fight for it. Right now, AG is clearly the better player. There's no doubt. His rating is like 50 points higher. He has more experience, so clearly he is a better player. But long term, we can't be sure. We can't be sure long term what will happen. Are all players paid in the World Rapid and Blitz? Not really, Raghavai. No, nobody is paid in the World Rapid and Blitz. फ्यूचर की जगह वीडी आया और अब जीत रहा है। या बट फ्यूचर भी जीत रहा होता भाई, वो बंदा भी खतरनाक है। रेटिंग पे क्वालिफाई नहीं कर सकते फॉर कैंडिडेट्स, दे हैव रिमूव्ड दैट क्वालिफिकेशन क्राइटेरिया, सो इट्स नॉट नो लॉन्गर पॉसिबल। लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ अर्जुन नाउ। एक बार ऐसा मारते क्या कर रहा है. So we saw it till f6 and he played g5 and black simply castled. He was like, इससे पहले मेरा king नंगा हो जाए, let me castle. And now he can just try to develop his pieces first of all. For example, queen develop कर सकते हो. Okay, a4 is not possible right now. Okay, it's possible but risky. You could go queen e2 or you could play a3 b4. The idea is to of course expand on the queen side जहाँ पे black का king है. And even knight b5 is tempting. You could also take on f6, but I think with the king on e1 probably this can be delayed for a while. टेंशन होल्ड करो. लेट्स नॉट गिव ब्लैक द ओपन जी फाइल वेरी क्विकली. आराम से खेलते हैं भाई, ठंड रखते हैं भाई, ठंड रखते हैं. एंड पहले यहाँ पे थोड़ा क्वीन सेल्फ एक्सपैंड करते हैं भाई. a3 b4. If I was Eric Hansen in his place of Magnus, his opponent would have. अरे भाई भाई, world champion should be allowed to play in candidates. If he wins, then he should be declared world champion unchallenged. विश्वा भाई बढ़िया है भाई. फिर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप रखेंगे नहीं कभी, एक ही बंदा जीतता रहेगा भाई कंसिस्टेंटली. ये क्वेश्चन भाई, ब्लोअर वर्सेस हीटर. ब्लोअर वर्सेस हीटर, आई एम नॉट इवन श्योर भाई. क्या 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 बोलूं मैं. If you have to pick between VD and Nihal for the World Championships match against Magnus, whom to pick? Right now, VD clearly, no doubt. Right now, VD clearly. So let's go to the game of the Masters again. And by the Surya game, मैं उतनी नहीं देख रहा हूँ because Surya is playing the same opening which VD played against Isipenko, and we have the exact same position. But Surya has a better version, so he can try to push. But we saw this exact same position there, and that's why I'm not focusing too much on it. We look at it in the end game. So now we come to the game of Vidit again. VD is way better than Nihal right now. Yes, true, Himeka, true. Vivek Desai versus Samay Raina. I think Samay is right now better, although Vivek by 1800 पहुंच चुका है, so I'm surprised. But pleasantly, yeah, next time will be like he will be one of the favorites. So next time जब tier list करेगा वो, तो I think अपने आप को उसको top पे डालना पड़ेगा, along with like Joel, B-Stats, Pragg, himself, Samay, and maybe like Anirban. COVID result negative आया था भाई, so I'm fine. Really love the way you support me. Thanks a lot, रोहन भाई. आपका नाम है रोहन गिरी है भाई, आप किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो यार? वीडियो और गिरी. कैन प्लग पे रुक e6. बाय द वे, प्लग की गेम में रुक e6 इज पॉसिबल, बट आई फील हमें यहां पे ब्रेक थ्रू करना है. एंड queen side is our forte right now. Rook e6 is possible, but I think let's enter with the rook somewhere on a2, a4 or a6 or somewhere. Let's try to use this rook. This rook is already in the game. This rook can be improved, I think. So let's see how Pragg does it. Can Magnus deny to play any candidate? He cannot. If he denies, he loses the world championship. Does Vidit Tata pay for tickets? As Vidit said, he'll cancel his tickets 2-3 times. I'm sure they pay for the tickets, but of course, if the cancellations happen because of the player, then they would of course not pay, I guess. But they might be paying for the tickets for sure. Let's go to the game of Vidit again. आयुष भाई, आप अपने पापा से भी ऐसी बात करते हो क्या? Come on भाई, calm, relax करो भाई, relax करो यार. COVID results negative भाई. So right now, yeah, I think AG has not played anything. So let's go to the game of Carlsen again. And oh, he played d4. He played d4. Now the center is closed. मतलब इस बिशप के पास तुम you go back a few moves. यहां पे देखो, ये बिशप सबका बाप है. This bishop is like the monster piece on the planet. इसको देख के लग रहा है भाई ये बंदा अटैक जरूर करेगा. ये बंदा कुछ ना कुछ तो खाएगा गेम में. We move ahead like 7 moves and suddenly 1 2 3 4 भाई 4 पॉन ऐसे सामने बैठ गए भाई, पूरा सफोकेट कर दिया उस बिशप को. सो आई थिंक नाउ कार्लसन इज प्रॉब्ली फाइन, बट या स्टिल वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड बिकॉज द किंग्स आर रियली वीक. बट लेट्स सी. What do you think of the World Rapid Championship having hybrid format, classical, rapid and blitz? I don't agree with that, Sohail. I think it's kind of good that more players get a chance to become world champion. Like Abdul Sattarov became the World Rapid Champion. ऐसा हुआ तो उसको मौका मिलेगा ही नहीं. It's a good thing they get more world champions. It's a really good thing. Can it should be 1 versus 7 World Championship where champion needs to defend against 7 others? Then the title would not belong to one guy for a long time. Harsh, but that's also unfortunate because just by pure probability, the best player will not end up winning each time. So that's kind of unfortunate, I feel. So कोई भी world champion बन जाएगा. Like imagine you have a very good year, some 2650 grandmaster qualifies through some magic, and he could be the world champion. So that's also kind of unfortunate. पॉडकास्ट शुरू कर लो लेवी की तरह भाई. भाई पॉडकास्ट हर कोई करता है भाई आजकल. लिटरली इसको देखो पॉडकास्ट कर रहा है भाई. आई हैव नो इंटरेस्ट इन पॉडकास्ट ऑनेस्टली. आई डू एंजॉय बैंटर, लाइक ऐसे विवेक करता है ट्रैश टॉकिंग या आफ्टर पार्टी, उस तरह की सीन से मजा आता है. बट पॉडकास्ट प्रॉपर नॉट रियली. मेरी चैट पढ़ो, पढ़ लिया अरिन भाई. What do you think of Magnus in 2900? Is it possible? It is definitely possible, but the thing is, he can never afford to lose a game. Never ever can he afford to lose a game. उसके हर टूर्नामेंट रेटिंग गेन करनी है उसको, चाहे 2-3 पॉइंट ही गेन करे, बट गेन करना ही है उसको. सो आई डू फील कि he has to be really fast and really accurate. That's very important. Oh, 19K हो गया क्या? अरे वाह यार, 19K subs हो गए. Thanks a lot chat for the 19K subs. Awesome यार. We are close to 20K now. और thanks a lot question भाई. What are some top players in Grand Prix? If some top player's name you remember, and that guy has already not qualified for the World Championship cycle, then he's playing the tournament. बस मान लो, हर कोई खेल रहा है. How does Tata Steel earn from tournaments? Vitesh, through advertising, through deals with, for example, Chess.com. They can allow Chess.com to broadcast the live footage on their channel, and they can take money from Chess.com. And of course, they have sponsors. Yeah, मतलब they have sponsors for decades, for the past few decades. आपकी क्वालिफिकेशन क्या है भाई? मैं इंजीनियर हूँ, डिप्रेस्ड हूँ, और चेस प्लेयर हूँ, और स्ट्रीमर हूँ. How much yellow would Magnus have lost if he loses against Nils? I think he would lose, like, with 200 point difference. He would lose like at least 7 points or so, 8 points, and that will literally put back his dreams of becoming, reaching 2800 really back by at least 6 months, maybe 3 months. So if he loses to Nils, उसका 29 का सपना at least 3 महीने आगे चला जाएगा भाई, at least 3 महीना. So he cannot afford to lose at any cost. सिर्फ डिप्रेस बोलते तो भी समझ जाते, बाकी बोलने की जरूरत नहीं थी. Nice. Let's go to Pragg's game chat. He has played the move king to f8. I think he wants to play h6 chat. I do like that idea. But I'm not sure if king f8 was the best way to do it. Because right now in this position, if you play h6, then white can just take, yeah, and you have mate here. So that's why he played king f8, I think. But maybe it's a bit slow. That's the only issue. I think it's a bit slow. At the sub count, नहीं भाई कौशल भाई, किसी को फोर्स नहीं करना सब करने के लिए. सब काउंट करने से आई थिंक प्रेशर बढ़ता है सब करने के लिए. सो इफ एनीबडी वांट्स टू सब, दे विल सब ऑटोमेटिकली. तो डू सब गाइस वेल है, बट स्टिल सब काउंट करने का पॉइंट नहीं है भाई. VD game, any update? Yes, we'll have a look at VD's game as well. But I don't understand this move king f8 too much, because I think it's kind of a bit slow. The position demands some sort of dynamic play here, and this is a bit of a static play, trying to gain the bishop pair. Good for Pragg, but probably there are better moves. But I do like this move. It's not like a bad move. Not the best though. So let's go for the game of VD again and see if AG has played something. AG played the move a3. So now this move is kind of aimed at this knight. So it's time for AG to move the queen somewhere. And he wants to avoid this tactic at all cost. And also whenever white goes bishop a5, you can always push through with b4 later on. So this is, and of course b4 is what white wants to go anyway, because queen c2, b4, he gains space on the queen side, push करेंगे pawn, धक्के लगाएंगे black के pieces को. So that's why a3 is a good move, and especially he did not have anything great. But unfortunately, the problem again is not this, it's this pawn. I don't like this move, and now VD has to decide, does he play a move like rook e7 and try to develop rooks? Does he try to bring the bishop back? Or does he try to, focus on the queen side, play rook b8, which is of course a bit passive and kind of cuts off the knight. So VD moves are not easy, chat. Not easy moves for VD here, because there is no very natural move. And he's very low on time. He's used up 1 hour for like the first 14 moves. 1 घंटा यूज हो चुका है for first 14 moves, and he has 40 minutes for the next 26. सो इमेजिन करो कितना डिफिकल्ट है खेलना. एंड पहले 14 मूव में तो बहुत सारी तो थ्योरी होती है. फॉर एग्जांपल पहले 10 मूव तो सारी थ्योरी थे. टिल दिस मूव ही हैड नॉट इवन थॉट फॉर अ सिंगल सेकंड. सो 4 मूव के लिए ही यूज्ड अप एन आवर. So now he is going to face a lot of time pressure in this position. So AG is right now the clear favorite AG. But I hope Vidit can come back because he's leading right now, sole lead. I want him to maintain his lead and not kind of lose his confidence because he's going into the Grand Prix very soon and he's the only guy who can, for example, qualify for the candidates from India. हेलो टिकू जी, शाउट प्लीज। आज कितने गेम में आपका प्यार दिखाई दिया है? मेरा प्यार मतलब टिकू भाई, डू यू हैव अ रेगुलर जॉब एज वेल? नो हर्ष भाई, हर्षल भाई, अर्जुन की गेम दिखाओ भाई, अभी देखिए हमने, विल गो बैक टू इट वेरी सून। सो आई थिंक Vidit has a long thing to, I mean, he has to go for a long thing here. The plans are not easy, especially after the move f6. There are some open diagonals, some weak squares. Long term, it can cost Vidit a lot. I don't think he'll go for some crazy attack like this, which looks over ambitious because his pieces are on the queen side. So let's see what's wrong with b6. B6 is the knight here. Unfortunately, the knight on a6 is hanging, so that's not really possible, and knight does not have a good square right now. So until the knight is resolved, you can't really go b6, and that's why white has played a3. So whenever he goes queen c2, he will push through b4, and b6 also will not work. Have you been to Tiku Jiniwadi? I have not been there. I know it's a place in Maharashtra apparently. And it's a Petrov, exactly. So Petrov can be very interesting, by the way, as you can see. Carlsen ने बोला था कि अलीजा कैंडिडेट नहीं तो मैं वर्ल्ड चैंपियन नहीं खेलूंगा. आई थिंक ही विल प्ले टाइकून आफ्टर द वर्ल्ड रैपिड एंड ब्लिट्ज चैंपियनशिप. उसकी वर्ल्ड लिस्ट में काफी धुलाई हुई है कार्लसन की. ही इवन लॉस्ट टू फेदोसीव भाई. लाइक आई वाज सो सरप्राइज्ड बाय दैट, एंड आई थिंक बिकॉज ऑफ दैट रीजन ही विल प्रोबब्ली नॉट डू दैट एनीमोर. सो yeah, bishop a5 is possible, but like it's not a serious move. I can just move. Yeah, bishop a5. I can just move the rook. Let's say rook f1. What next? White will go queen c2. He'll go b4, and the bishop has to come back automatically. So I don't really like it. भाई अपनी कोल्ड रिपोर्ट स्कोर के साथ लगा दो. People are crazy. नहीं भाई, नेगेटिव है कोल्ड रिपोर्ट मेरी. Thanks a lot for the क्या guys, means a lot भाई. कहाँ से इंजीनियरिंग करी थी आपने भाई? थापर यूनिवर्सिटी से करी थी यार, पटियाला. पटियाला. आई विजिटेड टीकू जिनीवाड़ी. नाइस यार, वहां पे अपना घर ले लो भाई. और मैं लूंगा भाई. ओके, आई थिंक मैं घर खरीद लूंगा वहां पे टीकू जिनीवाड़ी में. तो डालूंगा लाइव टिक्कू स्ट्रीमिंग लाइव फ्रॉम टिक्कू जिनीवाड़ी. ड्रॉ इन मैनस गेम आई फील. लेट्स सी मैनस गेम. I don't think this will be a draw chat. I don't think so. I think this position is really complicated. And considering कि नील्स के पास टाइम कम है, I think कोई ना कोई तो ब्लंडर करेगा. It's very unlikely to be draw. Of course, white has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns. Black has 1, 2, 3, 4. So Carlsen is a pawn down, and white has 2 bishops as well. But considering this pawn chain, I think Carlsen will always have play, and he will try bishop a6, bishop c4 to exchange one of the bishops. Then this bishop will be really stupid. He'll play knight f7, knight d6, knight c4, rook b8, and suddenly Niels will be losing. So if Niels does not do anything, Carlsen's moves are very simple to play. He will go knight f7. He will go knight d6. He will go bishop a6, bishop c4. The bishop on b3 will be exchanged off. Then he will go king f7. He will go rook b8, rook c8, and he will try to attack white, like go with an insane attack. So I do feel कि मतलब Niels को थोड़ा sharp रहना पड़ेगा. Maybe go f4 at some moment. Maybe go h4, h5. Maybe rook g1, queen g2, and try to attack white on the king side. Otherwise, long term, he is going to suffer. मैं बढ़िया हूँ विवेक भाई, तुम कैसे हो यार? Tiku Jiniwadi is a water park. Nice. Queen c1 with the idea of b6. Queen c1 यहाँ पे तो possible नहीं है यार. How is bishop a7? Let's go to Vidit's game now. Bishop a7 कैसे खेलोगे यार? Bishop a7 कैसे खेलोगे? थापर से कौन सी सिविल कर दिया मैंने? Shankland Dubov game. So we have not looked at that game for a while. Let's go to Shankland Dubov's game for a second, just for the sake of it, and check it out how it's going. Okay, very interesting. So is it the Catalan? Does look like a Catalan though. Very common setup for the Catalan. Yes. A5. Okay. Rook d1. Bishop a4. Knight e5. Duo going for some sort of kingside play here. Bishop f4. Draw repetition avoided. Yeah, very interesting setup here. So apparently the rook is attacked. White will later on take the knight on b4. So black will take the pawn on b6. So I expect to draw here because the pawn structure is very symmetrical. I expect a draw in this game. Should be a draw. Let's go to the game of Pragg now. Knight c7 out of bishop a5. Yeah, but the bishop on a5 will be trapped, Rishu. We'll come to that game. The bishop on a5 will be trapped on a5. The knight comes to c7. Anish will just go b4 and the knight will be trapped. For example, I'll go to that game very soon. So, okay, Pragg has not played anything. Let's say you play a move like bishop a5. Oh, he went for g5. He went for the attack. Okay, I was thinking he could go g5. I mentioned it once, but I was like, okay, he will not go for this. He went for g5. Okay, now this will not be a draw. This is no longer going to be a draw, chat. No draw happening now. Just to point out something, chat. एक पॉइंट आउट कर लूं पहले, डाउटली कर लूं. If bishop a5, rook f1, knight to c7, white can simply move the queen, let's say, to a4, and the bishop is kind of trapped on a5. b4 is coming up, so that's not really possible. And Vidit has played g5, so that means this will be a crazy attack. By the way, he can't go g4 yet because of knight h4, so he probably has to start pushing his h pawn as well. So crazy game. AJ has so much more time, yes, but now he will also go low on time because he also has to calculate. I am sure he did not expect g5, like he had not taken it too seriously because he's not taken up too much time, because this is very risky. So this shows you how confident VD is. I think this is a typical kind of scenario जहाँ पे अगर कोई 2750 किसी 2650 का खेल रहा है, कोई 2250 किसी 2150 का खेल रहा है, you play like this because you know you are the stronger player. And it might be risky, but you expect your opponent to go wrong and make some mistakes, and you hope that the attack would work because you have faith in yourself. But यहाँ पे उल्टा है, यहाँ पे Vidit is the slightly weaker player by 50 points. So that means VD is feeling really confident right now. Either he's like totally, underconfident or really confident. बीच का नहीं हो सकता. In this game, which queen c1 with the idea of b6? Queen c1. Do you mean queen c8? Yeah, but again, once you play b6, I can go queen a4 and attack your knight again. So I'm not, the knight has to come back to b8. That's already a bad sign. Queen c8 is a passive move. Unless forced, I want to avoid it. I want to activate pieces, not make them passive. It also disconnects the rook, by the way. You think Rajavu will be the dark horse for the candidates? He is so good. Yeah, Rajavu is definitely the dark horse. I think I made a video on this, by the way. He's definitely the dark horse because he's practiced so much. He has the most time to practice for the candidates. So very interesting. Thanks, Chika bhai. AG was PD. Please quick recap from move 1. I think recap move 1 se to nahi karenge, but what we'll focus on is this position. Now, chat, I have a question for you. So why Black can be sometimes threatening g4. So I am sure इस position में लोग आधे लोग कुछ बोलेंगे, आधे लोग कुछ बोलेंगे. So is h3 a good move, chat? Your move. I mean, is it a good move or a bad move, chat? What do you think? h3, good move or bad move, and why? Why is also very important. What do you think, chat? But why is it bad, chat? Okay, very bad, but why? Why is it bad? Very important. Because of battery. Okay, I understand there's a battery. Okay, very interesting, chat. I'll be back in 5 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so weak king, exactly, absolutely correct. And because engine says it's bad. That's not the only reason, by the way. The thing is, it's like a hook. It's like a hook. So basically, abhi kya hai ki if I play g4, I am not forcing open the g file. Once you play h3, after first of all, bishop h3 is one threat. That's very obvious. This is already very strong. But even if this is not possible, I could play a move like g4. And now white has to react in some way. Of course, there's knight h4 right now. It's not working. But it's definitely an option for black. It's definitely one option. And this is something white will constantly have to understand and take care. And g4 is something which will always be on black's agenda. So also there's bishop h3 as well. That's also very strong. Thanks for Namkishore bhai. Yeah, we reached 19 subs finally. So I do feel, chat, ki matlab, whenever your side is somebody's trying to attack you, do not play moves, pawn moves on the side you are weaker. यहाँ पे clearly white is stronger on the queen side, so that's why black should not play pawn moves on the queen side. Clearly black is stronger on the king side, so white should not play pawn moves on the king side unless forced. So white should be solid. He should try to play moves like knight d2, try to exchange these active pieces one by one. If Anish can exchange this knight for this knight, this bishop, then I think there's no attack and Anish is slightly better. So he should try to exchange these pieces with moves like knight d2 and not h3, g3 and so on, not create any weaknesses. It's really important. Manit, he is kind of overextending, but I think he has some potential here. He has some potential. And the potential can be easily seen because after h3, I think he's already winning on the spot because these active pieces guarantee him a clear win. And also, of course, rook can come into the play as well. G4 can come into the play. There are tactics with knight f2 happening at some moment. So I do feel key, and knight is also hanging, by the way. So it shows you the potential of VD's attack. So it's not like completely, you know, like random. G5 is not random. It has some potential there. It has some potential understanding behind it. But of course, with perfect play, white should be better. There's no doubt. When a pawn cannot go back, a pawn cannot go back. So once you play g5, f6, h6, once you play f6, e6, g6 become weak. So end game में कल को white का knight अगर यहाँ आ गया, that will be the end of the game for black. So black has some long term problems, but short term white has to solve some problems as well. Chaitanya, thanks a lot for the kind words. कल शाम को इतना मुझे लग नहीं रहा था भाई ऐसे, लेकिन is g5 a bad move with it? It's not a bad move, it's not a bad move. It's a very interesting move and it's a double-edged move. It's a risky move, but not a bad move. I think it's something which came to my mind, but I was like, ठीक है, बहुत risky है. But he went for it. He went for it. Thanks for coming, bhai. Who is your best friend? You don't know him, so I don't see the point. Pragg game. Let's go to the Pragg game, by the way. We have to also get Carlsen's game. That's very interesting today. Thanks, Singh bhai. Ayushi, yes, I do. I obviously do. Let's go to the game of Pragg. Oh, by the way, some interesting things happened here. After the move King F8, he played Queen to B3. So, पहले Queen C3 से G3 पे आई, फिर G3 से B3 पे आई. White का castling करने का मूड नहीं है भाई. But I think he's trying G3, Bishop G2 now. I think that's his plan. But even now, he's 3 moves away. He's 3 moves away from castling. Pragg plays h6, trying to, tempt him into giving the bishop. And now he plays bishop h4. What? But now he can't go g3 anymore. So what was the point of playing queen b3 then? I mean, I think Pragg is going to win today. Richard does not look in great form because he, of course, wants to maybe go, okay, bishop h4. So what do I do now? Let's say I play a random move. Let's say I play e4. I'm like, bhai, ab tu kya kar lega yahan pe? Will he play e3, d3? Oh my god. Is this fine for white? It's very risky though. This is such a great position. Oh my god, it's such a crazy position. Yeah, so white is holding on, but this is not easy for white clearly. I mean, ye pawn yahan pe, let me flip the board. Imagine playing from this position, which is insane, which is completely insane. You can't go g3 because of g5. So how do you castle? Kabhi na kabhi f3 khelna padega, I guess. But then there's the rook on e3. Oof. Crazy position, man. Crazy position. So we'll follow this, of course. Let's go to this, the live position right now. Phone उठा लो, मेरा phone नहीं बच रहा भाई. 3 pass. I mean, pass पर अभी एक भी नहीं है भाई अभी तो. So let's go to Carlsen's game. भाई Carlsen क्या गुल खिला रहा है? So after the move, bishop b5, king f8, bishop a4, d4. Nils played bishop b3, cutting off black's king. And Carlsen immediately played the move knight to f7. The idea is very obvious. Knight at some moment will go to d6. But I think he will also go bishop a6 and bishop c4. The idea is to exchange this very strong bishop and then to start moving the knight towards the king side and slowly start attacking white. I do feel white has to play f4 or h4, h5 very soon. या फिर rook g1, queen g2, whatever it is. If he does not attack soon, I think Magnus will win this game very comfortably. If I get like extra 3 moves here, white can probably resign. So practically at least. So I do feel he has to be really fast. Pragg played. Okay, let's have a look what he played. He played the move. Oh, he played e4. He played the move e4, and now I think e3 is the only move. अगर black ने e3 खेल दिया, oh हो, छी, फिर तो खत्म है game. फिर तो खत्म है. Then he can resign. Sailor, what do you think about Rapport's playing style? Yeah, he has his unique style. Jahan pe he, plays some crazy openings. He's not really going for the most ambitious lines. I don't have a problem with it, but in this game, I think he's not played the best chess. And yeah, I do feel like Rapport is in the pressure. Arey Venkatramana, thanks a lot for super chat, bye. Fun commentary, thanks a lot, bye. Thanks a lot. I think the games are also fun and the matchups are also fun today. I mean, AG versus BD. I mean, it's a house seller by itself. And by the way, Queen b7 is still not possible. So AG has to decide what does he do now. So he could try to exchange pieces with knight e2. He could try to play knight g3, and then white has to probably take care of the b7 pawn. Or he can, go crazy and, start playing on the queen side. But he's thinking. He has already thought for 10 minutes in this move. Very important moment for AG, because he decides the plan in this moment. If I get extra 50 moves, Magnus has to resign. That's probably true, bhai. Can Vidit play bishop a6 and damage pawn structure? Vidit is black, yeah. Vidit is black. Anish can capture on a6 and damage the pawn structure. But I think this bishop is really important. बहुत ही important bishop है. Light squares, देखो white के pawn dark square पे है सारे. Almost सारे pawn dark square पे हैं. So clearly the light square bishop is the good bishop, and वो bishop हमें game में रखना है. And that's why he cannot give the bishop easily, unless कुछ और material ना मिल रहा हो. Twitch अभी भी आते हो? आता हूँ भाई कभी कभी. Can VD become next Vichy? I mean, he cannot become the next Vichy, but he can totally become the next VD, the next world champion. That's true. What about King F1? King F1 also possible. I think King F1 के बाद it's like वो Pragg जैसी move है. If you can avoid it, avoid it. It's not solving any purpose. Like मतलब ऐसे डरना भी नहीं है भाई Bishop H2 से कि मतलब हम King F1 खेल रहे. And H2 pawn can be hanging sometimes. And यहाँ पे because the knight is on E4, Fisher की move Bishop H2 will not be so stupid यहाँ पे. Once the knight is gone. Once the knight is gone, Bishop H2 will not be so stupid. After G3 you can just capture and completely bear open the white's king. And बाद में उसकी जो मेटे लगेंगी ना, वो आंखों के लिए आसानी होगी देखनी. Sir, do you know where is Samay sir? He is in Pune भाई, I guess. समय ने थोड़ा स्ट्रीमिंग से पॉज लिया है भाई. आई डोंट नो व्हेन ही विल स्ट्रीम, बट फिलहाल स्ट्रीमिंग से पॉज लिया बिकॉज ऑफ कोर्स ही वाज नॉट स्ट्रीमिंग यस्टरडे एज वेल. कल लेकिन बहुत बढ़िया खेला है. आई थिंक ही इज प्रैक्टिसिंग, हो सकता है मे बी. व्हाई नॉट क्वीन टू B7? बिकॉज इट्स इलीगल एंड इलीगल चीजें नहीं करनी चाहिए. आप कब से स्ट्रीम करोगे भाई? मैं स्ट्रीम नहीं करता भाई, मैं स्ट्रीम नहीं करता. दिस इज द वीडियो चैट. थैंक्स फॉर इम्प्रेस भाई. Why does Vidit stay always on the defensive end by the time we reach the middle game? Chaitanya, it's not really Vidit. It's because he has the black pieces right now. Mostly when you have the black pieces, you always have to be a bit cautious with your attacks. And to be honest, once he has played the move G5, he has already squashed all the defensive ideas. He's going for an attack. So I don't see how he's being defensive here. I think he's fine. He has two bishops pointed towards the white king side. एक bishop इधर, एक bishop इधर. He has a knight which can attack on F2. He has a queen ready to join the attack. So I don't see how it's defensive at all. The only bad piece is this knight on A6. अगर ये knight यहाँ होता, let's say यहाँ पे, so I would say VD is like much better. Who are you, Shweta? Shweta is asking. I am Sahil Tikku. I am a national master, and this is my channel, Chess Assist, along with Panali Dhari. I host it. And well, if you would like to watch the commentary, you can. Do subscribe. बिशप B8 बता दो कि ऐसा मूव है. बिशप B8 में यार देखो जैसे मतलब किसी को कोविड होता है, उसको हम आइसोलेशन में रखते हैं. उसको कहते हैं भाई अब तुम एक कमरे में रहो, वी डोंट वांट कोविड. बट इस रुक को कोविड नहीं हुआ है, सो वी डोंट वांट द रुक ट्रैप्ड ऑन 8 आफ्टर बिशप B8. ये रुक के सपने सारे टूट जाएंगे. सो वी वांट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल टू डेवलप दिस रुक एंड देन वी कैन गो बिशप E8 लेटर ऑन. फिलहाल के लिए बिशप B8 वुड नॉट बी अ गुड मूव. Nice, looks good. Yeah, it's probably a decent move, man. It's probably a decent move, not a bad move at all. But it of course means ki black can have some ideas with H5, H4 later on. For example, knight G3, H G3, and okay, bishop D3. Yeah, but it's not so easy actually. Let's say rook B8, bishop D3, queen F5. Let's say rook AC1, and then H5, and he can try to attack. Although it's not going to work with best play, but there are some chances, for example. Okay, so let's see. Let's go to the game of Carlsen. What has happened there? Not much apparently. Let's go to Pragg's game now. Oh, he played E3, by the way. He has played E3, only move. And now Pragg has many choices. He could first, of course, play D3, what we saw. And he could also play knight E5, which is also very interesting, threatening knight D3 sometimes. And if you take the pawn on D4, then chat, can you find the best move for black, chat? Come on. So if let's say he plays knight E5, he captures on D4, white to play, chat. What do you play in this position as Pragg? The real order in chat. Yo, Ashit bhai, kya haal hai? Whom are you supporting? Anish, Vidit. I'm supporting Vidit today because I think he's leading the tournament. I want him to win. अगर अनीश नाइट खेले तो क्या वीडी को ट्रेड करना पड़ेगा? He can avoid the trade, but I think Anish can still take on e4. Knight d3 check is possible, chat. That's definitely a good move. But after bishop d3, e d3, there is, there are moves like king f1, and then the king kind of hides for now. Even better is the move knight to f3 check, which is just completely insane. Because if the king comes to e2, I take on d4, I win the queen. So g f3 only move. Now e f3 only move, and the king is completely stuck. So bishop e2, rook takes e2, king f1, bishop h3, king g1, and queen takes d4, followed by queen g8, and soon mate. Rook d2 is also a threat. So that's why that is something Rapport will take care of. इसलिए कैसल करो भाई, कैसल करो, बहुत जरूरी है कैसल करना. By the way, let's go to Anish's game. Let's see what he has played. He has not played anything yet, I think. Let's refresh. Is CSL2 cancelled then? Not really. CSL2 might happen still. कोविड रुक, तेरी वॉचिंग सीवीआई से ज्यादा आ रही है. अरे ऐसा कुछ नहीं है भाई, वो तो यार टेम्पररी है, उनकी वॉचिंग ज्यादा होती है. थैंक्स लॉट मैनन भाई, थैंक्स लॉट. अनीश एंड विदित का मैच किसके फेवर में फ्लेवर मैंने गलत सुन लिया यार. उफ. राइट नाउ इट्स इन अनीश's फेवर आई थिंक, but I do feel कि Vidit has his own chances if Anish goes wrong, especially if he does not exchange pieces very quickly. I feel कि attack लगेगा very soon and it will not be so easy for Anish to face, because अगर ये pawn यहाँ आ जाए अचानक से, तो I might start liking VD now. So let's see what happens. Castling is good for heart, exactly भाई. हाँ exactly, they just started, exactly my point. Tapered storm, exactly. Nils blunders, अरे भाई क्यों ब्लंडर कर रहा है यार, क्यों ब्लंडर कर रहा है, वो क्या खेला उसने. अरे भाई क्वीन भी चेक दे दिया यार. कार्लसन इज अगेन बेटर एज यूजुअल, कार्लसन इज बेटर भाई. बिशप e4, e4, fg5, भाई ये कितनी क्रेजी लाइन है भाई. कौन सी गेम की बात कर रहे हो यार. You are in shoes of Vidit. I will surely recommend you to take off the shoes and give him back. ठीक है भाई. Yeah, I do feel like this is going to turn out well for Carlsen. I think Carlsen win the game. Yeah, he will win the game. बार में तो Anish favored है. Yeah, I do think Anish is slightly better, but because see guys, once you start attacking your opponent, तो even though with objective play you might be worse, but अगर आप अटैक कर रहे हो तो चांसेस तो हमेशा रहेंगे भाई. देयर इज ऑलवेज द चांस कि आपका ओपोनेंट गलती करेगा. तो ये डेफिनेटली पॉसिबल है कि यहां पे व्हाइट कैन गो रॉन्ग, डेफिनेटली पॉसिबल. Imagine how hard Anish is suggesting to not trash talk with sitting in front of him. Yeah, I can totally imagine जो बैठे होंगे तो हंस रहे होंगे भाई. It happens, but I think at this point they're professionals, तो उनको आदत लगती होगी to play against their friends, I think. But of course थोड़ा awkward हो जाता होगा यार कि हमारा सारा रोज ही रिपेयर साथ में करते हैं और यहाँ पे आपस में खेलना है. And Anish of course is the stronger player, so you cannot even ask for a draw. That would be unfair to Anish with the white pieces. 5 grams for the past. Who would you love to meet and have a stream with had they been alive today? Morphy, Fisher, Capablanca, Sultan Khan, and I am not sure who else. Fifth one could be anybody actually, because सारे काफी जिंदा है अभी तो वो जिंदा है. एक 16 good operating. It's a decent one. Thanks a lot, Shreyash bhai. So chat, let's go to the game of Arjun once, because he was also winning completely. Tal, yes, Tal. Thank you, bhai. Tal, fifth guy, Tal. Exactly. Thanks a lot for completing it out. So Arjun is still winning. He has played the move a3. He will start pushing his queenside pawn soon. So I do expect Arjun to take a solo lead today and destroy his competitor. Surya, I think, will have a slight chance, but most likely a draw here. So let's go to the Masters section. In the Masters section, we have Carlsen, who was almost lost at one point, but as usual, his opponents could not find the best move. And now it feels like Carlsen is again better. Caruana is of course playing against Esipenko. He has a slightly better position with a strong pawn on c4, a knight on e5. But Esipenko is still not lost. He has some important squares he can use. So let's go to the game of Mamedyarov, which is a crazy game. But I think Mamedyarov is better with the more material here. Pragg against Rapport is an insane game. Pragg has a pawn on d3. He could have also played knight e5, but he preferred the move d3, and now white can probably play h3 and then bishop h3, bishop h2, g4. I don't know how he castles, but he probably will because the center is closed. तो इतना आसान नहीं है किंग तक पहुंचना. Do you agree, disagree the opinion that Murphy looked amazing mainly because the opponents were not that great? Adit, I agree, but I think even if he played right now, he would still crush many top players. I mean, that's for sure. Many title players he would crush easily. So, because his style was so creative. So, let's go to the game of Karjakin now. Okay, crazy game, yeah. Black looks slightly better with his strong bishops here. Let's go to the Shankland game. And the queen on b7 is a bit awkward. But I do expect a draw here, even though white probably has an extra pawn. Feels like a drawish position. Where typical Benko-like compensation should be a draw. Let's go to the Anish game now. Anish is still thinking. Pragg is not losing, chat. He's not losing. He's not losing. Don't worry. Mama is winning. Mama कौन है भाई? What about b4 by Vidit? By b4 कैसे करेगा? I think you mean g4. Bro, love you. Indian chess community growing very fast now. It's not कि कोई एक चैनल को watching आती है. Great job. Thanks a lot भाई. 19 की subs congrats. Thanks a lot करते के भाई. Top 5 endgame players of all times. यार ये मुश्किल है यार. ये मुश्किल है भाई. ये बहुत मुश्किल है. Endgame में बहुत लोग थे. Rubinstein, Capablanca, Alekhine, Kasparov, Karpov, Carlsen, इतने सारे, even Vidit, it's Hare Krishna, Anna, is so difficult to choose. 19 के गैंग भाई 69 के भी हो जाएंगे किसी दिन. उस दिन 69 की गैंग मत बोलना भाई, बहुत गंदा लगेगा वो. Why Vidit called Stockfish as weak engine in interview? Because I think Stockfish is people are used to fantasy over I think Alpha Zero, Leela, ये भी काफी strong engines है आजकल. So I think Stockfish का जो craze था ना, it's past its peak now. तेज हो रहे हो, तेज नहीं हो रहे भाई. कॉफी गाय और टी गाय भाई, कॉफी गाय. Anish needs to win today to start climbing the table and finish on the top. Indian Shah, that's true भाई, but I do feel कि Vidit का यार lead कर रहा है यार. He's at the top of the table, chat. I really want to show you something. It's really important, yeah, really important. Let me go to the standings once, because you'll realize how important this is. If you go to the standings, VD is leading the tournament ahead of Esipenko, Carlsen, Mamidyarov, Duda, Caruana, Pragg, Dubov, Giri, Karjakin, Shankland, Grandelius. Like top players of the world. कितनी बड़ी बात है यार ये. So I really hope he can somehow manage to maintain his lead. That will be so awesome, bhai. That will be so awesome. It will be a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun. Bhai, candidate against Carlsen in next World Championship match. I hope it's Indian. I hope it's Vidi. I hope it's Anish, somebody from there. Bishop h3 Vidit. This is not really that great. First of all, it's Anish to move. So he will probably play a move like knight g3 or knight d2. He plays queen to c2. Oh, not the best move, by the way. Not the best move. Now you can probably put the bishop back on g6. As you can see, the bar is moving in VD's favor. Now it's going back again. It's moving back. The bar is confused. So I'm sure the bar is confused. He plays h5 immediately. Oh, bhai. This is turning out to be crazy now. सोचा ही नहीं भाई उसने. मेरे को लगा बिशप को डिफेंड करेगा, but he's like घंटा बिशप, हम तो अटैक करेंगे भाई. Oh. By the way, h4 is the move which the Indian really loves. But I'm not sure if Anish will play it. It's a very double-edged move to play h4 here. Because the idea is to get the f4 square for your knight. But it's very risky, of course, because the h4 pawn can be weak. This is going to be crazy. Why? Because VD is moving. And by the way, याद है एक टाइम पे अनीश के पास था 1 घंटा और 1 घंटा 10 मिनट और VD had 40 minutes. Now Anish has 40 minutes and VD has 36. So time बराबर हो चुका है. VD playing like Nepo, pushing pawns, thinking Indian Shah, yeah, but Nepo was low on confidence. VD is high on confidence. भाई मेरा मूव खेला क्वीन c2, yeah भाई, but now VD has played h5. So this is turning out to be spicy now. It can backfire. Surely it can. But the main thing is this will not end in a draw now. Very unlikely a draw. Most likely one guy will win. Either Anish will find the best moves and get a much better position, or Anish will make a mistake and VD will win. So VD या तो आज इतनी बड़ी लीड ले लेगा कि मतलब he will be like a favorite to win the event, or he will drop back and then we'll have to worry कि why did he go h5. कोई ना कोई चैट में लिखेगा oh my god why did he go h5, he over attacked. But regardless आज कुछ ना कुछ controversial तो होने वाला है. One fun question: all 16 world champions, if you get a chance to meet them, what question in chess would you ask them, sir? It should be related to chess only. I would probably ask them their favorite openings, because it will be fun to see if they if Tal prefers like tactical positions, or if he's like, I want to play the Queen's Gambit. It's fun to see कि mentally वो क्या सोचते हैं. अगर अभी ड्रॉ पे कर दिया तो नहीं, अब ड्रॉ पर नहीं करेगा. लाइक you don't play a move like h4 and offer a draw. You play a move like bishop g6, a very safe move and offer a draw. You don't play h5 and you are like, पहले तुम अपने ओपोनेंट को तुम एक खत लिखो, मैं तुम्हारे घर पे आके तुम्हारा पूरा किंगडम चोरी कर लूंगा, सब लोगों को मार डालूंगा, किसी को नहीं छोड़ूंगा, और उसके बाद में कहो चल छोड़ते हैं, ड्रॉ कर लेते हैं यार, तू अपना रख, मैं अपना रखता हूँ. ऐसे नहीं काम होता भाई. Once you throw the pawn on h5, it's an attack. You can't take your words back now. Nobody will take you seriously then. यो साकेत भाई, वीडियो किंग बहुत वीक हो रहा है. हाँ भाई, वीक तो है यार, वीक तो है, ये बात तो है, वीक तो बहुत है. थारा भाई, विदित टिक्कू एंजॉयिंग कंट्रोवर्सी. भाई कंट्रोवर्सी तो अभी ओटीवी वाली कंट्रोवर्सी इज फाइन, ये कंट्रोवर्सी इज फाइन. ओवर द बोर्ड नहीं, सॉरी ऑफ द बोर्ड नहीं. Knight e3 is now looking so good. Yeah, that's true. I think Knight e3 now would run into, I can just take. I feel now even bishop takes is kind of tempting, because I can start to play h4 at some moment. So even now this is also not so bad. By the way, there's no queen b7 now, so we are free to bring the knight into the game either via c7 or via b8. Now it's definitely possible. Queen c2 is not bad, bhai, not bad, but not the best. वीडी के किंग को सेफ्टी से एलर्जी है यार, ये बात तो है. बट देखो, तुम खुद सोचो यार, तुमने एक गेम खेली, द गेम ऑफ द ईयर, तुमने किंग को पूरा नंगा कर दिया, उसको तुम यहां से लेके तुम यहां लेके गए, लाइक यहां एंड यू वन द गेम. सो ऑब्वियसली थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस तो आएगा तुम्हें. No, h5 is not the only move, bhai. In fact, h5 is not the best move, at least by the Indian. But I do feel it's not like losing for VD. But I think Anish has to find a move like h4 here to stop this attack and gain some squares. If he plays something like, let's say, rook b1. Let's say Anish plays b4, okay? Let's b4, okay? Let's say b4 khela. Now he's trying to play on the queen side. But now Anish will also attack. For example, he will go a move like h4 now. That's a possibility. He could go queen h7, put some pressure here. He could play... try to bring, I don't know, maybe he can play, yeah, h4 looks the most logical move though, gaining space, and then king g7, rook h8, and you can start attacking bishop g4 and so on. Even h3 is not so bad here. So very interesting to see how Anish will play this now, because they are both low on time. वीडी किंग के कपड़े फाड़ देता है भाई, ये बात तो है भाई, ये बात तो है. किंग कपड़े क्या भाई, कपड़े पहने नहीं है इसने भाई, कपड़े पहनता ही नहीं है किंग इसका. Can he convert this? He totally can. Arjun का भी गेम देखो. Yeah, I saw his game. He played a3. I don't think many moves have been played in that game since then. What's your analysis of this position? Will really lose or draw is in the cards? Draw is highly unlikely. I think either Anish will convert this, he will find the best moves, or he will simply make a mistake and really will cruise through. So this will not be a draw. I did not understand h5 what he is thinking. So when you start attacking, you want an open file. You want to gain space. You want to push away your opponent's pieces. While the king यहाँ पे g3 पे है, g1 पे है, and he's being defended by this knight. Now you want to push these pawns, create some weaknesses, push these pieces back, ताकि knight को पीछे जाना पड़े, ताकि you start attacking on these pawns. So a simple attack है भाई. You're trying to attack, and because white pieces are on the queen side and the center, they don't have access to the king side yet. So he can allow himself this liberty. But the issue is, अगर attack नहीं लगा, कुछ गलती हो गई, कुछ व्हाइट को इंपॉर्टेंट स्क्वायर्स मिल गए, तो सडनली ही कैन बी बेटर. ओ, रुक d1 प्लेड. ही डिड नॉट फाइंड द बेस्ट मूव. नाउ h4. लेट्स गो. व्हाइट कैन नॉट बी h4. कम ऑन h4. लेट्स गो bd h4 बिफोर व्हाइट प्लेज h4. लेट्स गो h4. दिस इज बिकमिंग इंटरेस्टिंग बाय द सेकंड. लेट्स गो h4 bd. कम ऑन h4 भाई. प्रिवेंट h4 फ्रॉम व्हाइट. लेट्स गो h4. लेट्स गेन मोर स्पेस. भाई इंटरेस्टिंग बनता जा रहा है. It's not the only move, Rohishu bhai. It's not the only move. Come on, let's go. There will be no king walk here. I think king will quietly go to g7, and then he will try to come to h8. I think that's the plan. This is the new side of VD. Aditya, yes, I think he's really confident. You need to be really confident to play like this. I would never play like this because I'm never confident, but I think VD is, and that's a good sign. What if AG attacks queen? Oh, AG attacks queen from side. How will you attack the queen though? How will you attack the queen? You have no way to attack the queen. There's no way at all. Queen h7 is also possible, also a possibility, but I think h4 is probably the more logical move. But both are interesting. Both are interesting. AG's pieces are struggling for space. Yeah, but the issue is, if let's say something wrong happens, let's say somehow VD is not able to attack, then once his pieces get in the game, for example here, then he'll be completely lost. VD will be completely lost because he has so many weaknesses on his king side. All these squares are really weak. All these squares are really weak. Let's check out Pragg's games once very quickly. By the way, Rapport has played the move h3, so he's trying to castle as soon as possible. He'll probably go g4, bishop g2 and castles, and if he does that, I think Pragg is slightly worse. So Pragg has to find some counterplay here, because Pragg, he will have an extra pawn. He will go f3 at the correct moment, and white will be completely winning. So let's also Pragg can find some counterplay. Let's go to Carlsen's game once. Carlsen was completely better. Yeah, he's still better now. And now I think he will slowly try to exchange his bishop. He will go king h7 and he will bring his final piece into the game. And Grandelius will be kicking himself right now. Center close to flank attack karna zaruri hai. Exactly. If the center is close, for example here, even you have flank attacks as you can see. And that's the same also for VD. The center is not completely close. There's an open e file, but it's still kind of close with these pawns. So that's why he's attacking on the flanks. So now it's all going to be very important. Yes, bishop h3 would be too much. I think bishop h3 is a bit too much, because white is not forced to take. He can take also, but he can also avoid this. So I would not recommend sacrifices like this. If white goes h3, for example, then of course you can take here immediately, because that completely strips open the white king. There are two kinds of sacrifices, correct ones and mine, Tal. That's true. Everything aside, this is an exciting game. This is totally an exciting game. I think VD has raised the stakes quite a bit. And if he defeats AG, that will be insane. That will be insane. Yeah, so by the way, h4 ke baad, one possible line for white is knight takes h4, g takes h4 and f3. And the idea is that the bishop knight is now pinned. But now black could go, for example, h3, f takes e4, bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4, rook takes, oh, not this. Rook takes e4, and this is not so clear at all. And especially if black captures, then rook takes e3 is lost. So you have to do something. Let's say knight c3, and now rook to e7, and you're threatening rook g7. So even though white is kind of better because he has two pawns in front of his king, kind of, but overall, who is going to win this? I mean, it's hard to guess. Yeah, anybody's guess. If this knight was here, I would say black is much better, but this knight is kind of out of play right now. VD का फोटो दिखा दो साहिल भाई VD इज अभी उसके लाइव फुटेज में VD नहीं दिख रहा अभी आई थिंक कोई भी नहीं है VD गिविंग इट ऑल यस माय कोल्ड रिजल्ट वाज नेगेटिव भाई सो इट्स फाइन ये कैसी ऐड चल रही है आपकी ये वीडियो पे कंप्लीट 18+ कसम से बिल्कुल झूठ नहीं बोल रहा मुझे पता नहीं कौन सा ऐड है भाई मैं डिसाइड नहीं करता लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ Pragg once कुछ हुआ क्या nothing has happened let's go to Carlsen's game has Ganguly played something he has not played anything let's go check out Surya's game Surya is going to probably draw this and we go to Arjun's game he's still fighting on although black is also having some counterplay now it's very clear but still after knight a4 knight c5 Arjun should have a clear edge here. He should manage to convert this. Let's go to the game of once more. And now we are in this position, chat. We are not in this position. And now it all depends on what VD plays. What is the best move in the VD's game? To be honest, I think h4 is one of the best moves because you want to gain space. Also, queen h7 is not so bad, trying to, put some pressure here. But I think h4 is the most logical. Now, if you play a move like rook e7, you're trying to keep it solid. Then comes knight d2. And the problem is the knight is pinned. And the bishop is, you can't capture this because of bishop f5. And white is completely winning. So, then white will probably have some counterplay here. That's why you need to be really fast. You need to be really fast. And that's why h4 here would be interesting. And if you play knight d2 now you can go queen h7. And the rook does not, contradict this and you have pressure on e4. And as you can see, the white king is kind of, if you look at this part of the board, there are no pieces for the white king defending it. So black would always have some sort of attack. So let's hope for the best and let's see what happens. Leeches shows queen h7 better than h4. So Kaushik, that might well be true. I think both moves are possible. In the end, I think both might come in the next two moves, regardless of the move order. It might happen कि दोनों साथ में आ जाए, like for the next two moves. How easy to beat or draw with 9,000 for an NM having it to run? Very difficult size by. If I played 1,000 games, I'll probably draw a couple, maybe if I'm lucky, but not more than that. Controversy is always good. My dream is for a silver in the chess community. Okay, that's not always good. Why? Not always. He played h4. He played h4. He played h4. He did it. He did it. Now it's going to be crazy. By the way, 17 moves played, chat. 17 move ho chuki hain, and VD has to play 23 more moves. So does Anish, and they only have 35 and 30 minutes. That's roughly 2 minutes a move, less than that for VD. So I think it's not enough time to calculate, effectively. So I think mistakes will happen. Mistakes will happen. Why no Indian can perform at World in chess? Is this look cricket? Shobha, that's not true. I think it's all about the fact that they're young right now. Like most Indian players who are among the top players are very young. They are 15, 20. So once they grow, they will of course be at the top. Surya winning. Okay, I'll check it out. BD AG के previous results बताओ भाई. BD is number 1 in the tournament right now भाई. He's number 1. Attack in less time requires more precision. Vedant, yes, but defense in less time also requires more precision, and it's very difficult. Knight h4 is the best move because after f3, knight h4, gh4, f3, the knight is kind of trapped. You can't move it back because of bishop f5, and white will win back the piece. But it's still not so clear because black has already won back the piece, has won the piece, so he's not really losing any more material here. So let's see what happens. And AG, of course, has to find knight h4 for that. If he plays a move like b4, let's say, I think Vidit would already take the initiative with a move like h3. And after g3, queen h7, and you can see there are some weak light squares. And I do think Vidit is definitely doing fine here. So let's see how he plays it. Pragg played. Okay, let's go to Pragg's game now. Let's check it out. We refresh it. By the way, Pragg played knight to e5. And this is apparently not the good move because of the move queen to c3. If white plays, for example, bishop to h2 and tries to go g4, then you can play queen e7, g4, and now there is always knight f3 or h5, and Pragg will be in the game, and it's not clear at all. But after move knight e5, white can go queen c3 and force this. He can force this. That's the issue, and the knight has to move back. Sahil Bhandari bhai, thanks a lot for the kind words, bhai. Vidit's immortal again. Bhai, not immortal yet, not immortal. It's only the start. It's only the start. अभी बहुत लंबा चलना है भाई, बहुत लंबा चलना है अभी तो. It's only the beginning, chat, but okay, you never know, you never know, you never know. Let's go to the game of Anish again and see if Anish finds a good move here. Van Forest blundered, okay. Let's check it out. Okay, so I think this game is already about to end, and black does seem to be better with his 2 pieces for the rook. So I think Van Forest will probably end up losing. Let's check out the game of Carlsen again. By the way, some people asking how Carlsen managed to get a better position. He was much better here, but bishop king f8. Here white had to play the move queen b4 and king g8 and queen b3. Try to pin this pawn, not allow d4 for black, but he played bishop a4. After d4, Carlsen equalized, and now his play is much more natural, and he's slowly gaining the edge. He will play bishop a6, bishop c4, maybe even king h8, king h7, play rook d8, and he will try to attack white, and the knight will of course come to c4 at some moment. So I think Carlsen having an edge there. Let's go to the game of Caruana once. And Caruana's game does look very interesting. I think black is trying to attack. White's king is really weak. So I think Caruana pushing there. Let's go to Vidit's game again, and let's wait for Anish's move. Saket, 20 रुपए की वेबसाइट टिक्कू भाई. Thanks a lot Saket भाई for the super and the kind words. Thanks a lot भाई. By the way, मैंने उसको I unfollowed Komal now. Thank you for reminding me भाई. मैं फालतू में फॉलो कर रहा था यार. I forgot to unfollow. मैंने कर दिया है. वीडियो एडी में कौन सबसे ज्यादा गेम जीता है एक दूसरे के खिलाफ? I think AG has a good record against VD, but it's because he's played VD when VD was much weaker also. So I think right now definitely VD can put up a tough fight as he's doing right now. AG can draw anything. That's also kind of true, bhai. That's also true. But draw is not so bad for VD. I think VD will take the draw. He just not want. Oh, 92 played. Oh, 92 played by Anish. That's not a good move. Vidit is better now. Queen h7. Queen h7. Vidit is better now. Oh my god. Queen h7 is better. Vidit is better now. Bhai, let's go. Let's go. Chat, as you can see, सारे पीस धक्के लगा चुके हैं. No pieces different. Let's go. Queen h7. Come on. Queen h7. Come on, VD. Let's go. VD pushing, chat. VD pushing now. It's not an easy move. That's true, but what else do you play? I mean, you can play a move like here, but the issue is white side is f3, and if you don't do something, then it's lost. So you need that support. So now if you play queen h7 and white plays f3, now then you have some interesting move here, chat. Is the piece lost, chat? What does black play? What does black play, chat? Find the best move for black. If you find it, I'll be really impressed. Find the best move for black, chat. Come on, let's go. Come on, chat. Let's go. The best move for black. Can you find it? Akshat, they are both definitely tense right now. That I can guarantee. 19 ke aaj hua Arin bhai. Majnu bhai, what to Anish? 96. Queen h7 already here. 90. Yes, it is knight to g3. Crazy move. If you take like this, then I take back and I am much better now. And if you capture my knight, then I capture your bishop. The queen moves, I capture your bishop, and Anish can resign already. So, very interesting. Yeah, queen h7 is a world-class move. Can Vidit find it? Can he find it, chat? Can he find it? He does not have many choices, by the way. He has to find it because his knight is pinned. If he plays knight takes d2, comes bishop takes f5, and he is completely lost. So he has to find queen h7. Not jinxing it, by not jinxing it. Yes, he should. He should find it. He should find it. With this kind of player, if he can't win, he will definitely draw. Actually, that's also true for Anish, though. It is the only move. Yes, it is the only move, I think. Even I think so, because और कुछ है ही नहीं यहाँ पे क्या खेलोगे और? Because you, I mean, f3 is a threat. Knight e4 can also, you know, it's a clear pin. So there's not much you can do actually. Maybe now Anish will offer a draw. Siddhi, yeah, maybe he can, but I think this is a very critical position. I don't think this is the time to offer a draw. It's like kind of disrespectful to offer a draw because ego hurt hoti hai. You know your worth, so I don't think he'll offer a draw now. Anish will not offer a draw because I think from the inside he also likes Vidit quite a bit. So he will like Vidit to win the tournament. Like if Vidit plays a marvelous game, he wins against Anish. I think Anish will also be really happy. वो बहुत खुश होगा उसके लिए VD के लिए. Will he troll AG after match if he won? I don't think he will troll AG for this. Who said Petrov is boring? Exactly. Petrov is awesome, bhai. What matters more psychologically when playing against higher players, present form or past records? I think both matter. If you have a good past record, then that player will obviously be under pressure. And if you are in good form, then you will also be confident. So I think both are a part and parcel of it. Anish letting Vidit win because Vidit gave him chocolate. No, that's not true. What's the best queen h7 chat? That's the only move I feel. बाकी सब केस में क्या खेल सकते हो यार? क्या खेल सकते हो? For example, you can play bishop h7, let's say, to try and defend the bishop. But then white can take, and now bishop takes, let's say rook takes, and now the issue is so many pieces were exchanged. After knight c3, rook e7, there is no attack. It's not like losing for black. But at some moment, you know, some queen g6 check, you have to tackle. It's not comfortable. And now you can see clearly these pawns have some obvious drawbacks. These all pawns are weaknesses. These squares are weaknesses. And that's why you need those pieces on the board. So if VD wants to not have a worse position, he needs to find queen h7 now. He needs to find queen h7. It's really important. He has 26 minutes for the next 22 moves, 23 moves. Not easy. Not easy for Vidit. Oh, he found queen h7. He found queen h7. He found queen h7. Arey bhai, what will happen now? Okay, now the game is at least equal. At least equal. Bishop h7, I think it would lead to a lot of pieces. We just saw it. Now it's at least equal, chat. Okay, let's see what happens now. Crazy. He played it. He played queen h7. He played queen 7. By the way, 18 moves played on both sides. 22 moves to go with 27 minutes for Vidit and 31 minutes for Anish. So very low time for both sides. कोई ना कोई तो blunder करेगा भाई. Unless they exchange all the pieces right now, कोई ना कोई तो पक्का blunder करेगा भाई. भाई ये गेम में कुछ भी हो सकता है. Vidit Injan Gujarati भाई. I think, Chad, we have to agree. Vidit has played really well in this tournament. Touchwood, I hope he continues like this. But he has played really well, like really well. No matter what, Petrov sucks. King's Indian defense is the best. Injan Shah, I think if Vidit wins this, you have to change your opinion then. Agent VD are such a sweet and soft friends. I think if anyone offers a draw, other might just make fun. That's also true. F3 knight d2, I think you will lose the bishop and the queen is attacked, so that's why you lose a piece, and white will then take on d2, so that's why you can't do it. But then there's a move knight g3 which is completely insane, which is just completely ridiculous, by the way. So let's see what happens, chat. Oh, but it's heating up now. It's heating up now. And by the way, thanks for asking, Raj. My dad is fine. He's still kind of sick, but fine. And my test was negative, so I am of course fine. By the way, so I must mention this. I do feel Anish's best move here should be to exchange pieces. I think this is the best he can do. If he's going to waste a lot of time, then it might be really harmful to him. So he has to exchange this knight, exchange a few pieces. I'm not sure he can even take this. But even in this endgame, chat, does this remind you of some endgame? VD की पहली गेम याद है अगेंस्ट शैंकलैंड, कितनी सिमिलर है ना? इज जस्ट VD हैज ब्लैक बट इज सो सिमिलर टू हिज एंड गेम अगेंस्ट शैंकलैंड. याद आया जो उसने कन्वर्ट करी थी? सो इट्स डेफिनेटली लाइक अ सिमिलर पोजीशन. सो इवन हियर आई थिंक VD इज स्लाइटली बेटर. सो लेट्स सी व्हाट अनीश डज नाउ. F3 knight d6, yes, that's also possible. That's similar. But I think knight g3 is better because it's more of an active move. It has more threats. That's why I feel it's a bit better somehow. But I think, yeah, even that works. That's true. Yeah, he has probably seen knight g3, of course. I think that's the only move, otherwise he loses. Vidit का एक घोड़ा अभी भी टेबल में बैठा है. हाँ, the knight on this is kind of stupid, but imagine if this knight was here. Anish would probably resign, so that's how good his position is. टाइम कम बचा है, कोई तो ब्लंडर करेगा सुशेन भाई. एग्जैक्टली भाई, कोई ना कोई तो देगा पीस भाई, कोई ना कोई कुछ तो देगा. ओके, एनीवेज लेट्स मूव ऑन. I think they will draw because of the time constraints. That's also possible, Kushagra, but I think if they want to draw, they should probably exchange pieces and offer a draw. That would definitely be okay for both sides. Why didn't Pragg play Queen C7? Okay, let me check out Pragg's game briefly. In Pragg's game chat, Pragg is much worse now. So after Queen B2, he played Queen E7, and now the issue is somehow White is going to develop one by one. He can play Rook A1, try to enter on the queen side. He can even trade everything and play G3 and Bishop G2 and put pressure on E4. So I think Pragg is worse. Let's go to Carlsen's game. Carlsen, oh, by the way, Nils played Rook D2, which is not the best. And now chat, Bishop A6 will be played by Carlsen, followed by Bishop C4 or Rook B8. Both look really strong for Carlsen. So I think Carlsen is going to win today, and that means he will catch up with it. So Vidit has to at least draw to maintain his lead. Otherwise, Carlsen will take the lead. Very important. Magnus has now become the new Anish. Let's see what happens. 40 moves में मतलब 40 moves के बाद they get more time, so they have to reach 40 moves if they actually want to, not lose. Otherwise, time से हार जाएंगे. Rook H3, yeah, also possible. Hikaru is claiming it's a draw. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I mean, it's definitely in Anish's hands now. If he takes everything on E4, I think it's most likely a draw. But I think if anybody can push, it's with it. Arjun blunder, really? Oh, he took on E4, chat. He took on E4. I think he realizes that he's under pressure. And yeah, it is better. It's still better for VD, chat. It's still better for VD. So now Bishop E4, of course, you want to not capture with the pawn and block you can, but I think it will block your bishop and will give White this important diagonal to attack. So let's take with the bishop. Yeah, now only black can win, chat. He has a space on the king side. He has a solid center and he has good bishops. Only this piece is bad, which will be improved very soon. So I think only black can win this. It's either draw or win for black. Now it depends on Vidit. Does he want to try and defeat Anish? Or does he want to take the draw? अब पूरा का पूरा विदित के हाथ में है. Yeah, he played Bishop E4. Let's see. Now, chat. If he wants to win this game, he has to probably capture with the rook. That will give him more attacking chances. I feel Knight C3 के बाद. Although it's kind of similar. Yeah, it's kind of similar, right? It's kind of similar though. Yeah, it's kind of similar, I feel. Let's see though. But intention का difference है. If you capture with the queen, it shows that you're probably happy with the draw. If you take with the rook, you are kind of, showing your intentions to avoid the queen trade, and it kind of shows your mentality. Yeah, you want to go for the win. So, but let's see. Both are possible. Both will probably lead to the same position in the end. Okay, now really thinking. He's thinking. He's not hurrying right now. Classical and blitz खेलेंगे ये लोग. I mean, they have to move fast because they have very little time. By the way, 20 moves done for Anish, so he has 20 moves he has to play in 27 minutes. Not so easy. Let's have a brief look at Arjun's game, by the way, because apparently Arjun has spoiled his edge. After knight a4, queen d8, knight c5, bishop c8, he played the move b5, which was not the best. Knight a5, king g1 was a bit slow. He could have captured on rook h7, which he missed. Also, b5 was a bit too hurried, I think. And now Arjun is fighting back, but okay, he's not completely winning now. Oh, he took with the queen. Best way to take the bishop. Both are possible. Both were transposing to the same position. And now we have an endgame. Jahan pe Vidit has a slight edge because of his king side space advantage. So his plan with f6, g5, h4 is the best. By the way, my camera battery has run out. I'll quickly replace it. So Vidi having a slight edge, chat. It's very clear Vidi has a slight edge. The only question is, will he take the draw? Because I think draw offer incoming from AG soon. He's going to offer a draw now. But will Vidit take it is the important question, because he can push here. I think he can push totally. He can start playing on the king side, play king f7, rook e8, improve his knight, and get the knight to possibly on e4. Nice easy played by Anish. बहुत important है यार moment. Now rook e7, of course. Okay, camera is back, chat. Camera is back. I am back with the camera. That's cool. Great. So let me centralize this a little bit. Yeah, that's done. So chat. Nice easy played by Anish and आधार क्या नहीं भाई, अभी दूसरी बैटरी है मेरे पास. ड्रॉ कब दे सकते हैं अपने टाइम में ओपोनेंट के. सो ड्रॉ पूछने का सही रूल ऐसा रूल नहीं है कि यू हैव टू डू इट दिस वे, बट जो पोलाइट वे होता है, यू बेसिकली प्ले अ मूव, you offer a draw and then press the clock. That's very polite because you use your own time to offer a draw. So you play a move, let's say Anish ko offer karna hai, he plays knight c3, offers a draw and then presses the clock. That's the most polite way to do it. आधार क्या आएगा भाई, शाम को शायद जरूरत पड़ सकती है. It's not winning, Archit. It was never winning for Vidit. It was better for Vidit. But now that he has exchanged all pieces, Anish kind of puts a dampen on things because even though Vidit is better, now because the queens are gone, the slight advantage does not count for much in a similar structure where the structure is kind of symmetrical. So now the most likely result is a draw. Lekin, if anybody can win this, it's with it because he has more space. Yeah, he plays rook e7. He can double up with rook a e7 now. And even in the end game, I think with the... By the way, chat, I have a question for you. Which is the good bishop here? The bishop on e3 or the bishop on c7? Which is the better bishop, chat? Let's go. Question for you. Which is the better bishop? E3 or C7? Which one is better, chat? C7, E3, C7, 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 E3, C7, C7. Yeah, the bishop on C7 is a better bishop because the pawn structure is on light squares and it complements the piece perfectly. The bishop on E3 is like a big pawn right now, supporting by and blocked by its own pawns. That's why in the endgame, that's one more plus for VD. So 1 plus is the space on the king side. 1 plus is the slightly better bishop. Now, I ask you, is this knight better or this knight better, chat? Knight on c3 or knight on a6? Which is better, chat? Come on. Which is better? Which is the better piece? Oh, you see, the bar went in this favor. It's not easy, chat. I think Vidit is might just push this. Yes, you're correct. The c7 bishop is better, but among the knights, yes, the knight on c3 is better. You're absolutely correct. So, the knight is better for white. The bishop is better for black. So, automatically the logic arises, if I improve my knight, put it on d7, e6, f5, then the knights are balanced. In fact, mine might be better. And then the bishop counts. That's very important. Why was that inaccuracy? Because, I mean, the thing is, it's not a huge inaccuracy, but it definitely gives black, now white has fixed his pawn structure. So black knows exactly what to do. And now he can go king f7, rook e1. He will slowly start to control the e4 square. It's not a huge inaccuracy, but it fixes the pawn structure now. So black knows exactly what white is aiming for. Because if you go g3 now, black will just win the pawn. So now white structure is fixed. It does not have any flexibility. You don't want to go f3 because that will allow bishop g3. That will also be very awkward to face. Yeah, so I think black is slightly better. The only question is, can he quickly bring the knight? That's really important. I think he should go rook e8, move the bishop to maybe d8 or b8. I think b8 looks better. Then knight c7, knight e6, and slowly start pushing his pawns. And one more important thing is, in the endgame, with these pawns on dark squares, if we reach an endgame jahan pe bishop versus knight hai, this bishop will be better. If we reach an endgame for bishop versus rook bishop, this bishop is better. So in all endgames, as long as we don't exchange this bishop, I think black will have a better endgame. And he does play rook e8, very natural move now, and black is better. VD is the one who is pushing. Lekin, white has a good move, chat. White has the move bishop to d2. That is an excellent move because it kind of forces black to trade all pieces. Even then black is better, but the advantage reduces because the chances of creating another weakness are low. Right now, there's obviously a slight plus of black, but not enough to win. I think now it depends on Anish. I think he will play bishop d2. He plays king f1. Also, the bar went further down. I think, chat, it's time to bring the knight. Let's go. It's time to bring the knight. Let's go. By the way, let's compare bishop b8 and bishop d8. Very important. Let's go bishop b8 first. Then I think white goes bishop d2. You go, let's say, knight to c7. And then he takes and plays rook e1. I think that's roughly balanced because it's not easy for these pieces to come into the game. Now let's compare. Let's say he plays bishop d8 and you go bishop d2. Now you play knight to c7. And after rook takes e7, bishop takes e7, rook e1, king f7, and you avoid the rook trade. That's really important. Let's say he plays rook to e2. You play knight to e6, and now black is better because you don't exchange rooks. And black is literally winning this position. So I think the d4 pawn is also hanging. So chat, I think bishop d8 is the move he needs. He needs to avoid one rook trade. He really needs to do that. Dono rook exchange nahi karne. It's very important. Vidit has a chance to be better here, but he cannot exchange both rooks. Very important. It's getting very heated now. Are there any rules for offering a draw? Yes, Vatsal. You basically play a move, offer a draw, and then press the clock. You can offer it verbally. There's no issue there. I mean, basically, chat, what happens is, when you have a slight edge in the endgame, if you exchange rooks, they are the only mating material you have. So chances draw ke bahut badh jate hain. The chances of winning reduce quite a bit. So if you have a space advantage, then usually keeping one of the rook on the board is very beneficial to you because you will have more attacking chances. Even in opposite color bishops, for example, जहां पे drawing tendency बहुत ज़्यादा होती है, अगर एक rook board पे रख दो, तो बहुत chances बढ़ जाते हैं कि जिसके पास advantage position है वो जीत जाएगा बंदा. So that's why I think keeping rooks on the board is beneficial to VD. Not both, he can exchange one pair ताकि white के पास counter play ना आए double करके, but he can keep one pair on the board. कोई बात नहीं वंशी भाई. Can VD win even after bishop to d? Yes, he can. He totally can. The idea is basically to play the knight to e6 as soon as possible, not give white any chance whatsoever, and try to capture on e7 with the bishop ताकि हमारा bishop e7 पे आ जाए. We are ready to play b6 as soon as possible, and the knight is of course ready to put pressure on d4. If the knight is here, white cannot play bishop d2. Imagine the knight on e6. White cannot play bishop d2 if the knight is on e6 because the d4 pawn will be hanging. So let's see, chat. Oh, he plays bishop b8. Okay. The idea is still knight c7, of course. The idea is still the same. It's not so bad, still possible. But will he exchange both rooks now is the most important question. By the way, VD looks confident. He does look confident. I must show you once. He does look... Yeah, Anish is wearing a mask, by the way. Anish is wearing a mask. Very interesting. I have never seen him wear a mask, by the way. Have you seen him wearing a mask, chat, ever? I have never seen him wear a mask before. That's very interesting. Maybe he's hiding his laugh with the mask. Maybe that's the purpose of it. Yeah, but they don't look like they're accepting a draw, yeah? Lag nahi raha ki matlab ye log draw ke tendency lag nahi. They both look like, they want to win the game. So it doesn't look like they're trying to draw the game. Yeah, very interesting. Bishop b8 the more human move. Exactly, bhai. आपकी कमेंट्री आपके लिए चेस का प्यार दिखता है. Yeah, bhai, I love the game. I absolutely love the game, bhai. I cannot imagine like enjoying anything else as which I enjoy the game. How to review the draw? Just say no. It's up to you. You can say the no, but आपको उसी में no बोलना पड़ेगा. वो उतारना भूल गया. I don't think so. Vidit has come back amazingly. Yes, he has, bhai Ush bhai. Trolling Vidit with that mask also possible. Are you planning a speedrun? Not yet, Crazy Curiosity, not yet. Could Vidit have played King F7? Yes, he could have, but the idea is chat. इस पोजीशन में सबसे बेकार पीस हमारा नाइट ऑन ए6 है. इज सो स्टूपिड कि मतलब लिटरली मतलब कुछ बोलने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. सो किंग तो यहां पे भी उतना बुरा नहीं है. इट्स डूइंग अ डिसेंट जॉब. इट कैन कम टू एसएन1 मूव. फर्स्ट थिंग वी वांट टू ब्रिंग द नाइट टू e6 ताकि हम d4 पे अटैक कर सके. इट्स रियली इंपॉर्टेंट एंड दैट्स व्हाई बिशप टू b8. Bishop d8 was better, but okay, this is also fine. The idea is to play knight c7 and knight e6 as soon as possible. That's very important. जब तक VD, by the way, they both have 25 minutes से कम अब. They have to play 15 more moves. Although it's an end game, but they really have to play fast now. Let's check out the game of Pragg and Carlsen once very quickly. Pragg under huge pressure, I feel. He's much worse. He's a pawn down. White is ready to castle. Unless he finds some brilliant move right now, I think White is threatening to capture everything. And that will mean he'll be slightly worse, a pawn down. Let's go to the game of Carlsen. Carlsen was, of course, slightly worse earlier, but now he's better. After the move, rook to d2, bishop a6 played. White is trying to play f4 and break through here, but unfortunately, black can just go rook b8, followed by probably bishop a4 or bishop b5, depending on where the queen goes. And I feel Carlsen is back in the game with a huge edge. Let's go to the Vidit's game again. And now bishop d2 played by Anish. Now is the critical moment, chat. Will he exchange pieces? Honestly, he should not. I think let's check out king f7. So, or maybe let's check out knight c7 first. So rook e7, okay, not rook e6, that would be of course horrible. Rook e7, rook e7, rook e1. Can you play knight e6? The most important question. Yes, you can. So I think playing knight e6 here avoids the rook trade. Next you play king f7. Next you move the rook somewhere. And then you go for b6 and try to win. If you exchange the rooks, let's say after here, knight e7, takes, rook e1, takes. I think most likely this might end in a draw. Black is still better after knight e6, putting pressure here, but then knight e2, and white will probably hold. Being 200 points down, Nils is doing a pretty good job so far. Yeah, but he's at the bottom of the table. That's the only issue, Arshid bhai. And if he loses today, that will be really bad for him. I mean, for his confidence at least. So by the way, knight c7 played with it. So he has played knight to c7. Let's refresh once more. Will he avoid the rook trade? That's very important. Very critical moment, by the way. Very critical moment. Huge moment for the game. If he can avoid the rook trade, he'll have better chances. Let's see. Black is better because he has the more space on the king side. He has more space. He has the good bishop as compared to white's bad bishop. So those are the two advantages black has in the game, and those two are almost permanent because white can never play g3 here, that lose a pawn, and white can of course never convert his bad bishop to a good one because his pawns on d5 and c5 are fixed. So that means Vidit will have a long-term edge, but not really something which he can win easily. See, he is quick. He knows he wants to trade rooks. He captures on e7. Vidit captures back, and now rook e1 would be a draw for. Let's see if Vidit will hold on to his rook or not. Very important moment in the game. Increment hai, 30 seconds increment hai. It takes. Black looks more pressing. If he's able to push the G and H pawns, it might get dangerous. Yes, Shank. He can later on try to push these pawns, gain some space. For example, f5, g4, takes, and hc might be a pass pawn. He can also play b6 and break this and can play c5 and get a pass pawn on the d file. He has so many plans. He can also in the endgame have plans like bishop f1, bishop c1, bishop b2 and capture all these pawns. So a lot of play for black. The only question is, without the rooks, is it enough? I don't think so. And now, of course, he will play rook e1. By the way, Carlsen ki shakal change ho gaya kya? Is there some duplicate playing for Carlsen? I don't know. His face looks a bit different. Or maybe it's just me. Anyway. How do you understand much about the position? Is it because of experience? Experience, yes, but of course, I've looked at many endgames. I love endgames. And if I was black here, I would be really happy with that position. I think black is doing really good with his space advantage and the good bishop. I would definitely like to be black here. Eric playing. Yeah, I think it's Eric playing, I think Eric is playing. Eric is playing today. It looks like Bacha but plays like a monster. True. How do you see VD cam? Napan by Chess.com is streaming this live as well. So sometimes when I see VD's face and something important is happening, I show it. Final Knight on A6 came into play and VD's like with now. Exactly, on by that knight was the only problem in the game, and now it's coming back into the game. And the only question is, why is AG thinking Rook E1 is the best move in the position? There's no doubt about it. Rook E1 is the best move unless AG wants to win, which is highly speculative because he has the worst position very clearly. Draw taken VG's match. क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम? क्या बात कर रहे हो? I don't think so, chat. I don't think so. I don't think so. They'll take the draw here. Highly unlikely. Really? Not really. Not really. Not yet. Not yet. By endgame, I always wonder how to learn it. I lose 2 pawns up position. Man, Raj, endgames are so important, man. Let me know your rating, man, if I can advise you something specific. भाई शक्ल नहीं, चश्मे का नंबर चेंज हो गया है, वो भी हो सकता है यार. नो ड्रॉ, नो ड्रॉ. अच्छा, स्कैम. अरे यार क्रिटिकल ओवर पे स्कैम मत करो भाई, दिल की धड़कनें बढ़ जाती है भाई. 69-0. Okay, I don't think anybody is following 69-0, by the way. I am 29, Chika bhai. What if b4 instead of b1? B4 is an idea. It's an idea for sure. But the only issue is I'll go 96. And now d4 is hanging. So probably you have to play bishop e3 or knight e2. And you can go for a4, b5, of course. But I think the black king will come to c7 or c8. Defend the queen side. And then he will start pushing on the king side. And the knight defends the g5 pawn as well. So I do feel it's still equal. But only black can be better, I feel. So it all depends on Anish now. Arjun is playing, chat, but he spoiled his advantage quite a bit. It's ironic that this position is so drawn, yet a drawn result is so unwanted for both sides. Arshit, yeah, because Anish has the white pieces, he wants to come back in the tournament, and with, of course, winning. So if he wins, it will be really insane. He will, go so far ahead, especially if Carlsen cannot win. So both sides have huge incentive to play on. By the way, a4 played by Anish. Wow. So Anish is himself going for a win, kya? It is very much possible. Now king f7. Let's go. Let's go. Very interesting. Anish not playing rook e1. So if rook e1, then that after rook e1, that also means Anish also has no chances to win. And that's why Anish starts with a4. So that means he's also keeping winning chances alive. Yeah, that's how top players play, chat. Even in slightly worse positions, they will full on put pressure on your opponent. VD in ultimately intense places. Poor what? अर्जुन को क्या हो गया? कुछ नहीं हुआ भाई, खेल रहा है. टिकू लव्स एंड गेम. इट्स अ वियर्ड फैंटेसी. फैंटेसी नहीं है भाई, रियलिटी है. मामा कौन है भाई? मामा गेम. A4, it's not a bad move. Yeah, the idea is to of course go b4, b5. That's the idea, of course. Let's go to Pragg's game, chat, and check it out once. Pragg was suffering and he's still suffering by. I think he will simply capture on e5. Takes, and then he will go g4, bishop g2, castles, and white should be clear pawn up. Let's go to the game of Carlsen and see if something has happened. After f4, Carlsen is still thinking. He's still thinking whether he should go rook b8, whether he should go bishop c4. Both moves possible. Is a4 a top move in that position though? I have not checked. Let me check. A4. The top move is b4 and rook e1. Both are equal. But I think it's like a4 kind of is the same idea. The idea is still to go b4, so it's not a big change. Pragg resigns. No, bhai. He's not resigned. I'm 29 years, bhai. If 96, then king f7. You can play 96. Of course, you can play this. There's no doubt you can play 96. After a4, you could go knight b6. Totally possible. And then white has to defend the pawn, so knight e2 by white. And then black will, of course, go b4, b5. You probably play king f7, b4, king e8, b5, and king d7. You defend the king, the entry points with the king. Taki you have proper control. For example, and by the way, white should not take immediately. That's very important. If he takes, then suddenly king takes and black is better again. This is not what I should do, and he will potentially have a passed pawn in the end game. He will have some open files, while white's pieces are really passive, yeah? So I think this will not be good for Anish. So VD is thinking right now what to do. This means VD cannot lose. Heaven, no. I don't think VD can lose this game. It's highly unlikely. When Anish Giri goes for win... What do you think about Pragg? He was better but now in worse shape. Is it all about the experience? Yes, it's all about experience. I think Rapport is known to play very weird openings and then, try to confuse his opponents, and that's exactly what they have done. Their ratings are so similar. Yeah, bhai, but I think VD would say कि it's not exactly similar. 50 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है. प्रो कबड्डी नहीं देखता यार मैं. I have heard Picasso की जॉब चली गई है. F4 for white. Right now it's VD to play, so I think he'll probably play knight d6. That kind of prevents F4. But F4 is of course very risky for both sides, I feel. Possible though. It's not like completely impossible to play. Possible. Let's wait for the game chat. Who is Pranidharia Bhai with your banner? She's also a part of the channel, Nishan. She used to stream earlier a lot, but now she's busy with other things. She's practicing to become an IM, and also she's busy with Vishi sir for his graphy. So she was quite busy, and that's why I'm the only one who's streaming now. Carlsen live stream पर BRPP के मोटा हो गया है भाई कुछ भी. Best move is King A7 chat. Because white is trying to play on the queen side, you want your king ready on d7 to prevent white to go rook b1 and rook b7. You cannot allow that. If the white rook comes to b7, takes on c6, plays rook to b7, then I think white will be much better. That's why king has to be on d7 ताकि हम ready रहे king c8 खेलने के लिए जब भी वो rook b1 पे लेके आए. Very important. Tell me best way without a coach to become grandmaster. Shubha, you'll have to work like crazy, man, for like the next decade. It's so difficult. Thanks for the facts cover. Who is Vidit's current coach? I am not aware of it, Pai. I am not aware of Mr. Adventure. What's the move number? It's move number 27 now for VD. 14 more moves to go for VD and 13 for AG. Has AG lost a game? Yes, he lost to Carlsen in this tournament. So yeah. It's not like a perfect tournament for AG. He's at the bottom of the table. I think third last. So he would also like a win. Tiku bhai, you have heard of Machuji? नहीं, Machuji के बारे में नहीं सुना यार. मैंने बिल्कुल भी Machuji के बारे में सुना ही नहीं यार. नहीं सुना, मैंने बिल्कुल भी नहीं सुना यार. Jordan game. Let's have a look at Jordan's game. क्या चल रहा है भाई वहाँ पे? Yeah, this is completely winning for black, I think, with the passed pawn, and you can't even capture because of bishop takes f2. So this is completely winning for Amidyarov. We go to Carlsen's game once more. Carlsen is still thinking. He's still not moved his move. So we go to Pragg's game now. Yeah, white capture on e5, and now g4, bishop g6, bishop g2, and I think even though Pragg has these pawns with white's connected passed pawns potentially, I think white is much better and Pragg will suffer here, and this pawn will cost him the entire game. This one not here. Maybe he was fine. Yeah, g4 played. Bishop has to of course choose now. If bishop e6, bishop g2 would leave the e4 pawn weak. If bishop g6, then the bishop is out of play. There is no good square. Only f5 was the good square. Now he has to choose. Either way, it's worse for Pragg. So Pragg will most likely lose. So let's go to the game of Vidit again. Has he played? Not yet. Let's go to the game of Surya and Arjun. By the way, Arjun's game very complicated. I think he's even slightly worse now. b5 was obviously not the best move there. Surya playing. Surya is winning, by the way. Surya is winning. He has 1, 2, 3, 4 each equal pawns, but rook g8 check is a huge threat, and this bishop is a bad bishop with so many pawns on light squares, and that's why Surya is better, because of the good knight against bad bishop. So I expect Surya to win, and I still expect Arjun to somehow convert this or at least draw this. Let's hope so he can do so. Let's go to the Masters again. By the way, VD has played knight e6. The d4 pawn is hanging now. So AG has two moves, bishop e3 or knight e2. I think knight e2 makes more sense. He plays knight to e2 immediately. Then now VD has to play 12 moves in 16 minutes. Time देखो सूर्य, time कितना कम था यार? Oh, 44 seconds for black. Yeah, that's completely lost then. That's completely lost. Yeah, Surya will win this game for sure. For sure. Let's go to the VD game again. Knight e2 played very quickly. If VD wins, how many rating will he get? I think to defeat Anish, he will gain like 5 points or something. 5 points something most likely. Pragg की गेम में 95 पे सैक करने की लाइन देखी थी. कौन सी लाइन? हाँ देखी थी. We saw that line. We saw that line 95 and there was this knight f3 tactic. We saw that one. How do you memorize the squares of the chessboard and say the square's name of the mat in a second? मक्खी जी भाई, इस एग्जैक्ट टॉपिक पे मैंने लिटरली कल वीडियो डाली है. आप प्लीज मेरे सेकंड चैनल पे जाओ, वहां पे यू कैन चेक आउट द वीडियो. इट्स द लेटेस्ट वीडियो ऑन द चैनल. डू चेक इट आउट. VD played b6 by the way, which is a kind of a controversial move because it offers him a passed pawn, because if he takes, you take, you play c5, you will have a passed d pawn now. Lekin AG might have a passed a pawn, so both might have a passed pawn now, and his king is still on g8, so it's like matlab rook c1 ke baad there will be pressure on the c6 pawn as well. So now it's like now it's more imbalanced. Now anybody could win this. It's not no longer one way. It could be a draw. It could be anybody's win now. Tiko bhai, how to identify this bad bishop and good bishop in endgame? It depends on the pawn bhai, because if the pawns are mostly on dark squares, the bishop will always be stuck. उसके पास square ही नहीं होंगे. वो उस राही की तरह होगा, उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड छोड़ के भाग चुकी है, उसका घर से निकलने का मन नहीं होगा. And the bishop on b8 is of course complemented with the light squares. It can go wherever it wants to, and that's why it's a good bishop. Because these pawns are also on dark square, but they are not fixed. You can always push them later, but these pawns are fixed, and that's why they are on dark squares, and that's why this bishop is a good bishop. Pragg versus Rapport time condition. Let's have a look. Yeah, but it is enough time. It is enough time. 25 moves played. Bishop g2. Looks like very normal. Yeah, he played bishop g2 immediately, and I do feel Pragg is struggling, but maybe he can put up a fight. Rook e8, rook 8, and rook a4, something like this, or rook a2. Some chances here. Do you think the point scoring format should be changed to give more points to win streaks, so that players have an incentive of fighting in games and not being able to draw more often? That would be a good suggestion. It has been tried many times, but the only issue is कि भाई उसमें जितने आप strong rating में high हो, उतना आपकी probability बढ़ जाती है कि आप जीतोगे. So it's like kind of unfair to the players who are low rated. उनके लिए unfair भी है kind of. And also it's like मतलब वो ट्राई कर चुके फॉर्मेट, एंड उसमें लगता है कि यार मतलब इट्स काइंड ऑफ समटाइम्स इट गोज वन वे कि आप 3 गेम जीत जाओ. कोई बंदा लेट्स से कि आप 3 गेम हारे, 3 गेम जीते, कोई बंदा 6 ड्रॉ किया, तो 6 ड्रॉ वाला ज्यादा कंसिस्टेंट है. ही इज नॉट लॉस्ट अ सिंगल गेम एंड येट ही इज वे बिहाइंड. सो इट्स लाइक इट कैन गो बोथ वेज. ये टिकू की एक्स से मुझे ही गुस्सा आ गया है, इतनी बार सुन चुके. अरे भाई अनिशा, कोई बात नहीं, मुझे उस पर गुस्सा नहीं है यार, ऐसी बात नहीं है. बस जो करने में भाई अच्छा कंटेंट है. वीडियो क्या हुआ भाई, वीडियो क्या हुआ देखते हैं. बाय द वे अनीश हैज कैप्चर्ड, नाउ ही विल गो रुक c1, एंड इस मोमेंट में इफ VD's king was on b7, I would be so happy. I would say VD is better, but with the king on g8, I think it's balanced. पिकाचू जाग गए जैसे एक नॉर्मल ह्यूमन कर दिया वीडी ने. By the way, b4 played. Again, this is a bad pawn because blocks the bishop. Now, you can go rook a7. That's an interesting move. अनारकी चेस रेड भाई, मुझे लग रहा है अगर भगवान ना करे कल को मैं ऊपर पहुंच जाऊं, मेरी कवर पे आके स्टेफन लिखेगा भाई अनारकी चेस रेड रिव्यू कब. तो फिर ऐसा ना हो, बट आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट स्टेफन करेंगे स्टेफन भाई. VD game 0 points according to Stockfish. Yeah, that's true, bhai. It is balanced because white has the open C file now. Who is better endgame player, Anish or Vidit? I think Anish is slightly better, but I think in endgames they are balanced. Endgames mein I think both are pretty balanced. I think Anish is more experienced overall. That's why he is a better player. ऐसा ना कहो हमें समोसा कौन देगा. अरे नहीं भाई, अभी तो होपफुली सब ठीक है. He plays rook a7, and now the a4 pawn is hanging, and I think by the way again chat देखो, VD has 2 pawn islands, 1 and 2. Anish has 1, 2 and 3. That automatically means VD's position should be slightly better. लेकिन the king is offside. The king needs to be here. I feel Anarchy chess is reduced straight from the coffin. भाई पता लगे hey guys, I'm streaming. कैसे हो, कोई बंदा आएगा यार स्ट्रीम पसंद नहीं आ रही मुझे, इमीडिएटली टेलीपोर्टिंग टू हिज हाउस, उसके पीछे खड़े होके अभी पसंद आ रही है. बूथ होके स्ट्रीम करने में कितने मजे है यार. दैट इज ट्रू भाई. Can Vidit or Anish convert this? They totally can, भाई. There is an imbalance here. White will have a passed A pawn, black will have a passed C or D pawn, so they can do it. Rook a1 played now. Let's win the king, bhai. Let's win the king. Come on, Vidit. Let's go. Plus 50 ये लो. नहीं भाई, नहीं बनना भाई, कोई ना गुड ट्राई. भूतिया हरासमेंट. भाई सू गुस्सा करोगे यार. Who will you sue though, Anisha? You can't sue anybody. A b5 would be horrible. b5, a5. White has a protected pass pawn, and yeah, that will be awesome. For white, I think AG will be much better there. Screen से निकल के slap. Exactly, भाई. Exactly. By the way, King S7 played by VD, so he understands his position really well. And now, it's all about bringing the king here. हमेशा कोई डिफेंसिव जॉब हो तो किंग को बोलो करने के लिए, और एक्टिव जॉब रुक को हमेशा भाई. C5 would be bad. C5 would be bad because honestly, chat देखो, it's very important to notice the D4 pawn is a weak pawn. ठीक है, हमें ये pawn को ideally free में मारना है. एंड अभी हमारा किंग बहुत दूर है, so we have two plans. First we win the king here, then we decide कि क्या हम इसको मार सकते हैं. अगर हम मार सकते हैं तो उसको मारेंगे, इसकी मारेंगे अच्छे से. अगर नहीं मार सकते तब खेलेंगे C5, ताकि हमारा किंग यहां पे A pawn को रोकने के लिए हो. Very important. And Anish plays king e1. He also realizes कि king को लाना जरूर. Before I push a5, let me bring the king to b3. So he also knows. 18 plus क्या बोल दिया भाई? कुछ 18 plus बोला क्या मैंने? So now king, let's go भाई, let's go king e7, king d7. Also, by the way, you can also go f5, yeah. Also a plan f5, g4, also not so bad. But I think king e7, king d7 is also good. रुक तो एक्टिव जॉब के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. एग्जैक्टली अभी पैसिव जॉब कर रहा है, हमें रिप्लेस करना है. किंग को C7 B7 ले आओ और रुक को फ्री कर दो भाई, रुक को आजाद छोड़ दो भाई. किंग कमिंग इनटू प्ले. भाई जब तक वीडियो किंग काम में नहीं आएगा तो वीडियो जीतेगा कैसे भाई? किंग के बिना तो हमने देखा ही है. उसकी मारेंगे भाई यार, मतलब 30 मारेंगे भाई. 30 प्लस था, 30 प्लस तो मैं भी नहीं हूं. कितने मूव है? 32 प्लेस मूव्स प्लेड बाय व्हाइट, 31 प्लेड बाय ब्लैक. सो 9 मूव खेलने हैं वीडी को. ही हैज 14 मिनट्स. दैट्स मोर देन इनफ टाइम आई फील फॉर 9 मूव्स, बिकॉज बहुत सिंपल पोजीशन है. व्हाई इज इट सो हार्ड टू बीट मैग्नस? बिकॉज पीपल आर स्कैर्ड. दे गेट स्कैर्ड. सुसु निकल जाता है उनका मैग्नस सामने बैठ के भाई. किंग डंक देखने मिलेगा आज भाई, कोई भरोसा नहीं है. बाय द वे, किंग e8 played, king e8 played. By the way, chat, I have an important question for you. Why did he not play king e7? Why did he play king e8? Chat, मुझे बताओ. Why not king e7? This looks like a better move. Why did he play king e7? King e8, chat, बताओ भाई. बताओ भाई. Why did the king come to e8? Why not e7? Tikku भाई, with whose position would you be comfortable? Black. I would like to be black. It's his choice. Because नेहा धूपिया ने बोला यार ऐसे ही. अच्छा ऐसे ही. Yeah, so दो रीजन है. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, अवॉइडिंग ब्लैक स्क्वायर्स, बिकॉज व्हाइट के पास और ब्लैक के पास ब्लैक्स के बिशप है. सो या अवॉइडिंग दिस चेक काइंड ऑफ. एंड सेकंड, आल्सो कीपिंग द 7th रैंक ओपन फॉर द किंग. सो दोनों रीजन है. दोस टू आर द रीजन, बट आई थिंक बिकॉज फर्क नहीं पड़ता हम ऐसे जाएं, इट डज नॉट मैटर. सो दैट्स व्हाई ही प्लेस किंग टू e8, कीपिंग द 7th रैंक ओपन एंड आल्सो अवॉइडिंग द डार्क स्क्वायर्स, ताकि बिशप b4 चेक या कुछ चेक रखना है. या योर चार्ट करेक्ट, you're correct. How many inner points can really gain from the storm to you? I think he can reach like 2-7, 4-2, 4-3. I think he can definitely reach that stage. But for that, he has to play really well. रुक मोशन फ्री. एग्जैक्टली भाई, रुक को लूज मोशन लग गया, उसको टॉयलेट जाने का रास्ता खाली रखना है भाई. आजाद कहां से होगा अगर किंग b7 आ गया तो? नहीं, बट पहले किंग c8 खेलेंगे, फिर पहले आजाद करेंगे, उसके बाद किंग b7 खेलेंगे भाई. पहले आजादी. Last time I asked you were not sure, but now you seem to have decided. Yeah, I want Vidit to win, bhai. I want Vidit to win. 2 and 5 will be godly. Yeah, it will be. B5 will be horrible, by the way. B5 will be really horrible for black because black will go A5. And B5 for white is also not so great because black can go C5 and then takes and the A4 pawn will be weak. Black king is brand ambassador of fair and lovely. अरे भाई स्नेहा ये क्या बोल दिया यार? रुक को आजादी चाहिए. तुम मुझे 7th रैंक दो, मैं तुम्हें चेकमेट दूंगा. इस रुक का कोट है भाई, नोट कर लो कोई प्लीज. Chat, before we continue, let's have a quick look at a couple of other games. First of all, Arjun ki game, Surya is of course better, but Arjun is struggling. His king is under fire right now, so I think Arjun might just end up losing. I hope he comes back somehow, at least draws. We have seen him draw crazy lost games. Let's go to the game of Pragg now, who has also lost. He's coming back, by the way. He's trying to play rook e8, so Pragg is kind of fighting back. He has some chances to draw because white is not developed. Let's hope so he can win one of these pawns and try to fight back, because white's play is also not so simple. We go to the game of Carlsen now. And by the way, after f4, Carlsen has played the move bishop to b5. And the queen, unfortunately, does not have too many squares. It has to go to b4 now. And you can see the problem with this. It does not require much help. जसमन ने क्या बोल दिया, आजाद में बोलो पुलिस आ जाएगी, ऊपर से कश्मीरी भी हो. Nice. By the way, yeah, you can see some discovered attacks here that are possible. So I do feel king h7, rook c8, or even just moving the bishop somewhere looks really, really strong. So Carlsen definitely pushing pressure. And now we go back to the game of Vidit against Anish. King d1 played by Anish now. He's trying to bring the king to b3. Both sides rising kings are really important. Can Vidit cross Vishy rating in this tournament? In this tournament, it is very difficult, but I think he can cross it in the next month, in February, because he's playing the Grand Prix as well. मैं फरीदाबाद रहता हूँ यार. I live in Faridabad. It's next to Delhi, but मैं कश्मीरी हूँ. टिकू भाई, can you draw this game against AG? Anupama, I think so. I think if I have black here, I'll probably draw this game because the position is so comfortable for black. He has no weaknesses. One potential pass pawn in a5 does not mean anything because it can easily be targeted. The king can come to a6 and stop this pawn, and rook can go to b7, rook b3, rook b4, and I think I might hold this against AG. It is possible. I will lose sometimes, I'll draw sometimes, but Vidit will easily hold this. The only issue is, can he win this? That is the most important element. Farida supremacy. अरे भाई अर्जुन का मैच देखो, he's losing. We just saw it, भाई. We just saw it. Can we target before bishop d6? Yes, but what else can we do? We can only target with bishop. We will target it soon. But खाली bishop से वो bishop से already defended है. So we can't target it once more. So पहले हम king को लाते हैं, ज़्यादा important है. किशोर हजारिका, अरे भाई क्या ही नाम है यार, किशोर हजारिका. Love it man. Thanks a lot for being a member भाई. स्पाइडरमैन की शक्तियों का इस्तेमाल ढंग से करे भाई. आजकल बहुत फेक स्पाइडरमैन घूम रहे हैं भाई. थैंक्स लॉट भाई. ग्रां प्री से कैंडिडेट्स के लिए क्वालिफिकेशन. यस एग्जैक्टली, ग्रां प्री सिलेक्ट होगा भाई. By the what happened? Okay, he's not played yet. During pandemic, we found two Kashmiri gems, Samay and Sahil, and Kashmiris did not find internet yet. प्रशांत भाई क्या हाल है? अन्ना हजारिका का बेटा. I have beaten Vidit. मेरी गली में ही रहता है वो. Yesterday Vegas को भी हराया. अच्छा. Nice method. Nice. Tikuchi, you have seen AG's channel, many videos in that. I know भाई. हाँ मस्त जोक मारा. अरे भाई जोक नहीं भाई, यहाँ पे पोजीशन इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग. कम ऑन, लेट्स गो मैन. बिशप d6 या किंग d8, बोथ आर पॉसिबल. लेट्स गो. VK भाई, thanks for the kind words. How many moves done? So we are done with 33 moves for white, 32 for black. So 8 moves to go. 12 minutes on the clock with increment. That is another, I would say, like 8 moves, right? So 4 minutes, so like 16 minutes on the clock. More than enough to play this. इतना क्या सोच रहा है? I think because the position is simple, he is not in a time pressure. He's trying to find out the best way. कि मैं किंग को सेंटर में ले आया. अब क्या मैं क्वीन साइड लेके जाऊं? क्या मैं बिशप डेवलप करूं? क्या मैं बिशप यहाँ? Oh, they agreed to a draw. अरे गिरी offered a draw. अरे भाई गिरी making the nice draw for now. I think VD was slightly better. अरे draw कर लिया भाई. अरे ना. I think clever draw by Anish. Yeah, clever draw by Anish, because it was definitely slightly better for VD. There's no doubt. Yeah, ठीक है. Draw is fine. Yeah, we can agree to agree to a draw. Draw is fine because after all, VD still maintains his lead, at least a tie lead, and Anish also comes up on top. I think that's fine. इतना टाइम से देख रहा मैं. अरे हाँ यार वो ठीक है, but I think that's fine. This is still not winning for black, but it's slightly better, but not much. So I think this is a good result. Now we go to Pragg's game chat. So VD has drawn his game. By the way, Pragg is still fighting. He's trying to fight back. He's a pawn down, but he has some queenside play. Can he convert this? We'll have to see. Let's go to Surya's game. First of all, Arjun's game. Arjun's struggling. He's come back a bit now. पहले ही कर ले ड्रॉ. हाँ यार, पर हम देखते क्या स्ट्रीम पे? फिर हम क्या देखते स्ट्रीम पे? हमें भी तो एंटरटेनमेंट चाहिए. वो हमारे लिए खेल रहे थे भाई. They're playing for us. So now, so Arjun is coming back again because he's exchanged the strong bishops. We go to Surya's game. Surya game में भाई, oh, Surya is a pawn up. He's completely winning now. Surya should win this game. Let's go back to Carlsen's game now. Carlsen भाई रुक h3 खेल दिया है. I think यहाँ रुक h3 का पता नहीं भाई क्या मूव है ये. There was apparently Rook h3. Now what? Just take on e5, I guess. Anish's inner instinct finally kicked in. Yeah, it's hard to resist. I guess hard to resist. Giri lost 6.90% chess. Yeah, but it's the entire tournament, not for just this game. Yeah, friendship prevails. Yeah, I mean that's fine. I think draw is fine. So now, by the way, the chat Vidit has drawn. Just to point out, he could have played bishop d6, king c2, king d7, king b3. Even c5 was possible here. Maybe now that you have developed your pieces, but okay, king d7, king b3, c5. I do feel VD was better because this is not so clear. Maybe bishop c3 is the better move, trying to attack this. But now, maybe still bishop e7, a5. Okay. Yeah, not so clear. Probably still equal. Yeah, probably still equal. So a good decision probably by AG to offer a draw, and VD also feeling that it's not winning for him, accepted it. Of course, AG ki he's he could have tried for a long while, probably draw ही होता, so शायद अब dinner आराम से सस्ते में जल्दी करेंगे. So VD score now is 3.5 out of 5 chat. He maintains his lead. चाहे tie lead हो या sole lead हो, वो पता लगेगा अभी, but he maintains his lead. So really important. Magnus is still playing. Let's go to his game now. He's better against Grandelius. The rooks are coming into the game, putting a lot of pressure on Grandelius' king. And now we go to the game of Pragg. Yeah, white is developing now. I don't like this for Pragg anymore. White is already paired to play knight c3 and then rook b1. And that means he'll be perfectly fine. There'll be pressure on the pawn on e4. He'll go f3 at the correct moment. And then this pawn will fall, And I feel Pragg is going to lose, chat. He's going to lose. So, what about b5? In which game, bhai? Yo, Lakshay bhai, kya haal hai? Watch Dubov game. Let's have a look at Dubov's game. Duda nahi, but Dubov. Okay. Yeah, but this is an endgame, yeah. Roughly balanced. It should be balanced. Should be equal. This is all equal. One extra pawn here. But completely balanced because the rooks are controlling like the Benko gambit. So it should be a draw. Let's go to the game of Caruana once. Kya chal raha hai yahan pe? Okay, this is much better for Caruana, yeah. Strong knight on e4. Two connected pass pawns coming up the board. So I think Esipenko under huge pressure. Let's go to the game of Pragg again. What about h5 by Rapport, then rook takes? Rapport ki game mein dekhte hain. h5, you mean h4? Is totally possible. I think Rapport is totally winning on the queen side now. And in the center, so he should just transfer his rook to the queen side. Knight c3, rook a1 if possible, otherwise rook b1, and then he can start pushing these pawns and also play f3 to try to win this pawn. So I think one by one he will slowly capture these pawns and then he will win on the queen side. So I think Pragg is going to lose this one. Tomorrow's opponent, let's check who tomorrow these guys are playing. Let me check it out. In VD, last game position b5. Okay. b5 would be bad because white can play a5. He has a protected pass pawn now. And you always have to keep your king or rook passive. You can't give your opponent a pass pawn like this. I think that would be only slightly better for white. So that would not be accurate to play, I think. So let me check out VD's tomorrow's opponent. Playing schedule. Let's go. What about game 15 of Murzin? Murzin is playing Arjun, by the way. So it is roughly balanced. At some point, Arjun was completely winning. Then Murzin was completely winning. Now it's roughly balanced. Although both kings are weak, there's some threats with the a pawn. There's some threat with the rook on the g8 square. And the rook on h4 does not make a great impression. But yeah, right now, both sides can probably be better. But let's see. So tomorrow, chat, VD is playing Duda. Arey bhai! Tomorrow VD is white against Duda. So revenge match for VD. That's very important. And then he plays Jordan day after. And then he plays Nils. So I think 22nd, 23rd will be easier matches for him. Let's hope he can convert then. And then he's playing Rapport. Then he's playing Pragg. And so on. Then he's playing Carlsen and so on. So maza aayega bhai dekhne mein. But tomorrow he's playing Duda. Very interesting match tomorrow. And Caruana is playing Anish, and Carlsen is playing Rapport, and Shankland is playing Pragg. Yeah, tomorrow is the revenge match, bhai. Tomorrow's revenge match. Yes, Carlsen is white against VD, by the way. Tikubai, do you have a title? And if no, would you like to try for one? I have the NM title, which is not a FIDE title, but I can get the CM title if I want to, but that's as useless as the NM title. I want to get the IM title though, this year, hopefully. Yes, VD has drawn Rohit Bhai. Tough game mentally for VD, but I think he was doing fine, yeah? His attack with G5, H5, it totally worked. So, let's do a roundup, chat. So let's do a roundup of all games now. First of all, Arjun is in this position. I think he's slightly worse because black can go f5, rook g4, and he also has a pass pawn already. And this is not really possible because the queen controls. So Arjun under pressure. Surya is completely winning. He's a pawn up in the endgame and has the good knight against, well, okay, not the bad bishop, but yeah, not so flexible bishop. So Surya should win with his g pawn. Now we come to the Masters. In the Masters, Anish has drawn against Vidit in this position, not this one. In this position, Anish offered a draw, which was maybe slightly better, but they agreed to a draw in this position. Now, Nils against Carlsen. At some point, Nils was much better, but he spoiled it. And now Carlsen is much better. He has a close center, blocking the bishop on b2, which is, of course, defending the king, but it's not doing an active job. He's trying to create some threats here, as you can see. And clearly, Carlsen is much better. Next, we go to the game of Esipenko. Esipenko much worse against Caruana because Caruana has passed pawns coming up. Mamedyarov completely winning against Jordan. Then, will he become an IM before Panali? Arshit, I don't know who will become first, but we both want to get it this year. I think it's less about who does it first, but rather than if you both do it. And then we go to the game of Richard against Pragg. And Pragg has managed to bring his king to a2. So rook on a2, but that does mean he has some counterplay now. And, he has to be careful now. If he plays rook a1, I think Pragg will probably have some counterplay, knight e5. And you can see rook c2 coming up, followed by knight takes c4. And he has a pass pawn. So it's not completely crystal clear yet ki bhai kya khelega white. So let's hope the Pragg can put some counterplay here. And in terms of Karjakin against Duda, this is a crazy position I can see and maybe roughly balanced, but anybody can win this. And next we go to the game of Dubov against Shankland, which has also ended in a draw. So Dubov against Shankland also a draw, chat. So let's go to the game of Pragg now and let's see what he does. GM टिक्कू सुनने में कितना अच्छा लग रहा है, ये बात तो है यार, सुनने में बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है. भाई GM साहिल टिक्कू साउंड्स रियली सेक्सी. टिक्कू भाई वुड यू, भाई ये बॉट मॉड्स का क्या इशू है भाई, क्या चाहिए भाई तुम्हें लाइफ में, क्या चाहिए भाई? टिक्कू भाई वुड यू गो फॉर GM and if yes, how long will it take you? It will take me a lot of years, man. I think first target is IM. अगर वो हो गया then we can think about GM right now. टिक्कू GM equal टिक्कू गरम मसाला. अरे भाई गरम मसाला हिट मूवी थी और गरम मसाला टेस्ट में अच्छा है, so I'll take it as a positive. Mamedyarov also leading along with VD. Yes, that's true. Standings I'll show you, chat. These are the standings, by the way. These are the standings. And now VD is he's gone to 3.5 and abhi 1 point ki lead hai. So Mamedyarov will win and he will get to 3.5 as well. And iske alawa I think Carlsen can also win and also get to 3.5. Esipenko is going to lose. Rapport, I think is Rapport can also win. So we might have a 4-way tie with Vidit, Carlsen, Mamedyarov, and Rapport on 3.5. So VD is still leading, but tied lead now, not like a clear lead. Beer. I meant tough game mentally. We do that tomorrow. That way. That's true, bhai. But I think he'll have the white pieces now, so that's definitely different. जितने अकाउंट से स्पैम करोगे उतने अकाउंट हम हाइड करेंगे. बॉट मॉड्स जी क्या कर लोगे भाई, आप कितने अकाउंट से याद होगे, हमारा बहुत टाइम है भाई. So okay, rook d1 played now, chat. Let's go 95. Threaten rook c2. Come on, let's go 95. Come on Pragg. ये कौन है बॉट मॉड, पता नहीं भाई, कोई नूब होगा. Can win this tournament? He can, bhai Jatin. He still can. Really drew his game. Sahil, what a passionate spammer. ये बात तो है यार, मतलब it's like कोई भी चीज आप पैशन से करो तो एटलीस्ट पैशन से करा लौंडा. We'll watch GM Tikku competing in Tata Steel 2025 with Biswa and Samay streaming with FM title hope. That would be insane, bhai. That would be insane. Arjun game. Okay, let's have a look at Arjun's game. So Surya is of course completely winning. Let's go to Arjun's game. F5 played a black, and the issue here is black has the not protected but passed pawn on the 4th rank, and white's rook has to stay passive, and the rook h1 is kind of stuck. Yeah, matlab kya future hai iska? If you play rook h3, black can also play rook to g4, and then that's even more worse. The rook is kind of stranded. So I do feel black is much better here practically and objectively also better. So let's see क्या होता है. आपका शादी का प्लान कब है? जब भाई जब वो परी मिलेगी हमें तब. How long do you think the journey from IM to GM would take? Ajit, I think it would take. It depends on the resources. If let's say I have as much money, like let's say if I'm if streaming has worked, I have enough money to put into coaching, then it will be really fast. It will take a year or so. But if I don't, it will take like 5 years. Like there are people who have achieved it in like 8 months. There are people who have not achieved it in like a decade. So it totally depends on the resources you have, the talent you have, and how much effort you put in. Queen e2, trying to attack the h5 pawn and the c4 pawn, of course. A good move, most likely. If you got a chance to go on Shark Tank, what will you pitch? I don't have anything to pitch right now, भाई, because chess के terms सारे ideas है, तो इतना कुछ crazy idea है नहीं जो समझेंगे. अरे नंदकिशोर भाई, thanks for super chat. ये super sticker actually he's flying really fast भाई, VD की rating की तरह. Thanks a lot, भाई, means a lot. Thanks a lot, भाई. GM Sagar Shah, भाई, GM Sagar Shah will be fun to watch as well. Free pawn on f2 in the Pragg game. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's not really a free pawn, because after rook f2 there will be rook d2, and then you are forced to trade rooks. So even though you win back the pawn, you have to now trade rooks, and unfortunately I feel white is winning this because of the passed pawns on the queen side. So you really have to be sure you can hold this. Core report is negative, bhai. 1 year to go from 2200 to 2500. No, 1 year to go from 2400 to 2500. 2200 say 2400. I think I can go in a few months, like 3-4 months of full effort is enough to reach IM, I feel. Given Nils Grandilis' poor form, can we expect a point for Vidit there? Yeah, Sarvesh, we totally can. Depends on also what color he has against Nils. Let me check that out. He has the white pieces. That's a very good chance for Vidit to score a point. Why rook exchange is forced? Because the rook is trapped. Yeah, what else can you do? Let's go back. After rook, you don't have any of the squares. The only square is the square on f6. But to be honest, I don't like the square on f6. Like what is doing on f6, you would rather exchange it. By the way, he has captured on f2, and white has played rook to d2. So now comes the critical moment. He has to probably exchange rooks. What's your rating? My rating is 2201. How to become GM in 1 year? By dream, and then dream every day, and then keep becoming a GM in your dreams. Especially if you are not rated right now. Around कितना पैसा लग जाएगा IM टाइटल पे आने में और फिर IM से GM? IM तक में उतना नहीं लगेगा यार. It will take a lot of time and money, but not as much as compared to something like IM to GM. That would be insane amount of money and time. That's why I'm always cautious about targeting the GM title, because इतना टाइम इतना पैसा लगेगा. I'll be like, भाई इसमें किडनी में 4-5 बिक जाए. So that will be very difficult. So first let's focus on the IM title. VD game has been drawn, Abhishek. VD has already drawn his game, so we are focusing on Pragg's game now, because Pragg is playing against Rapport, and very critical position now. Will he take on D2? कल है भाई VD against Duda, so भाई revenge match, because Duda की वजह से ही VD did not qualify for the candidates. If he had won against Duda, he would have qualified. Oh, played rook f6. He played rook f6, but now comes king to d4. Knight c3 coming up, chat. It is lost. Game links are in the description of this video, chat. I think this is lost now. Knight c3 is a killer. It's just a killer. You don't have rook d6 check. Bishop e4 is the threat. Knight c3 is just a killer move. The knight will come to d5, and I think Pragg will lose this game, unfortunately. If Pragg draws this game, I will dance on stream, bhai. This is completely lost. Completely lost now, unfortunately. आपके जीएम टेल के लिए किडनी बेचने को तैयार हुए? नहीं भाई, ऐसा कोई ऐसी जरूरत नहीं है भाई, किडनी इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट. थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर द जेस्चर दो. शो ममिदरफ वर्सेस वैन. ममिदरफ क्या कर रहा है यार? I think that's already losing. Yeah, that's already lost for Van Forest. So I think that's already over. Let's go to Carlsen's game now. Carlsen, of course, it's. Oh, by the way. Oh, queen attacked. And where will the queen go, by the way? Which square? Queen a4 is the square, I guess. But now, if queen a4, I take on b3. So you have to give up your bishop now. Bishop f7 only move. King f7, queen f4, but it does feel like black is better. Black is better. Pragg winning, kuch bhi bhai, kuch bhi. So Carlsen will win the game, chat. Let's go to Pragg's game once more. Arjun is slightly worse, chat. Do you have an IM norm? Amrut, I before, just like 1 month before the pandemic, I would say like I think in December 2019. That's like 1.5 months. I missed my IM norm thrice in 1 month, like by half a point. So I was so close when the pandemic happened. So if it had started, let's say in May, I would have probably been an IM by now. So itna hi tha difference. 500 रुपए छुट्टे हैं क्या? भाई छुट्टे 500 रुपए क्या करोगे भाई? ऐसे स्क्रीन में डाल नहीं सकता मैं ऐसे. यहाँ पे कोई स्लॉट मशीन नहीं है, मैं कैमरा में डालूंगा तुम्हारे पास पहुंच जाएंगे. अभी तक क्या हुआ भाई? मैं गया था बीच में भाई, विदित का ड्रॉ हो गया भाई. I have 17 on Chess.com rating and my age is 18. So can I become a GM? You can become a GM, but it's very difficult. Very difficult, bhai. Whom would you take coaching from for GM? I'm not sure. It depends on, again, the amount of resources I have. Do you think better players in general are also better coaches, or can an average IM GM can also be an awesome coach? I think an average IM GM can be an excellent coach. A good example is Mark Duretsky, and as well as Jacob Agard. Jacob Agard, like he was such an amazing coach even when he was an IM. So I would say a person can be a great coach even though he's not like some 2700 player. Why not queen c3 in Magnus's match? Queen c3. Because the queen is hanging. That's why. So that was a simple question to answer. Let's go to the game of Pragg again. There are 13 people here, so 13 kidneys are responsible. अरे नहीं भाई, किसी की किडनी नहीं चाहिए भाई. अगर जो होना होगा वही हो ही जाएगा भाई. कुछ ना कुछ जादू से चीजें हो जाती है कई बार, कुछ पता नहीं होता भाई. अगर जीएम टाइटल मिलना ही होगा तो भाई वो अपने आप मिल जाएगा. आई ऑफ कोर्स पुट इन द एफर्ट, एंड आई डू बिलीव कि लाइक थिंग्स ऑटोमेटिकली लीड टू अ पाथ, एंड इफ यू वर्क हार्ड तो कुछ ना कुछ तो मिल ही जाएगा. कैन यू कोच मी प्लीज ओपी गेमर? भाई अनफॉर्चुनेटली आई डोंट हैव दैट मच टाइम, एंड ऑफ कोर्स यार, आई मीन दिस इज एन ऑब्वियस रीजन. चेस छोड़ के एक्टिंग करोगे? भाई एक्टिंग क्यों करूंगा यार? लाइक neither do I have a six pack, neither do I have any acting skills. Tikku becoming SRK now. Oh sorry, I didn't notice the pawn. Shabash Jatin bhai, shabash. Shabash. Okay. मेरा नाम याद कर लो, देवमान. भाई मैं कब का याद करके बैठा हूं यार. आप ही कुछ कर नहीं रहे यार. आपने मुझे 3 दिन पहले लिखा था कि आप याद कर लो, मैं 3 दिन में जीएम बन जाऊंगा. आप बने नहीं. Sad for he's not able to fetch even one GM now. I mean, I don't know why he's not playing so well. I am not really sure, because he has so many resources, man. He has like as much money as he wants. He has any coach in the world he can hire at this moment. I don't know why he's not improving. Why he's not even like he's not playing well, because I don't know exactly. आपका ब्रेन बेस तो बहुत महंगा बिकेगा, यूज ही नहीं है. भाई कम से कम डायलॉग तो ओरिजिनल मारो. डायलॉग भी मूवी से उठाओगे तो कैसे चलेगा भाई. Yeah, now b5. I think Pragg is going to lose this one. b5 and maybe even c6 and b6, and that should be lost. 2200 से 2400 200 पॉइंट्स है, बट 24 से 100 पॉइंट्स है. तो आइए से जीएम क्यों हार्ड होता है? बिकॉज जीएम डाउन करना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है. जीएम एंड जितना ऊपर जाते हो कंपटीशन टफ होता है. I already have a peak of 2275, so I already can get to 27 very easily. 2300 पहुंचना मुश्किल नहीं है, और 100 पॉइंट जाएंगे उसके बाद. बट 2400 से 2500 बहुत मुश्किल है. 3 जीएम डाउन करना मतलब आपको 2600 की परफॉर्मेंस पे खेलना है भाई. 2600, जस्ट इमेजिन. एक GM नाउ मींस आपको 2600 परफॉर्मेंस पे खेलना है. दैट्स सो डिफिकल्ट. VD now 2738. Okay, that's very interesting, भाई. That's very interesting. साहिल आप जनरेटर की तरह हंसते हो भाई. हंसे जैसे भी हंसे भाई. जनरेटर हो कैसा भी हो भाई. जनरेटर कितने फेमस है भाई. 3 इडियट्स का मेन हीरो कौन था? Who was the main hero of 3 इडियट्स? जनरेटर भाई. इंडक्शन मोटर. By the way, B5 played by White, so C6 coming up very soon. प्रग ने कुछ खेला क्या? अभी नहीं. Bhai, I watch all the tournaments with you. Thanks a lot, bhai. Giri drops 3 positions after draw. Oh, bhai. Who is leading the tournament? Right now, I think Vidit is leading. Mamidyarov will join him very soon. So will Carlsen and so will, I think, Rapport. So there will be 4 leaders at 3.5 points out of 5. आप हैंगिंग पॉइंट नाम तो सुना है यार श्रेयांश भाई. Karjakin blunder, really? मिनिस्टर ऑफ डिफेंस को क्या हो गया भाई? ओ ब्लंडर पे ब्लंडर हो रहे हैं भाई. 97 रुक C1 रुक G4 के व्हाट? ओ रुक G4 पर रुक F1 is winning on the spot. How? What? Are they going to agree to a draw? Let me see. Rook F1. Oh, it's not a winning. Yeah, it's not winning. क्या Rook G8 के बाद? Oh, Queen H4. Wow. So are they going to agree to a draw in like a oh my god, they're repeating positions. Wow. Are they going to repeat positions in like a one position for white? Oh my god. Crap. भाई बहुत दुख होगा डूडा को भाई. बहुत दुख होगा डूडा को. बाद में घर जाकर देखेगा तो. I hope this is some sort of mouse slip or something, because if this is the case, then Duda is actually winning after Rook F1. Really do his game, by really do his game. Considering what happened last time, Anish deserved to win tour this time. I'm not sure, yeah. There's no deserving there. I mean, last time, however you play, regardless, this is a new tournament. Engineer ho kya? हाँ भाई. Pandali is sending me some text. Archit bhai, thanks for super chat, bhai. Oh my god. Arre, thanks for Archit bhai. Arre, thanks a lot. Means a lot, bhai. Means a lot, bhai. Means a lot, man. Thanks a lot, bhai. Thanks a lot, bhai. Why Pizzo is not playing this? I can't comment on that, bhai. I can't comment on that. भाई लेकिन ये बात तो है यार, मानना पड़ेगा भाई. अर्चित भाई, पवन भाई, साई पवन भाई, अक्षत भाई, you've supported us a lot, man, and everybody else. Thanks a lot, भाई. Means a lot, man. पिछले एक महीने सपोर्ट हैज बीन जस्ट, आई थिंक पिछले 20 साल सपोर्ट हैज बीन जस्ट कंप्लीटली इनसेन. कोई मुझे पहले बोला होता तो मैं विश्वास नहीं करता भाई. सो थैंक्स अ लॉट, मैन. मींस लॉट. व्हाई डिड वी ड्रॉप? अरे भाई आज मैंने पवन भाई को चैट में देखा नहीं था. आई वाज लाइक चलो ठीक है. अरे पवन भाई थैंक्स अ लॉट. अरे भाई थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई. मींस अ लॉट. थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई. थैंक्स अ लॉट. मींस अ लॉट भाई. अरे भाई थैंक्स अ लॉट. थैंक्स अ लॉट. पवन ओपी एंड अर्चित ओपी इन द चैट भाई एक बार प्लीज भाई. लेट्स गो चैट. Yeah, leeches is inflated भाई. Leeches is inflated. It's highly inflated. I would highly suggest कि भाई Heathercom से अपना estimate लगाओ लेवल का. Not all leeches. So chat, by the way, ये लोग अपना winning position में draw करने वाले हैं. I feel so ये लोग घर जाके बहुत रोएंगे. I think Duda बहुत रोने वाला है घर जाके. So let's go to the game of Carlsen now. Carlsen Queen A4. Okay, Bishop C4 now looks very strong, trying to cover up his king. And उसके बाद let's go to the game of Pragg now. क्या Pragg कुछ चमत्कार कर सकता है? भाई ये तो लॉस्ट है भाई. खत्म. ओवर. चकदे फट्टे खत्म भाई. खत्म भाई खत्म. Rook A7 कमिंग अप. Rook A7 कमिंग अप. पवन अर्चित भाई उनको ऐसे मत करो यार. डोंट धनंजय भाई ऐसे मत करो भाई. that's not करेक्ट भाई. भाई तुम तो मजे दे रहे हो भाई. तुम्हारा विचारों के. अरे अमृत थैंक यू सुपर चैट भाई. थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई. कुछ सोच रहे हैं अमृत जी. क्या सोच रहे हैं भाई ये बता दो. क्या सोच रहे हो भाई अमृत भाई? Watching from Pakistan, not a single Pakistani GM, but it's always a pleasure to see Indian GMs playing and cheering for them to win. Looking forward to Will to win this. Glad to have you, Manoj bhai. I think you have an IM in Pakistan, right? If I'm not mistaken, you have one IM there. I think I forgot his name though. I forgot his name. Hopefully you have a GM soon. Why did we draw? Because Anish ने draw पूछा and he was like, he made video offer, he cannot refuse. भाई Anish एक बार draw पूछ ले, you have to say yes. एसिपेंको ब्लंडर भाई, he was already losing. एसिपेंको already पिल रहा था भाई, तो वो हारेगा ही. Looks like chocolates given to AG in VD's vlog has some stuff in it. प्यार था, उसे बोलते हैं हम प्यार भाई, दिल से फेंका हुआ प्यार. और क्या है? डूडा ड्रॉ. व्हाट? क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम? Oh, they drew the game. Oh my god, they drew the game in a better position for white. भाई डूडा के रोएगा भाई घर जाके. I am शहजाद मिर्जा, आर यू श्योर? भाई डूडा रोएगा भाई घर जाके बहुत बुरी तरह, बहुत बुरी तरह रोने वाला. डूडा हैज ड्रॉन हिज गेम चैट. That is a draw. Let's go to the game of Carlsen now. Okay. What? भाई क्या लाइन है? Guys, watch this. Oh, he plays rook h7. He had the move bishop a4, rook takes g7, and this is a like a crazy position. भाई क्या crazy position है? But he plays rook h7, defending the pawn, and now the queen is attacked. Queen b3 check, bishop c4, queen b g3, like queen b3 check, bishop c4, queen g3, threatening queen g6, and now queen d6, protecting g6, and it's insane, man. Rook takes b2 can also be a threat sometimes. बहुत सारे तट्टे हैं भाई. Shashu, thanks for super chat. Here comment. Bengal is in the house. Say che. Let's go, भाई. I don't know मैंने चे की बोला है के बदले वैसे. No blunder in equal. Esipenko blunder in equal position. Really? Let me check. Esipenko. Oh, it's roughly balanced now. Roughly balanced now. अब ओवर पुश कर देगा डूडा भाई. ना आई एम बैक. कोई हल्का सा लैग हुआ था भाई एक सेकंड के लिए. आई एम बैक. रिफ्रेश करो भाई, रिफ्रेश करो भाई. सो guys, let's do a roundup. I don't understand anything in chess. Why am I watching this? Because actually the main reason is I don't know. Sarvesh bhai, thanks for congratulations on 19k subs. आज मैं कुछ ज्यादा तेज बोल रहा हूँ. Thanks Sarvesh bhai, means a lot for the kind words and the super chat. Thanks a lot bhai. Refresh करो guys, refresh करो भाई. Thanks a lot Sarvesh bhai. They have gun. अरे भाई ऐसे मत बोलो यार. एक सेकंड के लिए तो नहीं हुआ था. Okay, interesting. So let's go chat. Let's do a roundup. We have Vidit against Anish, which ended in a draw. Then we have Carlsen against Ganguly, जहां पे बहुत क्रेजी पोजीशन है. Anybody could win this. कुछ भी हो सकता है. अरे क्या बोलना था हमें? क्या बोलना था निशा भाई? आपको क्या बोलना था? Let's go to the game of Caruana against Andrei Esipenko. Very interesting position. Probably a draw, but 2 minutes for each side. Let's go to this game. I think this is Mamita is going to win this very soon. Let's go to the guest game. Pragg against Rapport. Rapport is completely winning. And the issue here is these pawns on the queen side are going to push very quickly. And बहुत जल्दी Pragg के पास move ही नहीं बचेगी. Rook f2 attacks the bishop. He moves the bishop back. But now it will be chat. There's a crazy move. There was a crazy move here. Instead of knight d5, which is not the best, rook takes f6, and now bishop takes e4 was the move winning on the spot. But he missed it. He played the move knight d5, and now Pragg can capture on h5, but still I feel it's not so clear. I mean, he might win the pawn back, but c6 is coming up, man. These pawns should queen. ये pawn रुक ने रोका हुआ है. ये pawn कहीं भाग नहीं रहा. Pragg will lose, yeah, most likely. Why is chess so addictive? I don't know, bhai. I am also asking myself the same question for the past at least 10 years, 15 years. Looks like the chocolates, no stuff there, bhai, no stuff. अरे Bengalis को आपने कुछ बोला? I missed it due to lag. Oh, somebody said कि भाई in all the Bengalis in the chat say hey, so मैंने बोला hey. बोलो भाई सब. Can we be better at chess without learning much of theory? You can, Jay. You can of course reach a certain level, but at some point थोड़ी सीखनी पड़ेगी. Otherwise क्या होगा कि यार मतलब you will keep getting outplayed in the opening itself. So theory आनी चाहिए कुछ हद तक. At least 5-10 moves आने चाहिए. VD and AG अब साथ में डिनर करेंगे. हाँ भाई, फिर डिस्कस करेंगे कि भाई क्या करें अब, क्या वीडियो डाले कंटेंट के लिए, क्या हमने गलती करी. वुड बी क्रेजी एनालिसिस टू वॉच. आप बताओ नीचे 1600 1100 होता है, 1300 होता है भाई. By the way, knight f5 played a Pragg and he played the move rook takes f7 now. B7 also hanging. I think this is game over for Pragg. This should be over very soon. Duda called arbiter saying उसने मेरे चीटिंग किया है. मैंने सोचा उसने रिजाइन किया. अरे कुछ भी भाई. Okay, all great. Let me check out something. Okay, yeah, that's great. So I'm back. अरे भाई कितने पैसे हैं आप एप्पल पास कितने का आता है मुझे पता नहीं यार. आई डोंट बाय एप्पल प्रोडक्ट्स भाई. यस ब्रो, डूडा वाज विनिंग. डूडा ओके, लेट मी गो. या ही वाज विनिंग. आई थिंक एट सम पॉइंट बहुत पिस्ड ऑफ होगा रूम जाके, कहेगा मैंने क्या ही दे दिया भाई फ्री का. सो लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ कार्लसन नाउ. कुछ हो रहा है क्या यहाँ पे? बाय द वे, क्वींस हैव बीन ट्रेड ऑफ आफ्टर द मूव. Queen g3, queen b6, queen g6 takes, rook to c8. I think this is most likely a draw, so Carlsen will not be the leader now. Grandelius is holding on. That means we'll have 3 leaders now: Mamedyarov, Vidit, and I think it was Rapport. Arjun winning. What? Apple has $168 billion in cash reserves. Arey bhai. I know company का cash reserves होना important है, but 168 billion, oh my god. Anyways. Oh, Arjun is winning. How did this happen? Membership tournament next up करेंगे भाई, but ये क्या है भाई? How is he winning now? Okay, we saw it till here. Rook h3 played. He plays h4. Rook takes c4. Rook g4 was a mistake. Queen f3. Queen d5 takes. Rook c2. Rook c8. Now he takes. And the winning move is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, he's just a pawn up. G3 coming up. Oh. And even rook h1, rook c1 is very strong now. You can play a5, rook b1, rook b7. Very strong, भाई. Arjun is again winning. भाई कैसे जीतता है यार ये बंदा कैसे जीतता है हर बार? How is he winning each and every game? From being completely lost, he literally is winning. अगर यूएसए में demonetization हुआ तो I am not sure कि भाई मुझे क्या फर्क पड़ेगा उससे या हमें से किसी को. I guess कुछ context होगा उसका. What happened? It was a draw भाई. Vidi drew. Arjun is in great form भाई, great form. So I think Arjun is going to win. Surya was also a pawn up. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's also completely winning. Not completely, but yeah, he should manage to win this with knight f3, defend this pawn. So let's go to the game of Carlsen and Pragg now in the Masters. Carlsen is slightly better apparently because bishop d3 is coming up. That's a double attack on c2 and e4. I don't know how he missed it. He played the move. After rook c8, he played the move rook g5. I don't know why he did that. Now bishop d3 happening. So rook f5 check, king g8. Let's see what happens. Arjun top-notch performance, recovery is great. Yeah, it was awesome, bhai, because like how well he has played consistently. Lagatar 4 win is just completely insane. Apple reserves. Oh, now I understand. Okay. Now it makes sense. Demonetization comment wasn't reference to Apple cash reserves. Okay. Yeah, now it makes sense. Although I think उसमें क्या है भाई, अगर if Apple had $168 billion in reserves in India, तो भाई Apple, I think वो business बड़ा boom होगा. जो बंदे लाइन रखते थे ना, there was business जहां पे people will stand in line for you and withdraw your cash. I think Apple के $168 billion withdraw करने के लिए तो भाई पूरे इंडिया को एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिल जाएगा. That would be one good thing. आपका नेक्स्ट टूर्नामेंट भाई पता नहीं यार, अभी कुछ पता नहीं है, कोविड चल रहा है अभी. नेवर अंडर एस्टिमेट रैपोर्ट्स कैलिबर. साहिल भाई, आई एम नॉट अंडर एस्टिमेटिंग हिम. मुझे प्रग के लिए डर लग रहा है मेरे दोस्त. बाय द वे, व्हाई इज प्रग्स क्लॉक शोइंग 0? 40 मूव्स हो गए. बाय द वे, D2 प्लेड बाय प्रग. सो आखिरी ट्राई, एक प्यादे के भरोसे आगे चल रहे हैं प्रग जी. 93 प्लेड नाउ एंड दिस पॉन हैज बीन स्टॉप्ड. आई थिंक प्रग विल लूज. Carlsen won. Not really, not yet. Is Vidit still the sole leader? No, he's not the sole leader. वहां पे Rapport will join him soon, and so will Mamedyarov, and even Carlsen might join him. Who knows? What happened in Vidit's game? Vidit drew his game against Anish. दोनों ने भाई मस्त गप्पे मारी, चाटे करी, पिल्लो फाइट करी और ड्रॉ के चले गए. Why did Ruler draw him? He did not realize was winning push आकाश भाई, उसको realize ही नहीं हुआ यार. He did not realize भाई. I am 1550 but still not in good in theory. Any advice? 1550 में theory की जरूरत नहीं है उतनी. I mean you can learn openings but strategy भी ज़्यादा focus करो. अर्जुन लेस एडवांटेज, कोई बात नहीं यार, कोई बात नहीं, रिगार्डलेस ऑफ लेस तो ज़्यादा हो. आप इस साल नेशनल्स खेलोगे? प्लान तो है खेलने का यार, प्लान तो है, बट डिपेंड्स ऑन द कोविड सिचुएशन क्या रहेगा. योर प्रेडिक्शंस ऑन फाइनल्स ऑफ व्हाट दिस इवेंट? आई थिंक राइट नाउ इट्स नॉट, इट्स लाइक अ स्विस रैंड रॉबिन, सो हर कोई खेलेगा, कोई फाइनल्स नहीं है यहाँ पे. बट आई डू फील कि राइट नाउ कंसिडरिंग वीडी ड्रू हिज गेम, आई थिंक इट्स नॉट सो क्लियर ही विन द इवेंट नाउ. ही नीड्स अ कपल ऑफ विन्स नाउ. Arjun is losing? Come on, that has to be a scam. That has to be a scam. He cannot be losing. How can he be losing? How can he be losing? I literally, you know, मैं बॉटल में सर पे दे मारूंगा अगर हार रहा होगा तो. Yeah, देखा, स्कैम पकड़ा गया भाई. ऐड कर लो भाई, 2-1 फॉर मी नाउ. ऐड कर लो चैट, 2-1. देखा, पकड़े गए भाई. तो इस बार स्कैम नहीं काम करा भाई. He is not winning. He is not winning. He is winning. Arjun is winning. His opponent is not winning. आपके तो मेरा रेटिंग है भाई 22,001. 2-1. यस, एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. नेशनल्स तो ऑनलाइन हुए थे या, बट वो पिछले साल हुए थे. इस बार शायद ओवर द बोर्ड होंगे. टिक्कू का हिल गया था एक सेकंड के लिए भाई. क्या हिल गया था भाई? गुड ऑफ एनर्जी, थैंक्स फॉर सचिन भाई, थैंक्स लॉट. Any tips on how to stop watching chess? Seems I waste too much time watching chess. I would say one recommendation would be to start playing yourself without preparation. इतना हारोगे भाई कि खुद को छोड़ दोगे. हाँ 22,000 एक है, पता नहीं तुम्हें? 22,000 एक ही तो है भाई, और क्या? इसमें चीटिंग करके. Anyway, let's go to the game of Surya. क्या कर रहा है सूर्या भाई? Surya is fighting by. It's not so clear how he'll win this. By the way, I think Mamidyarov has won. Mamidyarov has won his game. So that's game over. He takes the lead along with Vidit. Let's go to Pragg's game now. क्या कर रहा है Pragg लौंडा? सख्त लौंडा पर क्या कर रहा है भाई? You are literally best player in the world. Exactly भाई, कभी फ्लॉन्ट नहीं मारा यार हमने. Okay, so if I was black, what hope do I have? I want to give this check, but if I play rook e8, he can just play knight d1 or even rook d7, and I don't see how am I winning. You are a grandmaster. Yes. Shri grandmaster bhai. Carlsen is looking for you. I mean, yeah, he might be looking, but there's no point here. And what's the point of playing people who are so much weaker? छोड़ो यार, अब मजा भी नहीं आ रहा. कार्लसन को ट्रोल करते हुए खुद को शर्म आ जाती है भाई. आज भी टपकाते हैं भाई कार्लसन को ट्रोल करते हुए. विल यू बिकम अ सुपर जीएम इन 7 years from now? भाई 7 years from now किसने देखा है? 7 साल पहले भाई मैं कहाँ, भाई मैं कॉलेज में था यार. 7 साल पहले नहीं, कॉलेज खत्म हो गया था कॉलेज. भाई टेल द बेस्ट वे टू क्रॉस 800 यूरो इन ब्लिट्स. ओपनिंग्स प्लस टैक्टिक्स, दीज 2 things सॉल्व देम क्विक एवरी डे. वीडी गेम मैं नहीं दिखा रहा यार. आई विल नॉट शो इट. मन नहीं है, नहीं दिखा रहा. देखनी नहीं है वीडियो गेम. प्रग के 40 मूव हो गए क्या? 40 मूव तो हो गए यार, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो 40 मूव में कुछ खास फायदा नहीं हो खेलने का यार. इससे बेटर ना ही खेलते, बिकॉज ही इज लॉस्ट. आर यू फुल टाइम चेस प्लेयर? समथिंग एल्स. डोंट आस्क मी व्हाट दो. जॉर्डन रिजाइंड. यस, शार्क हैज वन. इतना मारूंगा, चल दिखा वीडियो गेम. आ भाई आ जाओ, मैं ही बॉक्सर हूं भाई. डूडा ड्रॉ क्यों किया भाई? पता नहीं यार. ही लव्स ड्रॉस. कैन समय बिकम अ WGM इन द नेक्स्ट 130 years? आई मीन पॉसिबल आई गेस. इज नाइट F4 पॉसिबल? नाइट F4 यार, पीस देने का शौक किया लोगों को इतना. आई मीन E4, फिर क्या भाई? नेक्स्ट मूव E3. I guess that's your idea, but bishop F3, and then you can probably resign, I think. Go to Arjun's game. Let's go to Arjun's game भाई. क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे? Arjun's game is still winning. He's still trying to formulate a plan. I think G3 looks really strong. either with Rukeshti or directly also. Are you a coach and streamer or any other also? पद्मेश भाई तुम पहले आ चुके हो चैनल पे भाई, भूल गए क्या भाई? मेमोरी लॉस? जस्ट किडिंग भाई, ऑफर में था नहीं भाई, मजाक नहीं, मजाक कर रहा हूँ भाई। आप लिंक्डइन में हो क्या? नहीं भाई। आप कौन हो मुझे भी नहीं पता यार, ये राज भी। एनीवेज, okay chat, if I was Arjun here, what would I do? I could try rook c1. That looks very likely. I could also play a5. I could also play g3. I could also, okay, I could not do anything else. अरे ये सब क्या हो रहा है भाई? गेम चल रही है भाई, गेम चल रही है यार। By the way, Nguyen Thai Dai Van has drawn. Just for update, Thai Dai Van has drawn. Just wanted to update you guys. Next game is या Pragg भाई, थोड़ा गेम थोड़ी वीक हो गया यार, इस गेम में मजा नहीं आया। देखिए, लेट्स गो टू कार्लसन गेम। क्या कर रहा है कार्लसन लौंडा? शादी कब करोगे भाई? बस यार, शादी.com पे जब रजिस्टर करने वाला हूँ आज की स्ट्रीम के बाद, आज रजिस्टर करूंगा। शादी.com पे करूंगा, मीट माई मेट पे करूंगा, टिंडर पे करूंगा, बहुत सारी वेबसाइट रजिस्टर करूंगा यार आज मैं। आप डेट कर रहे हो क्या? शुभोदीप भाई, इज दैट एन ऑफर? नॉट इंटरेस्टेड भाई। वीडियो की लाइव रेटिंग कितनी है? इट्स 2738। ये राज भी सिविल इंजीनियरिंग की डिग्री के साथ दफन होगा। ट्रू भाई, ट्रू भाई। दाई, अरे भाई ये क्या है भाई? What happened in VD game? VD drew his game भाई, ये थी आखिरी पोजीशन। एंड he had some space life में, but he does not like space, so he drew the game. Excel में अपडेट, हाँ मैंने किया नहीं यार, I should do it. Excel में अपडेट कर देते हैं भाई, बिल्कुल कर देते हैं। Let's check it out. So I think Anish and VD have drawn, so that means कि they end up with equal number of points. So let's give them a green color both. Carlsen is still playing. Shark has won against Jordan. And I think who else drew? Nguyen drew against Anil Nami, right? So they have also drawn. These are the results, chat. And Duda and Karjakin also drew. And so did Shankland and Dubov, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. Yes, they also drew. So far, these are the results. Let me quickly check it out. These are the results so far that we have. And we're waiting for the others. Mostly draws, but Shark जीता अब तक, और कोई जीता नहीं है। थाई बाई बॉय का ड्रॉ हो गया। भाई ड्रॉ हो गया भाई। LinkedIn is infested with polls these days. 2 मिनट चला के मूड खराब होता है। Yeah, I don't know. Like to be honest, मैंने LinkedIn से खोला था, so many people, you know, like it's like सिंपल चीज करते हैं। मतलब कोई बंदा ऐसे, वो 3 years में था ना, कि ऐसे मतलब अगर आपका काम है, आप बिल्डिंग बनाते हो, लाइक आई टेक स्टील रीइंफोर्स्ड कंक्रीट एंड आई पुट, इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड वे में अपना जॉब डिस्क्रिप्शन देता हूं, लाइक यार तुम करते क्या हो भाई? कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है मुझे भाई, मुझे बताओ तुम करते क्या हो। इट्स क्रेजी। When is the right time to start learning endgame? When you start dating भाई? Show Caruana's game. Let me show you. Caruana game में क्या चल रहा है भाई? Okay, this is a draw. This is a draw. Dead draw भाई. Dead draw. एक extra pawn means nothing here. Should be a draw. Let's go to the game of Pragg now. Surya game. Yeah, Surya game also we have to check out. By the Pragg is still losing. Let's go to Surya's game. Arjun also winning. So Surya's game is very critical because Black is trying to win the A pawn and try to push his own pawns, and he also has a bishop that's coming to D5. So it's like, it's not clear like how did, if you play king E3 then he will keep checking you. He played knight F3, but now bishop D5 or bishop B3, bishop D1 or just rook A4, and it's not so clear how does he progress now. कहना क्या चाहते हो? मुझे भी नहीं पता भाई, मुझे भी नहीं पता। कल की पेयरिंग बता दो। कल विदित का मैच डूडा के साथ है भाई। कल हम वर्ल्ड कप का बदला लेंगे भाई। डूडा, यू टुक अवे द कैंडिडेट स्पॉट। तुझे हम यहाँ हराएंगे, फिर ग्रुप में हराएंगे। सॉरी, ग्रुप में तू खेल नहीं रहा है, तो यहाँ हराएंगे, फिर कैंडिडेट्स में हराएंगे, फिर तेरे लाइफ में हराएंगे, तेरी गर्लफ्रेंड छीन लेंगे, तुझे पोलाने बंद कर देंगे भाई। Okay, that was a bit too serious. Okay, anyways. Did Magnus draw? No, Magnus is still playing, bhai. Magnus is still playing. Let me check it out. Still playing. पोलिना यहाँ क्यों है? यार वो शॉपिंग करने आई है भाई टाटा स्टील में. भाई खेलने आई है और क्या. व्हाइट ऑफ ब्लैक पीसेस में डूडा. व्हाइट अगेंस्ट डूडा भाई. व्हाइट इस बार पेलेंगे भाई. इस बार पेलेंगे डूडा को भाई. पूरी तरह पेलेंगे उसको. Will Anish visit India anytime soon? He might for the Indian Chess League if there is no COVID. He might do it, but let's see. अभी तो बहुत टाइम है. अभी तो भाई ओमिक्रॉन जी फैल रहे थोड़ा सा. इतना फैल रहे क्या बोले. टूर्नामेंट में मास्टर एंड चैलेंजर है क्या? एग्जैक्टली भाई. मास्टर अलग, चैलेंजर अलग. मेक ड्रॉन गेम्स येलो एंड लॉसेस रेड. येलो करना है क्या? येलो साउंड्स लाइक, बट ओके, येलो भी कर सकते हैं. और इससे बेटर कर सकते हैं भाई. इससे बेटर ऑप्शन है, आई वुड से इसको गायब कर देते हैं. दैट्स द बेस्ट ऑप्शन. अर्जुन का गेम चलने दो. अर्जुन गेम कंप्लीटली विनिंग है बाय द वे. आई डोंट सी हाउ ही कैन नॉट विन दिस. वो चाहे भी तो ये जीत, ना भी चाहे तब भी जीतेगा. ही कुड गो रुक h1, रुक c1 और ही कुड गो g3. इट्स विनिंग रिगार्डलेस. कुछ भी कर ले वो ग्रॉपी में कौन खेल भाई. ग्रॉपी में कौन खेलेगा भाई. आई डोंट नो कि आप ये क्या कोशिश कर रहे हो, बट मुझे समझ नहीं आया भाई. चिकन बटर मसाला या चिकन कोल्हापुर यार. लेट्स नॉट टॉक अबाउट फूड. भूख लग रही है यार. विदित फॉर इंडिया नंबर 1 इन 2020. यस, इट इज पॉसिबल अंकित भाई. ही इज वेरी क्लोज. अगर वो ये गेम मतलब इस टूर्नामेंट में फर्स्ट आ जाए तो दैट विल बी अ ह्यूज स्टेप. एंड ग्रॉन्ड प्री भी है. आप मुंबई से हो? नहीं भाई यार, मैं कोशिश बहुत करी मुंबई आने की. मैं इतनी बार इंडियन आइडल के ऑडिशंस में गया, बट कभी मुंबई आने नहीं दिया उन्होंने मुझे. डू वी हैव ब्लिट्स ऑल्सो इन टाटा स्टील? वी डोंट. नहीं भाई, वो वाला इंडिया में हो गया ना ब्लिट्स रैपिड. वो इंडिया में कर लिया उन्होंने. इफ अर्जुन प्लेज रुक g3 देन ही लूजेस. So you are telling me if he plays rook to g3 right now, he is losing. Wow. यार अब कार्लसन कैसे नहीं हो यार? हाउ इज रेटिंग सो लो मैन? रुक h1, रुक a1, a5. That's possible. Also, this rook c1 is also possible, by the way. I should have subscribed you much earlier. You are too funny. Am I funny? Really? मुझे आज लग नहीं रहा यार. आज लग रहा है मैं लेम जोक्स मारे जा रहा हूँ. To be honest, sometimes I am funny, but not today. पोलैंड में डूडा का. अरे यार धनंजय भाई, नो गंदी बात. What is Vidit's all-time highest rating and rank? I think this is all-time highest rating, 2738. Mikhail Tal is Carlsen. Who you think will win? Of course Carlsen जीतेगा भाई. Of course Carlsen. There's no doubt भाई. He'll win easily, comfortably. Arjun is not repeating news भाई. मजा ले रहा हूँ. Tell me a joke. एक बार एक ब्लैक स्वान था भाई. फिर सफेद कपड़े पहन लिए तो लोग देख ही नहीं पाए उसको. अनिश के साथ इंडियन फ्लैग क्यों लगाया है? वो तो यूएसए का है. आप सीईओ ऑफ स्टेलमेट को जानते हो क्या? जानता तो हूं भाई, जानता तो हूं भाई. आपको लगता है कि आप फनी हो तो आप क्या बोल दिया भाई शुभोदीप भाई? ये क्या मतलब है इसका? आई थिंक आई नो द मीनिंग बट आई डोंट वांट टू से इट आउट लाउड. ब्लैक व्हाइट पे जो करता है टिक्कू कैंसल हिम. भाई व्हाइट कपड़े हैं भाई. VD match result. So chat, VD has drawn his game. I will show you the final position against Anish. It was a very interesting game, by the way. And he ended up drawing here right now because he was slightly better, but he did not push Anish off for a draw, and he took it. After all, you cannot decline Anish in anything, so he took the draw. And now Pragg is of course losing. We are waiting for the games to finish, and in terms of Arjun, he's completely winning, and Surya is also winning, but not sure yet if he'll convert it easily or if Black will try to somehow come back. Right now in the Masters, we have I think 3 leaders. One is Vidit, one is Mamidyarov, and I think 2 more have a chance. Rapport has a good chance of winning, which he'll most likely win, and also Carlsen might win this one. What if Murzin offers a draw? I think Arjun will laugh. He's very shy. I have played him, of course. I drew against him. So, again, flaunting here. He's very, I say, down to earth. He'll be like, no, please. ऐसे कुछ बोलेगा. बड़ा शांत बंदा है वो. Knight g3 in Pragg's game. Let me have a look. Knight g3. It's possible. It's possible. But how do you stop these pawns, man? Knight g3. That is, of course, knight e2 maybe or something like this. But if you go c6 now, what's the threat? Knight e2 check. Oh, king d5. Rook e8. Wow, this is a draw, apparently. I don't know how. No clue how. But he can just play the move knight to d1. And that allows the king these squares. And it should be winning for white. Let's refresh. सारे ऐसा कौन सा जिसे ड्रॉ नहीं किया? यार स्टॉकफिश ने नहीं किया है. स्टॉकफिश इज अ बिट स्ट्रॉन्ग. गिरेबान में झांकना इज टू एग्जामिन योर ओन कॉन्शियंस. ओ भाई तो ये बोल रहे थे क्या वो जिसने लिखा था भाई इतना डीप भाई, इतना डीप तो मैं आज तक कभी नहीं गया. आपकी शादी कब है? अरिन भाई आपको जरूर कार्ड भेजूंगा भाई, आप जरूर कॉन्टैक्ट करें. अब कार्ड जरूर भेजूंगा मैं. आजकल तो वैसे ही व्हाट्सएप कार्ड आने लग गए. पहले तो भाई पैसे लगते थे कार्ड भेजने में, अब तो व्हाट्सएप कार्ड से भाई. You have too much patience. Anytime they ask same question, you answer it by. Thanks a lot, bye. I don't know if this was a compliment or diss, but I'll take it as a compliment. That's what she said. I think Stefan ka every second message like that's what she said. Every second message. भाई यूट्यूब मुझे चेस के अलावा बाकी सब रेकमेंड करता है, सिर्फ चेस कैसे करूं? भाई चेस यूट्यूब पे नहीं करना, चेस करना है chess.com या लीचेस पे. समय के साथ कोलैब करो भाई. समय अपने खुद के चैनल के साथ कोलैब नहीं कर रहा अभी, उसको पहले वो तो करने दो, उसके बाद करेंगे ना. आपने किसी लड़की को, ये क्या है भाई, किसी लड़की को किस किया है कि नहीं? बताओ. टींटी गाड़ा जी, आई थिंक आपकी उम्र में गेस करने दो मुझे. लेट मी गेस, लेट मी अपनी पावर यूज करने दो. तीनता गाड़ा. My conscience is telling me I have some connection with you. I think आपकी उम्र है 3 साल 2 दिन और 69 मिनट्स. हाँ 3 साल की उम्र है आपकी भाई, 3 साल की उम्र है भाई, 3 साल की उम्र. वीजी वर्सेस एजी में क्या हुआ? ड्रॉ हुआ भाई. Why will he always lose to Duda? He will not lose, bhai. He will not lose. He will lose tomorrow. Tomorrow he'll win. He'll crush Duda. It was a compliment. Thanks a lot, bhai. आपने बोला है तो 16 नहीं भाई, 3 साल की उम्र है उनकी. What the hell is 69 minutes? भाई 1 घंटा और 9 मिनट. टिक्कू भाई की शादी में समोसा चैलेंज. भाई मेरी शादी में लिटरली, अगर मैं वैसे तो मैं शादी ऐसे खर्चा करने में विश्वास नहीं रखता. व्हाट आई डू इज हर किसी के घर को इनवाइट करना था, समोसे भिजवा दूंगा. शादी कर लूंगा कोर्ट मैरिज और हर किसी के घर भाई भर के समोसे भिजवा दूंगा. शादी की शादी, समोसे के समोसे भाई, सब घर बैठे बैठे पेट भर लेंगे. क्या मतलब साला वहां आए अब शादी के लिए भाई. आप इतने क्यूट क्यों हो भाई? या कोई लड़की बोलती तो मजा आता है यार. लड़कों से आई एम नॉट सो श्योर. ओ नो प्रग लूजिंग. भाई अब देखा क्या तुमने? साला 10 साल से हार रहा है वो, तुम अब देख रहे हो. मोमोज फॉर मी. हाँ भाई मैं ऑर्डर. यस सर. आप क्या लेंगे सर? मोमोज. यस सर. वाई इज समय नॉट अपलोडिंग? भाई मुझे क्या पता वाई इज नॉट अपलोडिंग, डाउनलोडिंग, ये सब मुझे नहीं पता भाई. साहिल की शादी में पंडित ड्रेस की मैनुअल से मंत्रा पढ़ेंगे. नाइस. जस्ट जॉइंड. ओके हाँ भाई हार रहा है भाई, वो हार रहा है. डाउट है समोसा तो नहीं मिलेगा भाई. समोसा भी जाऊंगा मैं. हर किसी रिश्ता के समोसे जाने भाई. शादी कोर्ट मैरिज फिर हनीमून पैलेस में. एग्जैक्टली भाई. शादी पे काहे पैसे वेस्ट करने यार. मतलब शादी पे एक शादी करोगे साला पूरा हफ्ता चलेगी, फिर यू स्पेंड लाइक एटलीस्ट आई वुड से, आई मीन आई डोंट नो, डिपेंड करता है. इट कैन वेरी फ्रॉम a few thousand, it can vary to few crores. I have seen people spend like crores and crores. एक वो आर्टिकल था जिसने 500 करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर दिए थे अपनी शादी पे अपनी बेटी के. अब लाइक 500 करोड़ भाई यार, उसमें से यार मतलब पूरी जनता को तो बांट देता पैसे भाई, पूरे इंडिया को पैसे बांट देता तो हर किसी को कम से कम लाइक 100 रुपए मिल जाते भाई. क्या मतलब इतने पैसे खर्च करने का. सो भाई कोर्ट में करो और फिर भाई हनीमून पे जाओ या फिर कुछ पार्टी करो भाई खुद की. वर्ल्ड टूर पे जाओ. टिक्कू भाई की शादी में रेडिसन में होगा घंटा भाई. वन कपल इवेंट ऑफ 6 month वर्ल्ड ट्रिप भाई. दैट्स अ गुड थिंग. ग्रैंडिलिस के पानी में मैग्नस. अरे भाई ये सब नहीं बोलते. विल ही इज प्लेइंग डूडा टुमारो. डूडा से मैच है उसका कल. व्हाट हैपेंड टू एजी एंड वीडी? भाई ड्रॉ हुआ भाई, बोर्ड पे बैठा एजी, वीडी ने पिल्लो उठाया तो सर पे मारा एंड दे ड्रू। 20,000 सब्सक्राइबर एंड 2 समोसा ईच अप्रॉक्स 2 lakhs। पुरुषोत्तम भाई उस टाइम 20,000 सब्सक्राइबर नहीं होंगे, सो एक स्ट्रीम करूंगा भाई, एक लाइक ऑनलाइन शादी स्ट्रीम करूंगा, मैं बैठा हूंगा यहाँ पे, साथ में बैठी होगी फ्यूचर बीवी, और ऐसी शादी कर लेंगे, और जो स्ट्रीम पे होगा सबके घर पे समोसा भाई। इधर 1 लाख भी नहीं है स्पेंड करने को भाई, मेरे पास कौन से भाई तभी तो है, ये तो मैं शो ऑफ मार रहा हूँ कि यार वी शुड नॉट स्पेंड मनी, वी शुड नॉट वेस्ट मनी इन मैरिजेस, आई थिंक वी शुड स्पेंड इट ऑन ऐसे ऑन प्रोडक्टिव थिंग्स। असली मतलब पैसे नहीं ना भाई स्पेंड करने के लिए, असली समझो भाई। 500 करोड़ बाय 135 करोड़, ओ सॉरी मैं भूल गया, इंडिया की 135 करोड़ सॉरी माय बैड, इंडिया की पॉपुलेशन नहीं, मैं हरियाणा की पॉपुलेशन कैलकुलेट कर रहा हूं, अरे मेरी गलती भाई, सॉरी। इट विल बी 3 रुपीज 3 और 4 रुपीज, 3 रुपए 50 पैसे मिलेंगे आपको भाई। आपकी शादी में कोमरों से मंत्र पढ़वाना, अरे भाई बिग ब्लंडर भाई साहिल टिक्कू, ये लड़की सही नहीं है, बिग ब्लंडर भाई कोमरों को कंफर्म भाई, कोमरों कंफर्म भाई, कंफर्म्ड, कोमरों कंफर्म फॉर माय शादी मंत्र पढ़ने के लिए भाई, कंफर्म। लेट्स गो टू अर्जुन गेम। ओके अर्जुन भाई एंजॉय कर रहा है भाई, पार्टी कर रहा है, आराम से खेल रहेगा वो। लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ सूर्या ही पार्टी कर रहा है भाई, सब पार्टी कर रहे हैं भाई। लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ कार्लसन भी पार्टी कर रहा है भाई, इतना धीरे खेल रहा है भाई, पता नहीं क्यों। थैंक्स अनिल भाई। मैच की कर दी कॉमेडी, ओके इंटरेस्टिंग। व्हाई इज ही नॉट प्लेइंग? उसकी भी शादी हुई है भाई, उसने ही मंत्र शायद उसी से पढ़ाए होंगे भाई, बट मंत्र कौन पढ़ेगा, पता चले बिशप हैंगिंग है क्या बोल दिया भाई तुमने? रैपिड इतना हैंडसम क्यों है, मुझे क्या पता यार, उसके मॉम डैड से पूछो। टिक्कू भाई शादी के पैसे टूर्नामेंट में लगाएंगे और आईएम बनेंगे नाइस भाई। आईएम बनने पे आई थिंक गवर्नमेंट देती है कुछ पैसे, लाइक यू गेट लाइक कपल ऑफ लैक्स इफ यू बिकम एन आईएम, बट आई थिंक वो 25 साल की उम्र तक होता है हरियाणा में, सो मेरी उम्र जा चुकी है तो वो भी नहीं मिलेंगे। इंटरनेट गॉड। रैपोर्ट को बहुत बाल बहुत खूबसूरत है। अनीशा उसे पूछते हैं कौन सा कंडीशनर यूज करता है, काम आएगा हर किसी के। Seems like we are going to have 3 joint leaders after today's round. 4 also possible, why? 4 also possible. Carlsen could also win, and Rapport is of course winning. Indian plays round up. So far, chat, Surya is winning. Arjun is completely winning. Vidit has drawn against Giri, and Pragg is losing. So apart from Pragg, I think everybody else has a decent day. Vidi का draw भाई, 3 रुपए तो मिलेंगे, बाकी मोदी जी का 15 लाख का पता नहीं कब आएगा। प्ले गोलम चेस ऑन योर वेडिंग डे। भाई गोलम चेस क्या है भाई? प्रभु स्टॉलिंग द क्लॉक, ब्यूटिफुल गोल्डन लॉक्स ऑफ रैपोर्ट। प्लैक्सॉन आप लड़की हो क्या? होपफुली, आई होप सो। टिक्का पाजी, ओके। नाइट E2 ट्रैप देख लिया इन प्लस गेम। नाइट E2 ट्रैप क्या है भाई? नाइट E2 किंग D5, व्हाट इज द इशू? कोई इशू लग नहीं रहा मुझे। मामा अर्थ, इमेजिन अगर उसके बाल मामा अर्थ ने कराया हो, क्या पता रैपोर्ट इज द मेन गाय ऑफ मामा अर्थ। इमेजिन सागर शाह डिड मैरिज इन अ चेस स्ट्रीम। आई नो भाई, आई नो। अब अरे साहिल भाई, थैंक यू फॉर बिकमिंग अ स्पाइडर मैन। पुशू पावर्स ध्यान से यूज करे भाई, लड़कियां पटाने में इस्तेमाल ना करें, ऐसे मूवीज में हुआ है। जेन्युइन सोसाइटी के बेटरमेंट के लिए करें। सागर शाह ने एक्चुअली फेसबुक पे पोस्ट डाला था कि जो ये पोस्ट देख सकता है, यू आर ऑल इनवाइटेड टू द मैरिज, एंड दे हैड लाइक चेस इन देयर मैच, ऐसे कुछ। शादी में उन्होंने पूरे गेम्स खेले थे, टूर्नामेंट किया था, आई डोंट नो समथिंग लाइक दिस। होमोफोबिक नहीं हो भाई, आई जस्ट नो कि रैपोर्ट इज यू नो हेटेरोसेक्सुअल एंड नॉट सिंगल्स, दैट्स व्हाई आई आस्क्ड। अर्जुन मिसप्ले, भाई उसमें क्या मिसप्ले कर सकते हो भाई? उसमें मिसप्ले पॉसिबल ही नहीं है। ओके आई वाज रॉन्ग, मिसप्ले पॉसिबल है, बट रुके 1 के बाद ठीक है, इट्स स्टिल रैपोर्ट जैसे बाल लंबे कर लो, फिर देखो लड़कियां कैसे पीछे पड़ेंगी। अंजुन भाई आप स्ट्रैटेजी फॉलो करें ना भाई, आप स्ट्रैटेजी फॉलो करें, हम पीछे पीछे आएंगे। रैपोर्ट इज मैरिड, यस, उसी को होमोफोबिक कहते हैं भाई। किसी की प्राइवेसी रिस्पेक्ट करना को होमोफोबिक नहीं बोलते भाई। रैपोर्ट की शादी हो गई तो उसके बाल की तारीफ नहीं कर सकते क्या? भाई बाल की तारीफ पूरे कर सकते हो, पूरे कर सकते हो भाई, पूरे कर सकते हो, ऑफ कोर्स ऑफ कोर्स। रुको भाई, एक सेकंड रुको, एक सेकंड रुको, फोन आ रहा है। हेलो, यस, ओके 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 ओके, सो योर नेम इज जोवाना वोल्चनोविक, ओके ओके ओके। चैट तो 4 लोगों को गालियां पड़ रही है भाई, उसकी बीवी का फोन था, शी इज लाइक व्हाट द फक इज दिस, मेरे पति को तुम स्वयंवर क्यों करवा रहे हो? तो चैट बी केयरफुल। इतना लंबा खींच दिया वैसे मैंने। हाँ, उसकी वाइफ भी खूबसूरत है, अरे वाह दैट्स नाइस यार। सागर शास्त्री मिनट, अब लोग आएंगे, अब कोई नहीं आता भाई। गुड एक्टिंग, थैंक यू भाई, थैंक यू। सपना वही था भाई, एक कह रहा है इतना खराब एक्टिंग, एक कह रहा है गुड एक्टिंग, क्या है भाई ये? -10 लाख, ओ माय गॉड। फोन लाइट बंद होती है भाई, तुम्हें बड़ा बताया फोन के बारे में, तुम्हें ज्यादा बताया, तुम फोन रख के बैठे हो पूरा। मेरा फोन माय फोन माय रूल्स। चैट रैपोर्ट की शादी तुड़वाएगी, बिल्कुल भाई ऐसा मत करो यार, इतना खराब एक्टिंग। बोल्ड रिफ्रेश भाई, सब रिफ्रेश्ड है भाई। ओ भाई रिफ्रेश नहीं है, सॉरी। 92 चेक, किंग नाइट रुकी है, प्लेड बाय प्रग। लेको एंड कुमारोव मंत्र पढ़ेंगे तो अच्छा है ना भाई, लाइव स्ट्रीम करेंगे शादी की, मजा आएगा भाई, मजा आएगा। -22,001। अच्छा तुम कार्लसन का गेम लगाओगे या नहीं? लगाता हूं भाई, डराओ मत यार, अगर नहीं लगा तो क्या करोगे आयुष भाई? मारोगे तो नहीं? नन्ना मुन्ना राही हूं मैं, देश का सिपाही हूं, बोलो मेरे संग कार्लसन की गेम। Seeing into your video interview asked about did he see someone playing on the rest day? Nice. By the way, Carlsen और ये बहुत धीरे धीरे खेल रहे हैं। 1 2 3 1 2 3 4. He would probably win the pawn back. Probably roughly balanced still. सगाई भी लाइव स्ट्रीम करना नहीं यार, सगाई देखो, सगाई मैं किसी और लड़की के साथ करूंगा, शादी किसी और लड़की के साथ करूंगा, हनीमून पे किसी और के साथ जाऊंगा, तो आई डोंट नो इफ आई शुड स्ट्रीम दैट। चिल स्ट्रीम हो गई है, हाँ ट्रू। स्टॉक्स और क्रिप्टो भाई, नन भाई। आई थिंक यू शुड राइट विद इट्स गेम रिजल्ट ऑन टॉप कॉर्नर समवेयर, पीपल जस्ट कीप आस्किंग अगेन एंड अगेन। कोई बात नहीं भाई, दिखा देंगे यार, क्या ही है भाई, हर टाइम नया जोक मारेंगे भाई, क्यों डरा हुआ उनका। अर्जुन लूजिंग, क्या बात कर रहे हो, पॉसिबल ही नहीं है भाई, मैं चेस छोड़ दूंगा इफ ही इज लूजिंग। इफ ही इज लूजिंग आई लीव चेस, या ही इज नॉट लूजिंग। देखा, 2 ईच हो गया भाई, 2 ईच हो गया भाई, 2 ईच हो गया भाई। आप 6-8 घंटे रेगुलर स्ट्रीम करो जैसे स्ट्रीमर स्विच पे करते हैं, मजा आएगा भाई। ऑलरेडी स्ट्रीम 4.5 घंटे हो चुकी है भाई, 6 से 8 घंटे करेंगे क्या? लेकिन यार कब तक मेरी शक्ल देखते होगे तुम्हें भी भाई इंस्टाग्राम पे जाके किसी को स्टॉक करना होगा भाई, यार बिजी हो गया तुम लोग भी। विदित अनीश इज अ ड्रॉ। बच्चे किसी डन चाय पी के घूम के आते हैं, फिर एक मूव कराते हैं। That's true भाई। I mean, क्लासिकल में बहुत होता है भाई, क्लासिकल में कई बार लोग 1-1 घंटा सोचते हैं भाई, दे कीप थिंकिंग और चलते ही नहीं है भाई। राउंड अप दो ना, चलो भाई राउंड अप करते चैट, लेट्स डू अ राउंड अप। सो फर्स्ट गेम अनीश अगेंस्ट विदित, ड्रॉ अग्रीड। Vidit was slightly better but they agreed to a draw. Next is Carlsen against Grandelius. Carlsen is slightly better but not by much. Next is Caruana against Esipenko, dead drawn position. Caruana having an extra pawn, but I think it should be a draw. Next game, Mamidarov defeated German Forest. Pragg completely losing to Richard Rapport. Karjakin drew against Duda and Sam drew against Dubov. In the challenger section, Arjun is completely winning against Murzin. And Surya Ganguly is winning against Rowan Vogel. So these are all the games. सेमेस्टर एग्जाम चल रहे हैं, आपकी स्ट्रीम पे काफी अच्छा लगा भाई। तुम्हारी टीचर को तुम फिक्र मत करो भाई, टीचर का नंबर दे दो, उसको मैं बोल दूंगा तुम्हें पूरे नंबर दे दे भाई। टीचर से मेरी खूब बनती है, खूब बनती है। Have you ever considered streaming yourself playing Blitz, roulette games, Puzzle Rush on Chess.com as a part of regular streaming? अर्षित, मैंने ये पहले बहुत किया है, पहले बहुत किया है मैंने ये, but the thing is, I think if I do it, I'll do it on Twitch because chill streams जहाँ पे कोई particular, you know, there's not some particular theme there. I think YouTube पे काफी hurt करती है चैनल को, जहाँ तक मुझे समझ में आता है. तो YouTube is basically I feel for videos and for events and for some interesting ideas, I think. But I think अगर नॉर्मल चिल स्ट्रीम ज्यादा करोगे तो बहुत हार्म करता है चैनल को. पर मैंने किया हुआ है, पहले बहुत किया हुआ है. Although puzzles is like something, मैं I suck at puzzles, but yeah, I'll of course improve करना जरूरी है. I am title लेना है. Is Arjun sole leader in challenger section? Yes, he is a sole leader. Bhai, have you seen that Vishy took 40 minutes for first move in one game? 40 minutes? नहीं भाई, वो ब्लिट्स गेम थी जहां पे he took like 1 minute and 40 seconds. ये 40 minutes कौन सा है भाई? VD gained 0.7. Yeah, he's 2738 now. भाई क्यों नहीं चल रहा यार? Let's go to the game of Pragg now. यार इतना धीरे खेल रहे हैं, क्या हो गया इन लोगों को? क्या हो गया है इन लोगों को? Why are they not playing like, you know, faster? Vishy versus Karpov, interesting. खाने में क्या खाया यार? Normal यार, mixed veg, roti, nothing spectacular. भाई वीडी का गेम में आज क्या हुआ? वीडी गेम में चैट एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज हुई. पहले वीडी आया सीट पे, फिर उसने गाना गाया, ओए जी रे अपना गेम स्टार्ट होता अगले 5 मिनट में. फिर एजी आया, फिर उन्हें पिल्लो फाइट करी, फिर उन्हें चेस खेला, एंड देन दे हैड बेस्ट ऑफ 3 जहां पे वीडी वाज प्लेइंग चेस एंड एडी वाज प्लेइंग पिल्लो फाइट. If Arjun wins the match, will he break in top 100? I am not sure. I don't think so yet. Ears bleed. Title ले लो यार. Now this was lame. What about this stream was not lame, by the way? With white है ना क्या? Magnus के against नहीं, black है भाई, black है. Black है भाई, with black है. By the way, I can remove this now. I think this is not required anymore. Do you think will win against Duda? I think so. I think he'll push against Duda for sure. He's slightly better, I think. I mean, he has the white pieces. He's in form. Duda missed kind of a win. Jahan pe today he was, you know, completely winning position में draw ले लिया उसने. So definitely not in great form. Maybe you should remove, become a singer. Try किया था, मुंबई को बुलाया नहीं उन्होंने मुझे. Spam मत करो भाई. Just because slow mode is off doesn't mean timeout नहीं आएंगे. Hopefully, VD continues normal run in the Grand Prix and qualify for candidates. I hope so too, Shivam bhai. That's what I'm hoping for. अब पता चला मुंबई क्यों नहीं बुलाया. Come on, Anisha. Like, to be honest, like, जैसे even if a guy can sing a little bit, it's a great deal, no? Like, I think it's great. I mean, singer तो बहुत सारी दुनिया में, but if you can sing a little bit, B-sides को देखो भाई, पूरा का पूरा करियर उनके सिंगिंग से बिल्ड है. क्या सिंगिंग है B-sides की भाई, तेज सिंगिंग. आपको लगता है कि आप गाना गा सकते हैं तो आप गिरेबान पे जाके देख लो भाई. वीडी के जाते ही सारी जनता भाई, वीडी वाज द क्रेजी मैच यार. वीडी वर्सेस एजी. हाउ टू बिकम मॉड भाई रेगुलर होने से मॉड बन सकते हैं, चांसेस बनेंगे. पिल्लो के सारे पीस उड़ा दिए टू ड्रॉ. प्रभु जीत रहा था बेचारा, और प्रभु जीत रहा था यार, हार क्यों रहा है लेकिन. ओ बाय द वे चैट, rook takes h7 is a very good move here. Rook takes, king takes, bishop e4 check, and I think Pragg can resign. Because then the pawn will push very soon. How to become more? रुको लक्ष्य भाई, रुको लक्ष्य भाई, 1 सेकंड रुको यार. अब पूछो भाई क्वेश्चन, फिर से पूछो भाई. एक बार सारी गेम्स दिखा दो, मैं सोने जा रहा. सूर्यांशु भाई, ओके. अगला गेम किसके साथ है वीडी से? अगला गेम है भाई डूडा के साथ. मैसेज लक्ष्य जान का भाई, मैसेज लक्ष्य दोबारा लिखो भाई, मॉड कैसे मिलता है भाई, दोबारा लिखो यार. Why do I took a draw? Because it was his rest day था भाई. Leg day था तो he wanted more time for practice, कार्डियो आई गेस, आई डोंट नो। आई भी रेगुलर बट मॉड मत बनाना प्लीज। ऐसा ऐसा क्यों? रिवर्स साइकोलॉजी है कि भाई सच में कोई मॉड से वो है? अगला मैच, अरे प्रो मेशर थैंक्स फॉर द सुपर स्टिकर, कीप इट अप भाई। इतने डंबल तो मैं भी नहीं उठा पाता, ये गोलू मोलू क्या उठा रहा है यार, पसीने बड़े गिर रहे हैं इसके। लेकिन इतने डंबल तो मैं भी नहीं उठा पाता भाई। कितने किलो के हैं? थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई, मीन्स अ लॉट। I don't want any responsibility. Okay, all sign for Anisha's future boyfriends. She doesn't like responsibility. Just joking by the way. अगला मैच किसके साथ है वीडी का? अगला मैच मेरे साथ है भाई, मेरे साथ है। कल मेरी रात की फ्लाइट है भाई, मैं दिल्ली जा रहा हूँ। मेरे साथ मैच है भाई, मेरे साथ मैच है। So Arjun game, please let me check out Arjun's game. By the way, challengers, so it's almost done. I think Arjun is of course going to win. It's very clear. Rook h1 coming up, and that should be over. And because the g pawn will queen. And in terms of Surya, it's a bit more difficult, but I think he should manage to convert this as well. So rook e5, g5, g6. Let's go finish it off. And now we come to this. Tomorrow Arjun versus Surya. Oh, कल Arjun versus Surya है। अरे that's so interesting. अरे इंडियंस का आपस में, दैट्स नाइस, दैट्स नाइस। अरे थैंक्स फॉर द सुपर चैट साहिल भाई। एक गाना तो सुना दो। गाना कौन सा सुनोगे भाई, बताओ यार। Doesn't Surya's PFP look like Sagar? Not really भाई, बहुत डिफरेंस है, बहुत डिफरेंस है। Why does Anish have Indian flag if he's not? He is Indian, अरे भाई, he is Indian। ये मॉड क्या होता है? समकिन भाई थैंक फॉर सुपर चैट। ये मॉड भाई मुझे भी नहीं पता यार, आई हैव नो क्लू। अगला मैच इस वीडी का बताओ ना। डूडा के साथ है यार। तो बेसिकली मैं, डूडा और वीडी फुटबॉल खेलने वाले कल थर्ड मैच के लिए। मैग्नस भैया गेम, मैग्नस भैया की गेम देख लेते हैं यार। तो मैग्नस भैया के लिए वी हैव this position. Magnus Bhaiya is a pawn down, but Magnus Bhaiya has e4 and c2 under pressure, so Magnus Bhaiya will probably capture one of these pawns. He can also play rook c7 and then play rook to c6, so I think Magnus Bhaiya is doing quite well. ये क्या लिख दिया लक्ष्य भाई? लक्ष्य भाई तुमने ये क्या लिख दिया भाई? ये क्या है ये? इससे 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 सरासर घटिया कमेंट मैंने आज तक नहीं देखा भाई, आज तक नहीं देखा। इतना घटिया कमेंट मैंने आज तक नहीं देखा भाई। विदित क्या एक्चुअली गुजराती है? 10 क्वेश्चन साइंटिस्ट लिखा आंसर। आई थिंक इस पे अनीश ने एक वीडियो डाली थी, इस विदित गुजराती है गुजराती, इस पे एक वीडियो थी उनकी। व्हाट अबाउट F2 इन प्रग? व्हाट अबाउट F2 भाई? व्हाट अबाउट F2 भाई क्या हाल है भाई? व्हाट अबाउट यू मैन? व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन इन लाइफ भाई? कोई पीस मिला क्या रिसेंटली? कुछ मीटिंग हुई क्या भाई तेरे साथ? जवाब नहीं दे रहा यार। अरे मतलब पेलना है डूडा को, मतलब पेलना यार, मतलब यार ये क्या है? मतलब व्हाट इज दिस दूध वूध? व्हाट इज दिस नॉनसेंस? प्लीज मॉड बना दो, प्लीज मूड बना दो भाई। देखो यार, अगर तुम्हें मॉड बनना है उसमें कुछ हो सकता है, मूड बनाना है तो भाई उसके लिए आई कांट डू एनीथिंग भाई। प्लीज भाई टिंडर डाउनलोड करो, रात को 12 बजे कोई ना कोई तो लड़की वेरी बैठी होगी, सो नाइस टाइम टू गेट अ मैच। सजना सजा मिलनी चाहिए, मैंने पढ़ा सजना मिलनी चाहिए। सजना मिलनी चाहिए, नाइस नाइस। अश्लील है लौंडा। कैसे अश्लील वर्ड? क्या करे सुशैन भाई यार, क्या करे भाई, हम भी मजबूर हैं। एनीवेज लेट्स टेक आउट द अर्जुन गेम भाई। विदित का ड्रॉ हो गया प्रियम भाई। अनीश इज डच, नो आई डिसएग्री। अनीश इज इंडियन भाई, दिल से इंडियन। अद्वैत भाई मान के नहीं कहेंगे भाई, अद्वैत भाई अनीश को डच बना के ही छोड़ेंगे भाई, हम मजबूर है पर आप नहीं। खेलो भाई रुकेश्वर, मारो यार मारो, ये एक पॉइंट क्या बिगाड़ लेगा? तुम यहां से सारे पॉइंट खा जाओ यार। अद्वैत भाई नहीं मानेंगे भाई, अद्वैत भाई नहीं मानेंगे। ठीक है भाई जज भाई, आप खुश रहे भाई, आप खुश रहे। श्रेयांश होता कह रहे हैं भाई मैं कब से रेगुलर हूं मॉड, मैंने भाई पहली बार देखा है श्रेयांश होता जी, आपको पहली बार देखा है लिटरली। मैंने बहुत श्रेयांश देखी है बट होता वाले को कभी नहीं देखा। डूडा का ते अद्वैत बंसाल जीरो। देखो भाई मीटअप को करोगे बस जब कोविड खत्म हो जाएगा भाई। व्हाट इज वीडी वर्सेस एडी रिजल्ट? वीडी हैज ड्रॉन अगेंस्ट एडी, सॉरी वीडी हैज ड्रॉन अगेंस्ट एजी। 420 की वॉचिंग, बढ़िया भाई, मस्त कमेंट्री है आपकी। अरे कमेंट्री का मुझे पता नहीं भाई, आज 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 मैंने थोड़ा सा ना काफी टाइम बाद वर्कआउट किया, तो आज तो हम लाइक भाई ऐसे बाजू में दर्द हो रही है भाई, पता नहीं क्या कब क्या हो जैसे, और पूरी बॉडी ऐसे कह रही है भाई जली हो गई है भाई, ऐसे जली हो गई है पूरी बॉडी मेरी आज। डूडा का गुड, अरे मैग्नस गेम, ओके। Oh, by the way, rookie one played trying to attack the bishop. If you move, I'll capture on e5. So probably rook h4 is the move. Dolo khaya dolo. Dolo तो medicine है ना भाई. Indian chess will become even great by end of 22. Samay will reach 2000. Saga will become GM. Tikku will be IM. अरे thanks a lot Shyam भाई. Thanks for the kind words and पूरी आपने तो पूरी community का benefit कर दिया यार. Thanks a lot. मतलब मीटअप 2 साल के बाद, ऐसा नहीं है यार, ऐसा नहीं है। आई होप कि कोविड खत्म हो जाएगा जल्दी। यू सेड भाई वर्ड एटलीस्ट 1 लाख टाइम इन लास्ट 1 आवर। भाई क्या करे भाई, चैट में सारे भाई है ना भाई, कितनी बहनें हैं चैट में भाई, बताओ भाई, बहन परिवार ओपी। प्रखर का भी डायलॉग कॉपी मार लेते हैं। आई लव हाउ पीपल आर 29 years एंड स्टिल मेक 420 and 9 जोक्स। इकाइस भाई बस भाई क्या करे यार, अंदर से दिल तो बच्चा है जी। टिको भाई योर यूट्यूब डिजर्व्स मोर सर्व्स, आई फाइंड योर कंटेंट ग्रेट। अरे थैंक्स अ लॉट यार, थैंक्स अ लॉट ईशान। कयाकिन के क्या हाल है? कयाकिन बिस्तर पे लेटा हुआ है भाई, क्योंकि उसका कब का ड्रॉ चुका 2 घंटा पहले। VG versus PD versus AG versus draw. Hey, thanks a lot Shivam भाई, thanks a lot. What is life according to you? मैं इतना स्कैम करती हूँ तो भी मॉड नहीं बनाया। देखा, मुझे लगा था कि आप कोई छोटे से बच्चे हो, इसने मम्मी का अकाउंट चुराया है। उसके अकाउंट से चैट कर रहा है। मैं चाहती हूँ करैकिन लास्ट है। ऐसा क्यों भाई, ऐसा क्यों? Dare commentate for 5 minutes without saying भाई। Okay, let's do it भाई। Oh sorry, let's do it. It starts now. अगले 5 मिनट तक मैं भाई शब्द नहीं बोलूंगा। It starts now. 11:13 है भाई, 11:18 तक। Let's go chat. Just wise man. That's true. Although I think उसकी as long as his wife is not tweeting anything, I'm happy. Will take the revenge tomorrow. What do you think? I think he will. आओ कैसे बताओ, बिस्तर पे लेटा हुआ रात को क्या करते हैं लोग? क्या चल रहा है? गेम चल रहा है भाई। अरे यार shit, sorry I failed. Once more. It starts now. 11:14, 5 minutes, 11:19. Let's go. Once more. Everyone type dash in chat. वहां उतनी रात नहीं होगी। अरे रात तो मूड पर डिपेंड करती है ना निशा, वो उसकी रात तो हो सकती है पहले। भैया भाभी कैसी? भाभी है ही नहीं यार। ओके, so far so strong. Magnus resigned? What? नहीं। ओके, मैं बोलूंगा ही नहीं वो शब्द, बोलूंगा ही नहीं। तुम कुछ भी कर लो भाई, बोलना ही नहीं है भाई। ओके, once more. ये क्या है यार? रियली मैं इतना बोलता हूँ क्या? ओके, once more. अर्चित भाई थैंक, अरे फिर से बोल। अरे थैंक फॉर सुपर चैट अर्चित। थैंक्स अर्चित, थैंक्स फॉर सुपर चैट, थैंक्स अ लॉट मैन, मींस अ लॉट। ओके, once more chat, once more. मैं इतना बोलता हूँ क्या? फक। ओके, once more. We start at 11:15, ठीक है? 11:15 पे स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं, 11:20 तक चलेगा, ठीक है? 11:15 से 11:20. Now it starts. Okay. ओके, आई फोकस ऑन द गेम ताकि वो वर्ड आए ना, ठीक है? ओके, लेट्स गो. So chat, we have Carlsen's game. Let's stick to English so that word cannot come in our vocabulary on our lips. Let's stick to English now. As long as I stick to English, there is no issue. You cannot tempt me if I don't change my language. So I think my language is absolutely perfect. There's absolutely nothing wrong with English. It's the universal language. I know people in Europe do not speak it, but I do feel English is the best language. I know Modi ji will disagree, but English is awesome. I do like English. English. देशद्रोही, चलो हिंदी में ही बोल दूंगा. हम डरते हैं क्या भाई? क्या? What the fuck is this? Oh my god. What the hell is this? Oh my god. Oh my god. Shit. Okay, chat, one more try. Okay, one more try. ठीक है? One more try. Okay, let's go. We start at 11:16 now. We end till 11:21. ठीक है? One more try. What's called brother in English? Nice. ठीक है, अब मैं हिंदी में बात करूंगा और वो शब्द नहीं बोलूंगा. 11-16 से 11-21. लेट्स गो. बाय द वे, कार्लसन ने ग्रैंडेरिस ने खेल दिया है A4. आई थिंक उनका आइडिया है पूरा पॉन को धक्का लगाने का, क्वीन करने का. आई थिंक उनका आइडिया ये है. हैव यू हर्ड अबाउट सैल्मन? सैल्मन जी कौन है? मुझे पता नहीं कौन है सैल्मन जी. आपको जापानीज आती है? नहीं आती. साहिल जी, आपने वो मैच देखा था वीडी वर्सेस अमीन तवाही? वो काउंट नहीं होगा बिकॉज वो पूरा नाम है, एक वर्ड है, वो काउंट नहीं होता. यू आर वन ऑफ द बेस्ट स्ट्रीमर. थैंक यू अभियान. स्टेफन, प्लीज चेंज योर नेम टू कोट्स. ये वर्ड कहां से आ गया यार? इसको निकालो, कोई बंदगी, क्या प्रॉब्लम है? ठीक है, अभी नहीं बोला मैंने. ओके, ऑल गुड. 2 minutes डाउन द लाइन, ऑल गुड. लेट्स गो टू Pragg's game now. Okay, now I think Rookie 7 is winning on the spot for white. Bro, किसका ड्राइवर? नहीं फंस रहा. Yes, 2 minutes down. भाई 2 मिनट निकल गए भाई. और Fuck. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. ये क्या है भाई? अरे फिर बोल दिया यार. भाई ये क्या है यार? मैं कितना बोलता हूं. Shit. Okay. I need another word to replace it. मुझे एक और वर्ड चाहिए इसको रिप्लेस करने के लिए. Which word can I replace भाई with? बहन से रिप्लेस कर सकते हैं भाई. प्रखर भाई काम आएंगे. Let's go with बहन. तो चैट अभी अगले 5 मिनट के लिए स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम 11:19 to 11:24 आप सब का लिंक टेम्पररी चेंज कर रहा हूं मैं. प्लीज बुरा ना माने, ठीक है? सो बहन लोग, क्या हाल है यार? बहनों, आज हम खेलेंगे शतरंज. बहनों, मुझे लग रहा है कि आज प्रग की धुलाई होने वाली है. मुझे जरूर लग रहा है बहनों ऐसा हो सकता है आज. और विदित ने तो ड्रॉ ले लिया है. सो मुझे लग रहा है कि ऐसा हो सकता है. एनीवेज, आई थिंक बहनों को बहुत ऐसे बोलते हैं ना, हम हमेशा मैस्कुलिन वर्ड यूज करते हैं. बहनों को हमेशा सिंगल आउट किया जाता है, उनको पूरा रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं मिलता. आज हम पूरा फेमिनिज्म के साथ चलेंगे. सो बहनों, कैसे हो यार? कैसे हो सब? भाई, अरे यार, शिट. मैंने किसी का मैसेज पढ़ा, उसने भाई लिखा हुआ था और मैंने कहा ओ भाई ऑलमोस्ट पढ़ दिया. यार व्हाट द हेल इज रॉन्ग? What the hell is wrong? I did not realize I said so much. Crap. So why does this Beno version sound like constipated? यार कोई कुछ भाई कोई साइकोलॉजिस्ट से मिलना पड़ेगा मुझे. आई थिंक आई हैव टू मीट अ साइकोलॉजिस्ट नाउ. ये कैसे शब्द मैं दिमाग से निकालूं भाई, ये नहीं हो सकता मुझसे. दिस इज नॉट पॉसिबल. दिस इज नॉट पॉसिबल चैट. दिस इज नॉट पॉसिबल. एक कह रहा है नाइस कमेंट्री. भाई थोड़ी कमेंट्री कर लेते यार. यार 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 इज अ गुड वर्ड. यार इज अ गुड वर्ड. लास्ट चांस चैट. लास्ट चांस. एब्सोल्यूट लास्ट चांस. 11:21 से लेके 11:26 तक. यार मुझे लग रहा है आज हम ना कार्लसन की गेम देखेंगे. तो यार उसने जस्ट A4 खेला है और हम खेल सकते हैं रुक के 8. यार आई थिंक वी कैन डेफिनेटली पुट प्रेशर हियर. रुक H6, रुक C8. ऑल्सो द इशू इज कि बिशप मूव करेंगे तो पॉन जाएगा यार. तो क्या करे यार, समझ नहीं आ रहा यार. यार कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा यार. कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा यार. कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा यार. कुछ समझ ही नहीं आ रहा यार. आयुष भाई अब नहीं फंसूंगा. पिछली बार फंसा दिया था आपने. डिड आई से इट अगेन? डिड आई से इट? डिड आई से इट? डिड आई से इट? नहीं बोला ना? नहीं बोला ना? नहीं बोला ना? अभी नहीं बोला. 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 ऑल गुड. ऑल गुड. ऑल गुड. ऑल गुड. 1 minute down. 1 minute down. 4 more minutes to go. I think the only way we can do this chat is speak in English. That is the only way. You can try to tempt me to speak in Hindi, but even if PM Modi, Bhagwan, Mark Zuckerberg stand in line, force me to speak in Hindi, I will not do it. English is the best language on the planet. English, 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 English. Let's go chat. Rook C5 played by black, and now he defends this pawn, also controls the A pawn, and now bishop G6, king H7, and if Carlsen can push these pawns, I think he might be better. He might win this. I will stick to English, 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 English. I don't know what happened to Arjun. I don't know what happened to Arjun. Let's check out Arjun. What is Arjun doing? How is he doing? He's doing really well. King F5, Rook takes A6, Rook takes H4. That is completely winning for Arjun. 2 minutes down. Yes, 2 minutes down. 3 more minutes to go. Let's go, Sahil. Let's go. Come on, you can do this, man. You can do this. Girl, will you marry me, Tikku? Yes, sister. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So, by the way, let's check out Surya Sekhar Ganguly. He is still trying to fight. B5 is a horrible move because that allows white to simply push his pawns with a free hand, and that should be over. Yes, yes, 2.5 minutes done. Ganguly is blundered. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Ganguly is blundered. How did he blunder? He has not blundered. Okay, 3 minutes down. 3 minutes down. 3 minutes down. I'm so close. I am so close. I am so close. English totally. Shout out. Shout out. London system sucks is what someone is saying. It will not work, chat. It will not work. It's completely working. Yes. Yes. Vote for Modi ji. Okay. Avinash is saying, hello Ayush. 11:27 tak karna hai. Oh. Just saved. Just saved. Just saved. Pragg result. Okay, let's check out Pragg. Pragg is of course losing chat. He's just really worse. White is about to queen his pawns. पीछे देखो. Scene. Okay, 24. Come on, 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, chat. 2 more minutes. Come on, come on. 25. 1 more minute. 1 more minute. Come on, come on, come on, come on. 1 more minute. मुंबई में कब आ रहे हो? By the way, full form. You are very entertaining, bro. Thanks a lot. I have not said it. I have not said it. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you for the coverage. I am not doing much of coverage right now, but thanks a lot. Come on, few seconds. साहिल कर सकते हो तुम ये. कर सकते हो भाई, कर सकते हो. No. No. Fuck. अरे यार. So close. So close. So close. अबे यार 30 सेकंड रह गए थे यार. 30 सेकंड रह गए थे यार. 30 सेकंड रह गए थे. अबे यार. Fuck. I can't do this. I can't do this, chat. I'm sorry. I can't do this. It's not possible. जो भी मेरी गर्लफ्रेंड या बीवी होगी पिक्चर में, तुम्हें भी भाई बुलाऊंगा मैं, तो प्लीज स्टे अवे. अरे यार, this is impossible, chat. This is impossible, man. This is impossible. It's impossible. Anyways, permission to give out a diamond every time you say भाई, फिर बोलोगे नहीं. मैं किडनी भी तो जब ऑक्शन करनी पड़ेगी उसके लिए. सुपर चैट शो नहीं हो रहे भाई. नहीं यार सुपर चैट. साकिब भाई थैंक्स. आई थिंक एक सुपर चैट मिस हुई थी भाई. आई थिंक इट्स लाइक आई थिंक 100 रुपीज के ऊपर वाली ऊपर टंगती है, बाकी वो इट गो स्ट्रेट अप. थैंक फॉर सुपर चैट भाई. अब तो क्या ही फर्क पड़ता है, अब तो बोल ही दो. तुमसे ना होएगा भाई, मुझसे नहीं होगा भाई. ये क्या बवासीर है भाई, मुझे भी नहीं पता निखिल भाई. तुम जितना तुम जानते हो उतना मैं जानता हूं भाई. नॉट पॉसिबल. आई थिंक विल कंटिन्यू दिस टुमारो नाउ. कल करेंगे फिर से भाई ट्राई. आज तो मुश्किल लग रहा है. मोदी जी क्या बोलते हैं? डैश और बहनों, खड़ी हो बहनों, ये बोलते होंगे. ये कर लो पहले. अरे भाई, अरे यार, ठीक है. एनीवेज, आई हैव टू वर्क ऑन दिस. भाई. आई हैव टू वर्क ऑन दिस. मयूरी मतलब फेक अकाउंट से भाई कोई लड़का लड़की बनने की कोशिश. एंजल प्रिया इन द चैट विद मयूरी वैचल. कोविड नेगेटिव आया था. चैट, लेट्स चेक आउट द गेम्स नाउ. एक बार प्रगी गेम देखते हैं भाई. प्रग तो हार ही रहा है. आई थिंक ये गेम जितना भी खेल ले वो हारेगा ही. अर्जुन इज कंप्लीटली विनिंग स्टिल. यार ओ नॉट सो क्लियर. नॉट सो क्लियर. मोदी जी कहते हैं दीदी. अरे ओ दीदी, अच्छा. क्यों भाई, लड़कियां रूड नहीं हो सकती क्या? भाई इतना रूड मैं देखी नहीं यार आज तक. इतना रूड मैं देखी नहीं है. ये पक्का कोई एंजल प्रिया ही है. Okay, why can't we girls give gali? Okay, so not only is Mayuri having some issues with link, she's also having some issues with the meaning of words. So, okay, let's hide her on the channel. Tiku bhai suffering from what bhai? From bhai syndrome. अरे यार ये तो कुछ ज्यादा हो गया लेकिन. I actually swear a lot. Yeah, but I think it's very easy to differentiate how a girl swears and how a guy swears. It's there's some elementary difference. I think वो feeling से पता लगता है कि भाई लड़की ने दिया लड़के ने. प्रैक्टिस करके आना कल. आऊंगा भाई, प्रैक्टिस करके आऊंगा कल. You could have acted in this story too. Good night अक्षत भाई. गुड नाइट भाई. ये बात भाई मैं सही बोलता हूँ. मैं हर बार सही बोलता हूँ यार. मैं हर चीज सही बोलता हूँ. कैगनस मार्ल्सन. ओके, तुम्हारी खूबसूरती क्या राज है? पता नहीं यार. को बुलाएगा वो गाली क्यों देते? What do you think? Will India Arjun be in the next world champion from India? It could be anyone. It could be Vidit, निहाल, अर्जुन, कोई भी हो सकता है. मेरी एक्स ने मुझे बहुत गालियां दी थी. सैड. कोई बात नहीं भाई. आपको लगता है लड़कियां एमसी नहीं यार? ऑफ कोर्स बोलती हैं, बट आई थिंक फीलिंग से यू कैन डिफरेंशिएट. It's not what you say, how you say it. There's a huge difference usually. It's not weird until you go to know. Okay? तुम हर चीज. अरे यार अब ठीक है, उस वर्ड को इग्नोर करो भाई. उस वर्ड को इग्नोर करो. Anyway, so Arjun is still winning, I assume. Rook h4 के बाद Rook e6 is an important move though. Probably holds, but let's see. And in terms of Surya is also trying to fight and should be also winning. Let's go to Pragg. लगाइए अमन भाई टेंडेंस। मैग्नस टिक्कू सन ये क्या है भाई? अरे यार, आर्ट ऑफ स्वेरिंग बाय साहिल टिक्कू। आर्ट ऑफ स्वेरिंग आई डोंट नो, लाइक आई थिंक कांट इग्नोर नोटिसिंग। यार रोहित भाई, अरे यार व्हाट इज दिस शिट, दिस इज सो डिस्टर्बिंग, दिस इज सो डिस्टर्बिंग, ओ माय गॉड। मेरी एक्स के साथ चेस खेलता हूं भाई, आपके साथ वो चेस खेल रही है और किसी और के साथ कुछ और खेल रही है, सो आई वुड रिकमेंड मूविंग ऑन। भैया मैं तो कैरी रहता है गालियों का शहर। इनकमिंग चेसेबल कोर्स, हाउ टू रीड यूट्यूब कमेंट्स फीलिंग्स। बाय द वे, let's go to Carlsen's game. Okay, now it's a draw. Now it's a dead draw. 1 dash equal to 3 squats. Okay, interesting. I think either I will get 6-pack abs or I will die. Something like this. Every time you say the B word, I will take a sip. Okay, the B word sounds interesting. नहीं शिवम भाई, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। राहुल जी कह रहे हैं भाई डैश बक सी क्यों कर रहे हो? भाई जो भी करे भाई, हमारी मर्जी। Arjun guy. Okay, let's go to. By the way, even though he has played d3 now, chat, can you find the move for white? देखो इतना हमने देख लिया है, so find the move for bishop c5 के बदले he could have played rook c5. That was a bit better. I think is he trying to go for a win here? I don't see a win for white. Yeah, rook k4, good move. JKLM खेलते हैं, नहीं। Take a shot every time you say dash and be high AF in 2 minutes. Interesting. Do you think Vidit will be India #1 classical after Vaikense? He needs 13 more points. Not after Vaikense, but he can surely do it in the Grand Swiss. It's definitely possible. Vidit is not the sole leader now, by the way. Mamidorov has joined him. I think Rapport will join him. What? Oh, he played knight to f4. Wow. So if we take c3, but just c6, what's wrong with c6? Yeah, it's nothing wrong. And Carlsen will also join him, I think. साहिल भाई, KN के गैम्बिट क्या होता है? I have no clue भाई। आज कुछ ज्यादा ही सुपर चैट नहीं आ रहे। साहिल भाई वहां ठंड है क्या? ठंडी है भाई, पूरी बहुत ठंड है यार, बहुत ठंड है। पर आई थिंक मैंने हीटर ऑन करके रखा है, सो इट्स फाइन। Carlsen is on 2.5 chat, and if he wins, he will go to 3.5. And unfortunately, he will not win. I think this is a draw. So I think Carlsen will go to 3 points, half a point behind the leaders, and this should be a draw. So that will be one game. Vidit also drew his game, by the way. Vidit drew against Anish, and that was one result. Carlsen, of course, rook e4 is basically a draw for which Carlsen, of course, take. There's nothing in the position here. And we go to the game of Pragg now. What's the most attractive quality in a man for a woman? I would like to hear a wisdom. I guess the women in the chat can share that. I don't think I am qualified to answer that question. Maybe you can ask women in the chat. Please answer Indrajit's question. We'll check out the leaderboard. Vidit blundered, nice. I don't know what he's doing right now. But the VD is on 3.5 along with Mamidorov. And also I think Rapport will join him. So Rapport, Vidit and Mamidorov will be the 3 leaders of this tournament after round 5. Why did he take a draw? Wasn't he better? Yeah, he missed it. My favorite quality in a guy is being Magnus Carlsen. Nice. You have degree, bro? No, bro. No, I got no degree. I'm unpod. Was Vidit really better when the game ended? He was tiny bit better, Karthik. Just tiny bit. Not enough to technically win the game, I feel. Dude, you're so good in that area, bro. Answer it yourself. I don't think I'm qualified, man. I think girls can probably answer your question really well. ये जो भी था भाई, टाइम आउट के लिए पूरी इन्होंने तैयारी कर दिया भाई, ऐसे कमेंट मार के। एक टाइम आउट तो बनता है। Arjun game. Let's go to Arjun game. By the way, Pragg will lose, of course. Let's go to this game. So Surya trying to win g6 now, should be winning. Let's go to Arjun's game. Rook h4, rook e6. Now king g5, f5 incoming. I think Arjun should win this. आज साहिल जी को सीधा साहिल अंबानी हो गए हैं. Yeah, you should have seen that day जो एक दिन हुआ था. That was insane भाई. अरे यार, this is like psychosis level shit यार. मतलब इतनी बार बोलता हूँ मैं. I'm irritating myself. Tikku sir, glad to hear you don't have COVID. Atul, yeah, that's true. But unfortunately, my dad still has it, and I could still catch it. Yeah, and the test could be negative, so you never know. Rumor has it you work in Infosys. I used to, bhai. I used to, dude. I used to, dude. I like your boy feature biography. Thanks a lot, man. It took like 4 or 5 days of effort to make it, so it was a lot of fun to make, and views nahi aayi bichari video, okay? Thanks a lot, Indrajit. When did you start playing chess, bro? I started playing chess when I was, I think, 11 years old. I played for a couple of years, and then I left it for 10 years and started playing again when I was 23. Carlsen drew his game. So now we're looking at the game of Arjun. Now f6, king e6, king g6, or even rook h7 should be winning. I like your vocabulary. Thanks a lot. Were you in the US for some time? Yes, I've played in the US. I've not been there. I mean, not stayed there, I say, permanently or even for a long while. I've played tournaments there though. So you started later compared to most players. Yeah, I mean, I never, I mean, I had a 10-year gap also. Hey Sadak, how are you, man? Yeah, he's fine, Chitish bhai. Thanks a lot for asking. He's fine. Of course, he still has cough and everything, so I have to take care. I have to take care of him along with my mom, and I also have to keep the distance. E4 or Tikku, I would say D4. I think rook h6 is possible, surely. But first, let's push our pawns, because right now f6 looks really strong. Push f6, and once the king goes to e6, then we will go rook h7, threatening rook e6, 7 and f7 both. Yeah, and my mom is fine. Her test also came out negative. Sirf dad ka positive hai. Unsolicited advice, team is best for COVID, my experience. Thanks a lot, Satak, for letting me know. Where do you work now? I don't work. I only eat for work. I get paid for eating. Please join politics. We need more people. What would I do in politics? That makes no sense whatsoever. Aman se seedha Aman gazab besti hai yaar. I'm trying to like weed out that word from my vocabulary because I speak it a lot, as we realized right now. Let's go to the game of Pragg. Has he some upset planned or is he lost? Wishing for father's speedy recovery. Thanks, Shivam. फलानी जी की तैयारी कैसे चल रही है? मस्त चल रही है यार. She's working hard. देखो भाई, शार्क टैंक इंडिया देखा क्या? बहुत सही है यार, बहुत सही है. Yes, Aman, I'm trying to stop speaking that word. It's very difficult to stop, unfortunately. I've gotten into this habit of calling everybody with that name, like the B word, and it's become a habit that way. So I'm trying to call people with other things now, trying to distract myself. With time, it will work. Thanks, Rachit. Thanks a lot, man. Tikku for PM, not joking. कुछ भी. वीडी क्या कैंडिडेट्स के लिए क्वालिफाई हो गया? नहीं यार, नहीं, बिल्कुल भी नहीं. अभी तो ग्रांड प्री खेलना है उसके लिए. ये दिल्ली का स्टाइल है. बी वाला कुछ और ही मतलब है. बट अपनी चैट को पता है ना यार क्या मतलब है. अपनी चैट को पता है ना. समय रेफरेंस विदित आफ्टर गेम टुडे. ओह, आई चेक इट आउट. यूपी इलेक्शन में क्या होगा मुझे पता नहीं यार. I have no clue. I'm not a guy big on politics. I'm like, yeah, I don't think there's anybody in politics right now. Like, they have some good and bad. All I'll say is there's nobody who's like amazing. That all said. My favorite signing. I am not into politics at all. Matlab, even talking about it in general. You should ask for funding for chess on Shark Tank. But what do I do with the funding? I have a plan in mind about something, but it doesn't require any funding. That is short, like not इतना फंडिंग रिक्वायर्ड नहीं है उसके लिए. न्यूज़ चैनल क्या प्लान है? प्लान है जून जुलाई का. अगर चैनल नहीं चला तो भाई जाएंगे. आई एम ऑल्सो पर्सन यूजिंग एनी टिप्स अबाउट द फ्यूचर. प्लीज चेंज योर फील्ड. Civil is I don't like civil too much honestly, but if you like it then it's fine. Poll karo bhai, poll nahi yaar. This is getting on my nerves now. I am also Infosys. Arey, nice. For your plan, let me know. I invest in startups for a living. Can provide perspective. Yeah, Sarthak, that's true. But I think the idea I'm thinking about does not require investment. Actually, it's not so expensive to make. It's only a website, and it's very easy to. I could make it myself, honestly, with WordPress. So it's not so difficult. Chess में there are not many things you can invest in. मतलब the game is not a cash sport overall. Preparing for MBA. अरे nice. ये हुई ना बात. High five. So chat, I think Pragg will lose. That's very clear. Pragg will lose this game. ये pawn I think 2 move में queen होने वाला है, and there is no defense whatsoever. At least piece तो देना पड़ेगा. Now we go to the game of Surya. In Surya's game, he has played g6. Now the only question is, can he quickly play king g5, g7, king g6 and win? I think he can. So he's also completely winning. So Surya will also win, and we finally go to the game of Arjun. Vidit drew his game, Ayush, and we are in Arjun's game now. He's still thinking, but I think f6, a4, king g6, a3, a2, rook h1, rook takes, and king f7 or even f7 directly should be completely winning. So I think there's no stress here for white. भाई बाहर जाओगे सब करी करी बोलेंगे, करी करी क्यों बोलेंगे? Will you be doing a master's? Yeah, actually I had a BTech in civil. Then I worked in Infosys because I did not like civil for a year. Then I quit the job to play chess because I always wanted to do so. But then of course we had COVID, so that of course changed my perspective on things quite a bit. I mean, it's it's very risky to play a game, be involved in some sport when you're not at the absolute top, and the pandemic could strike and you could literally be on the street if you don't have a source of income. So luckily I'm very adaptive and I worked out quickly. I have to change my strategy, so I started putting out content on YouTube. I started giving out coaching, I put out courses. But the thing is, it was still very scary at the start. So I do feel that chess is not something you can make money off long term. If the channel works, awesome. If it doesn't, then New Zealand OP. Master Server Excel. Why can't you join job again in India? So this first thing, I don't want to work in India. I think the work culture is not something which would suit me. I've already worked. And second thing is, I have not worked for a long while. So that's a huge deal. Do you think Vidit can hold it tomorrow? His previous record doesn't seem impressive. But tomorrow he has the white pieces, man. That usually makes a big difference. So, I don't know why he's thinking he could just push the pawn. I think this move is just very obvious. There's no rook g4 check, luckily, so f6 looks very likely. Do you think the pandemic has overall positive or negative effect on you? Some guy, touch wood, everybody at my home is still safe in my immediate family. So obviously, it's not cost me, that seriously. But to be honest, there are millions of people who have lost their lives, and I can't call it a positive experience at all. Just looking at that fact, for anybody, in fact, of course, many people have thrived. Pharmaceutical companies might be really happy because of the pandemic, but I cannot call it a positive experience. We look at the leaderboard at the end, Sakib bhai. First, I'm waiting for all the games to finish. Oh, he plays rook h7, rook h6. I think the idea is to go to a6. That should also be winning, by the way. Pandemic ruining mental health, which should have been never happened. Yeah, exactly my point. It's not just simple. Like it's not all white and black. It's quite grey for everybody. Tomorrow's pairings, it's VD versus Duda and Pragg versus Surya. Surya versus Arjun. So 2 interesting matches to follow. Raja will play really well. I don't think he'll be rusty because he's had the most time to prepare for this. He'll be really active. Mysore campus was awesome, but I did not like the work atmosphere at Infosys because please don't sue me, Infosys. All I meant was it was not induced. It was not I mean, creativity was not appreciated there. It was just like, suno, karo, pelo, jao. सुबह जल्दी उठा करो, सब ठीक हो सब ठीक है भाई, सब ठीक है. आई मीन लेकिन जब रात के 12:30 तक स्ट्रीम हो तो भाई सुबह उठना बड़ा मुश्किल है. क्या चीजें मास्टर्स करोगे भाई? खाने में, ईटिंग में. Even Caruana didn't play before candidates didn't help. Yeah, I think practice helps, but I think considering how much prep Rajavos has done, I think he should be one of the favorites to win the candidates for sure. Siddhant, yes, right now I am. If it works, awesome. That because you want to put all your effort into it, yeah. Otherwise, what's the point? मतलब 30% effort डालोगे तो of course काम नहीं करेगा. At least I'll try with 100% effort. If it works, great. If it doesn't, तो I'll do it then as a part time from New Zealand itself. So I'll not leave streaming at all, but then I'll do it as a casual thing. But right now I'm putting my entire day into it for sure. इतनी एम्पैथी है तुम्हारे अंदर, ये तो होनी चाहिए पॉलिटिशियन में. राघव भाई नहीं यार, थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई, बट दैट्स नॉट माय कप ऑफ टी. हिकारू नाकामुरा बढ़िया नाम है. निकारू नाकामुरा, अच्छा. मास्टर्स एमआईटी से करिएगा. हाँ भाई, अब तुम बोलो कि भाई स्पेसएक्स में जॉब ज्वाइन कर लो. इंडिया में हो क्या? इंडिया में हो ऑफ कोर्स यार. आई हैव अ ग्रेट एसेंस ऑफ स्मेल एंड टेस्ट. स्मेल एंड टेस्ट मतलब? By the way, like, white has to be careful. I think f6 is the winning move. You could also play king f6, I assume, but f6, king e6, rook a6 check, king f7, rook a7 check, king f8, and then king g6. So what I'm talking, f6, king e6, rook a6 check. Oh, this is already drawn. What? Oh, it's already drawn. King f7 check. Then what? King f8, king g6, rook g4 check, king f5. He takes. Not so easy, yeah, not a piece of cake. He played king f6, by the way, which is also winning. Now he'll try to get a loosen up position, kind of. Yeah, thanks, Archit bhai. Yeah, that. I hope so too, man. I hope so too, because then I could play chess for many years. Maharashtra Institute of Technology क्या है भाई? अच्छा, वो MIT, nice. What happened in Surya? Surya is still winning, man. He's still winning. I hope so he managed to win. Because of course there are always blunders that can happen. I mean, you have to be very careful. What will your backup plan if not seeing? बोला तो यार फिर masters करूँगा ना. I'll go to New Zealand and do masters for 1 year and then I'll work there. Anyways, you could also, by the way, bishop controls the g8 square, so you have to be really careful. Yeah, you can't just push your pawns without any calculation. Prize money कितना है? Prize money है भाई, I think usually the prize money is like, they have like appearance fee, so I think this like $50,000 for each player, like top player, something like this. Hikaru ने क्या बोला था कि he got like $58,000 as appearance money, as far as I remember. Okay, so I'm okay. I actually have been to the Manipal Institute of Technology. मैंने counseling के लिए गया था वहाँ पे. एंड वहाँ पे काउंसलिंग में मेरी आई थिंक आई हैड अ रैंक ऑफ 150, नहीं, और रैंक ऑफ 75. आई हैड अ वेरी गुड रैंक देयर, 75 रैंक थी. तो आई वेंट टू काउंसलिंग देयर, बट मैंने फिर बाद में कैंसिल कर दिया. बहुत एक्सपेंसिव था यार. VD drew against AG, by the way. VD has drawn against AG, so VD maintains his joint lead. Good night, SG भाई. Boston वाला Massachusetts, okay. Is it okay to go to university for bachelor's at 25? Nicaragua, of course, man. There is no, I mean, if you can afford it, you can totally go there. There is no limitation, bhai. There are many people who switch careers at 35, 40. They will start from scratch. It definitely happens. 75 out of, I don't know, lakhs, man. Out of lakhs. That was the only paper I had a very good rank in. By the way, Pragg hara ki nahi? That sounds a bit weird. Pragg hara ki nahi? Doesn't work in IT, folks. I think IT is definitely one field you can work in. That's definitely interesting, right? For sure. IT, biotech, I think, are nanotech. They're very interesting fields. Is the bar on the left need for commentary? It's not, but I think it helps the audience have some sort of clue, yeah, what's really happening in the game. इंडिया साइज पे समझते हैं जिंदगी खत्म, बाहर 30-40 के, या बाहर आई थिंक इट्स लाइक, people take it very, you know, like, I mean, they get married late, they give time for themselves. इंडिया में तो यार मतलब it's like, I think पेरेंट्स के सर पे बोझ होता है भाई, शादी करवानी है बेटा बेटी की. इट्स लाइक मतलब जब तक वो नहीं होगी तो लाइफ में कुछ है ही नहीं, ऐसा कुछ होता है. विच इज अ बिट वियर्ड टू मी. आज भाई पूरी हम लाइफ के बारे में डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, चेस के बारे में कम ही कर रहे हैं. लेट्स चेक आउट अर्जुन्स गेम. Okay, time for knight g5, knight f7, I guess. Let's go. Do you know about Arunachal Pradesh? Of course I know. Of course, AMR. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot. Good night. 2 दिन एग्जाम हो गए तो पूरा देखा करूंगा स्ट्रीम. अरे awesome शिवम, glad to have you. ये गेम तो गया. फर्स्ट रैंक प्राइस आई डोंट नो रवि. आई थिंक मोस्टली यहाँ पे अपीयरेंस फी होती है. प्राइस भी होते होंगे बट आई एम नॉट श्योर प्राइस कितना है. कैन वी सैक द रुक? आई वुड नॉट रिकमेंड सैकिंग द रुक. आई थिंक let's see, rook d5, king d5, it's check now. So king f7, rook b7 check, king f here, rook takes d7, king takes, and king e4. I think this is a draw. King f6, a5, king e6, a4, d5, a3, d6, a2, d7, and queens, and both sides queens, but black is the first to play this, so he just takes on f3 and the game is over. So that's why you cannot take. Discrimination हर country में यार. Every country, if you go out, I think there will be some sort of casual racism which you will face. That's very clear. कोई ना कोई तो होता ही है. I think younger generation में नहीं है, जो older generation है उनके पास होता है. क्या did Tata Steel caught controversy by asking players sponsor for fee? Tata Steel did not ask for it. It was for the Grand Prix actually. World Chess asked for. They were like saying you have to set up packages. ये भाई यू कैन टेक जैव अपने गेम हो. ऋषभ इतना खतरनाक मीनिंग कैसे निकाला भाई, जो समझ नहीं आया मुझे. What happened to Vidit? He went back to his hotel. My rating is 2201 chat. By the way, let's check out the game of Surya. Oh, this is Surya. What the hell am I doing? Yeah, Arjun is this one. Yeah, he's got the Lucina. He has the Lucina with these extra 2 pawns, which only means it's even more winning for white. So let's go rook a5. The winning idea is rook a5, threatening this. Rook takes d4, king g7, and rook g4 check, king f6, rook f4 check, king e6, rook e4 check, and now king to d6, rook a8 mate, f8 queen threatened, and the game is over. So I think we'll see Arjun win in the next 5 moves or so. इंडिया के यंगर जनरेशन में बहुत रेसिज्म है भाई. आई डोंट नो. आई मीन किस में, लाइक इंडिया में रेसिज्म है? इंडिया किसके साथ रेसिस्ट बिहेव करेगा भाई? गो टू अजरबैजान. नहीं. With the game, ये position है final. This was the final position where it was maybe tiny bit better because he had the better structure, but overall still very difficult to convert Delhi to a draw. So that was pretty much it. Let's go to the game of Pragg now. Has he lost or not? No, he's still thinking. He'll just go b6 here. Looks pretty winning to me. And we are following Arjun's game now. 9 ball, don't you have anything new to say? एक पैक की लिस्ट OBS पे लगा दो, like your name, age, where you live, your free rating. Atul, that information I can add on the channel description. I think that makes more sense. All in the description of the video. Well, now you can ask me. I am Sahil Tikku. My rating is 2201, and I know a bit of chess, a little bit, and I can help you understand it. That makes sense. Arjun played rook a6, by the way, chat. He played rook a6. The idea is to play, rook d6 check and take on d4. Black played king d7, preventing it. And now he played rook to h6. So the idea for black is probably rook h8, rook g8. That's his idea. And if rook d4, then you play king g7. And that should be winning on the spot. Okay, rook g5 played by black. Now rook h7 and rook g7. And it's designable. India's only NM, yes. Hi Nikia, I can see you, Ayush. Arjun, how many moves till more time? He doesn't require any more time because this is over. Rook h7 played and his opponent will now resign, I think. This is over. Description. Farhan, yaar, chess dekh, gyan mat fail. Bhai, Avinash is no nonsense guy, yeah. NM is National Master, which is given a rating of 2200. Description. Classical Friday, Ravi, yes. Chat, Arjun has won. Arjun has won. Arjun has won. That means he takes the lead. He has a score of 4.5 by 5. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. He's leading the challengers by I think even a whole entire point now. He's very likely to win this event. Let's go to Surya's game now. We should also finish very soon. Yeah, also going to finish very soon. Kaushik, I doubt it. Of course, there's some miracle that can happen, but very unlikely. Now, rook e6 is the threat, of course. You go knight g8, knight e7. You go d5. You can go rook e7. All moves look winning to me. In Masters right now, Vidit Mamidyarov, and I think now Rapport, if he wins, will lead. Time difference तो देखो, हाँ time difference ही बहुत है. Why is Arjun not playing in Masters? How do you qualify for the Masters version? Masters के लिए you have to either win the challengers, you come first and you play next year, or you basically play some good chess in the entire year and you get invited. But I think कम से कम 2680 rating चाहिए इसके लिए. Yes, tomorrow we have Surya versus Arjun. That will be an insane battle, and we'll also have Vidit against Duda. So बदला लेना है कल. Yeah, CS. If I have to give my opinion on companies like TCS, Infi, Wipro, they literally hire people like as if they are hiring furniture or buying furniture. It's like बस जितना ले सकते उतना ले लो. So yeah, I don't recommend working in these companies if you want to, have a creative mindset. It's just insane. Lead पे कौन है? Lead पे भाई मैं हूँ. Draw कर लेंगे दोनों. कौन कर लेगा draw यार? I think VD will tomorrow try to win, and in this scenario I think Surya is going to win. The only question is Pragg का क्या होगा? Some guy somewhere, of course, bhai. It's a lot of fun streaming. Arjun won. Arjun just won the game, so Arjun is 4.5 out of 5 now. He's crushing this tournament with great results. आप GM कब बनोगे? अरे भाई यार GM पता नहीं कब बनेंगे. सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर नहीं हूं यार मैं. Unfortunately या fortunately no, I don't know. रेटिंग 22 से कंप्लीट टाइटल चला जाएगा क्या? नहीं यार नहीं जाएगा. प्रग का क्या भाई? प्रग का क्या होगा ये तो भगवान भरोसे है, बिकॉज प्रग इज कंप्लीटली लॉस्ट. ये पॉन क्वीन होने वाला है, ये पॉन क्वीन होने वाला है, ये पॉन क्वीन होने वाला है. पॉन ही पॉन है भाई क्वीन होते हुए. इतने सारे पॉन है. लास्ट चैलेंजेस हुआ नहीं था बिकॉज ऑफ कोविड. या ही इज ट्राइंग नाइट c5, बट लेट्स गो किंग b6 to attack the knight. I think Arjun is a bit stronger than Surya right now. That's very clear. So he should be the favorite. Arjun ने अरे हाँ अर्जुन की क्लासिकल रेटिंग पता नहीं कहाँ पहुंच गई होगी यार. He's gaining a lot of points. I don't think he'll be in top 100 yet. Let me check it out on 2700 chess. Erigaisi Arjun. अच्छा इस पे तो कहाँ होगा? इस पे तो 2700 प्लस दिखाते हैं. Yeah, not sure exactly. I think Bliss में दिख जाएगा. रुको. अरे ये क्या है भाई? Blitz में is his rating more than 2700? नाम क्यों नहीं है यार? Classical is 2646 I think. 2646.5 right now. यहाँ कितनी है? 2646.5. 2646.5 है classical rating. 2646.5. So he gained like a lot of rating, yeah. Like 14.5 points he's already gained. So he's close to 2650 now. Close to 2650. Yeah, juniors में भी होता है वैसे. True. Check Bliss top 100. Yeah, exactly. Surya Ganguly or Saurav Ganguly cousins? I don't think so. I don't think so. Shubhadeep, yes. Whenever an organizer sponsors you, they have to cover all expenses for the tournament, including accommodation, including travel, and then the appearance fee for top players. So it must be a few $1,000s, like few tens of $1,000s for each player. For Vidit, it might be a bit lower than, let's say, Carlsen, but they would earn a lot of money from one tournament itself. And that's why having invitations to these tournaments is really important, because it's like it's a great opportunity, I feel. Yo Aryan bhai, kya haal hai? Oh, temperature high. The temperature of my battery is the camera battery is too high. Let me change the battery and hope that the other one has some juice left in it. ये क्या ही एंगल पे अटका है भाई. Vidit won tournament. अरे, are you from the future, Sanu? That would be awesome if that's true. But there's so many wins coming up. Like, matlab, first of all, you have like Tata Steel. Tata Steel के बाद you have it's going to be many others like this Grand Prix. Then there is I think Meltwater is also coming up. Many tournaments coming up, I think, in the coming months. 3 तो Grand Prix ही है, so that will be fun to watch. उन्हें 2 विदित खेलेगा, so will be fun to watch, of course. Okay, I'm back for now. जब तक कैमरा चलेगा. जिसकी ज़्यादा अपीयरेंस फीस उसके जितने के चांसेस भी ज़्यादा हैं. That's true, that's true. साहिल भाई, आज की स्ट्रीम मजेदार थी. अब मैं सोने जा रहा. गुड नाइट इशू. गुड नाइट. अर्जुन will become top Indian junior after this event. Oh, interesting. But नेहा से तो पीछे है ना? नेहा से पीछे होगा. चैंपियनशिप 19 Feb. यस, बाकी अभी तो COB होना है, CSL होना है, इतने सारे टूर्नामेंट्स है यार, मजा आएगा. ग्रैंड प्रिक्स, नाइस वन. India Tata Steel is like a part of the वो होता है ना, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, जो टूर होता है वो. इससे बहुत सारे टूर्नामेंट होता है. टूर है ना वो, क्या नाम है उसका टूर, कौन सा टूर है वो? आई एम फीलिंग वाटर चैट. एक जग से दूसरे में. सॉरी फॉर दैट. बच गया भाई. ग्रैंड चेस टूर, एग्जैक्टली, ग्रैंड चेस टूर आई थिंक उसका पार्ट है. एंड इट्स अ ब्लिट्ज एंड रैपिड इवेंट. एंड जो ये वाला है, दिस इज क्लासिकल. नींद नहीं आती, नींद ना आए मुझे, चैन ना आए, कोई आए तो मुझे बताए क्यों भाई. विस्की. It used to be a part of that. Yeah, this time it wasn't, I think, because this time, or it was, I'm not even sure actually. Big Boss House Tour, nice. CCT तो मैग्नस वाला है क्या? फिर कौन सा था यार? ग्रैंड चेस टूर है ना? ग्रैंड चेस टूर है, आई थिंक. ग्रैंड चेस टूर है जो जिसमें बहुत सारे रैपिड ब्लिट्ज इवेंट्स है. पेरिस वाला, रोमानिया वाला, इंडिया वाला, एंड सो ऑन. COB कब होगा? राज, आई एम नॉट श्योर बिकॉज एज आई मेंशन समय इज नॉट स्विमिंग फॉर अ व्हाइल, सो आई एम नॉट श्योर कब होगा. एंड सागा भाई इज मेंशन मल्टीपल टाइम्स की होने वाला है, बट आई एम नॉट श्योर एग्जैक्टली. मार्च में CSL है, तो आई गेस फेब में होगा मे बी. By the way, you can just play D6 actually and block this, so even that's winning. So D6 खेल देंगे and then there's nothing, and then you have Rookie 7 check and that's over. That's designable, I guess. He's making sure, chat. I think when you're completely winning, you have time on the clock. Why would you risk it? कुछ भी गलती हो गई, गलती से कोई draw and end game आ गई, प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी. Does drinking copper water increase your 15-20 points? I don't know, man. I don't know. One thing will definitely increase your rating 15-20 points. Is to like, you know, like for example, if you're playing a tournament, अच्छा, लेकिन ऑनलाइन चेस की बात कर रहे हो ना? ओ, टॉक अबाउट ऑनलाइन चेस. ओ, ऑनलाइन चेस में तो यार आई थिंक इट्स ऑल अबाउट फोकस. यार, if you can sit down, remove all distractions, sit down with focus and have a target in your mind, then you can play really well sometimes. मतलब एक ही दिन में 200-300, मेरी एक बार 400 पॉइंट बढ़ गए थे. प्रग का क्या हुआ? देखते हैं प्रग का क्या हुआ. लेट्स सी. Pragg is completely lost. King D6 followed by B6 and I think Pragg will resign. ट्रिविया हो गया क्या? ट्रिविया नहीं हुआ, मन आज नहीं किया हमने यार. हमने कहा, तुम थे ही नहीं चैट में, हमने कहा कल करेंगे अब अमन भाई के आने के बाद. बगल में एक इंजन खोलो, 10-15 क्या सर? हाँ, वो 100-150 बढ़ेगी आधे घंटे के लिए, उसके बैन हो जाओगे. अरे हिमांशु भाई, थैंक फॉर सुपर चैट भाई. Do you think there's scope for startups in chess with the growing popularity of chess in India? Anything lacking with the current platforms? Himanshu, I'll be honest, there's a lot lacking. If somebody had those sort of funds, they could totally create a new chess platform and kill it. But the only thing is, जो चीजें lacking है, it's very difficult to fix because there's no precedent for them. So, but yeah, there's potential because even Chess, chess.com, and Chess24 की तो बात ही मत करो. Like all of them have some flaws which can definitely be improved, but I think creating that sort of website would require huge amount of capital, and उसके लिए तो you need some software engineers on your team, you need some chess players on your team, you need some like fair play specialists, you need so many people, and it is a huge project because Chess24 tried to involve Carlsen and everything, and which did not work for Chess24. Chess24 had a lot of funding, they had a lot of sponsors, and they tried to create this new website jahan pe they wanted to like outperform basically Chess.com and Lichess. But even after having all the top players on their platform, it did not work. I think I am capital. I am an senior. Nice, yeah. Himanshu bhai, if you want to work on this platform, I would say See, one thing I'll tell you very obviously. You need to prepare for a huge number of audience. Like Chess.com has millions of users, and the fact that it crashes every time there's an arena, that fact alone is very disturbing. Very disturbing. Then second, Chess24 has this problem. The interface is quite rigid. Moving the pieces is quite rigid. And third, I think Lichess and Chess24 misses is some sort of incorporation. For example, Samay streams on Chess.com, I stream on Chess.com, B-Star streams on Chess.com. They have so many streamers, and that one thing really brings the game to so many people. That's something I think Lichess and Chess24 are missing out on. They're basically Chess24 is banking on the top players of the world to spread the game, but it's not worked for them. And Chess.com is literally just working on Hikaru, one top player, and then all the small players in the field, and it's working perfectly for them. So there are many things I could put down 20 points, man. Like कुछ स्टार्ट करके तो मुझे इन्वॉल्व करो भाई, एडवाइस मैं श्योरली दूंगा तगड़ी. 1.69% इक्विटी पे. अर्जुन का गेम का क्या हुआ? अर्जुन जीत गया भाई, अर्जुन जीत गया. प्रग को हारते हुए देख रहे हैं. या ही प्लेड D6 एंड नाउ रूकी 7 चेक. Chess24 का बस स्ट्रीम ही अच्छा है. स्ट्रीम में भी आई एम नॉट सो श्योर वो अच्छा है, इसलिए कार्लसन बैठा होता है स्ट्रीम करने के लिए. That's why it's good. But अगर Carlsen ना हो and David Howell it's a very good commentator, but it's not Chess24 especially. Vidit drew his game. तब ठीक है यार, कोविड टेस्ट नेगेटिव था मेरा, so I'm fine. I had no symptoms whatsoever. मेरा throat is of course tired down, but that's pretty much normal for any stream, so I wasn't feeling like I was sick. Mom का भी टेस्ट नेगेटिव आया, सिर्फ डैड पॉजिटिव है. Surya has one chat. Yes, Surya's opponent has resigned as expected, rookie 7 check, and now it's gone. Yeah, Anisha, but that's the thing. These guys can switch anytime. कल को अगर Chess.com उनको डबल पैसा दे दे तो वो overnight switch कर जाएंगे. And then what will happen to Chess24? So the platform itself has many things lacking. That's the issue for them. Tanya's not angry. I mean, even they know that Chess.com is better and Lichess are better than Chess24. Even they know that. Even Chess24 knows that. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, Howell's commentary is awesome, but again, that's the point. No, he's one guy, so he could totally go to some other platform tomorrow, and then what will happen? So that's the issue. Chess.com के there are many elements which cannot be shifted. Yeah, जैसे उन्होंने नया classroom feature लाया है, that's very interesting. Nobody else has it. They say experience is key in chess, but if you see a player like Arjun, then it seems experience is not that important. I think experience is important, but it's like if you can't gain it while playing chess, you can gain it with the help of a coach. For example, Arjun's coach, one of his coaches is literally himself Rustam Kazimdanov, who's been the second of many world champions, including Vishy Anand. So I do think if you have the perfect coach, that experience you can compensate for. Chess.com overrated है, buggy है बहुत. That's true, buggy है, but it's still the best. It's still the best. जो भी है बेस्ट है भाई. और मैंने बोल दिया, तुम्हारे बोलते ही अबाउट अपने साहिल भाई किसी हावल से कम. हावल क्या यार? Rustam was world championship himself. Yes, exactly. Coaches are very expensive. They are very expensive. For example, if you want to learn at the start, I will highly recommend किसी local coach को hire करो. That will be much cheaper. And also going for courses and also going for DVDs, chess-based DVDs are really helpful, I must say. हमारे courses that will be really helpful if you are ready to work hard. And chess based DVD is awesome. Don't go for chessable courses, they are too expensive. And even if Anish Giri is teaching, like, I personally want to learn from Anish Giri, I'm his biggest fan, but to spend that much money on one opening is just ridiculous to me. Chess based DVDs are much better. Chess based इंटरनेट इन पे मिल जाएगी. Go like चेस बेस की डीवीडीज मैंने लिटरली 1 लाख से ऊपर खरीदी है ओवर द स्पैन ऑफ द पास्ट 7 years. सो आई हैव लर्नड अ लॉट फ्रॉम चेस बेस्ड डीवीडीज. आई कैन हाईली रिकमेंड इट. बाय द वे, बैटरी इज एग्जॉस्टेड. आधार कार्ड कैम की बारी. आई एम बैक चैट. आधार कार्ड कैम बैक. एंड by the way, chat, Pragg has lost after B6. He has resigned, so that is a loss for Pragg. That is game over. थैंक यू इनसाइट. चल भाई कभी डिटेल में बात करते हैं. ओपन टू शेयरिंग इक्विटी. अरे हिमांशु भाई यार, ऑनेस्टली इक्विटी इज जस्ट honestly I would love to see the game grow. Monetary aspects is of course one thing, but I am not the guy who cares about the money too much, because I just want a simple life, honestly. बस खाना आता रहे. But yeah, I mean, I'll definitely advise you if you are actually have that much money, for sure. अरे प्रखर भाई क्या हाल है? Still here भाई, still here. Thanks for super हमेशा भाई. तो सो जाओ, जल्दी उठना है. अरे जल्दी क्यों उठना है भाई? क्या जल्दी है? कल जल्दी क्या है? एक बार इंडियन प्लेयर्स के रिजल्ट. सो बाय द वे, let me check out all the results once. Vidit drew against Anish. Carlsen drew against Nils. Caruana drew against Esipenko. Mamidyarov defeated Jordan. Pragg lost to Rapport. Duda drew against Sergey. And Dubov drew against Shankland. क्या हुआ गेम्स में? अरे कोई बात नहीं भाई. I think Vidit drew his game against Giri. अरे भाई यूएस आके बात करें, कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं है, क्योंकि मुझे पता है भाई, जब भी कहीं जाना होता है ना ऐसे लंबे जर्नी पे, तो भाई घर पे फैमिली, ये वो रिश्तेदार, पैकिंग, अरे भाई ये तो नहीं भूले, ये तो नहीं भूले, 4 बैग. इट्स क्रेजी मैन. सो जाओ भाई. अच्छा अभी सो रहा है, यूएस का टाइम स्पीड ऑलरेडी बन जाएगा तेरा. वहां पहुंच के रेडी होगा भाई टैकल करने के लिए. एंड इन द चैलेंजेस अर्जुन हैज वन द गेम एंड सो हैज सूर्या. सो ऑल द गेम्स हैव फिनिश्ड चैट. वी हैव ऑल द रिजल्ट्स नाउ. सो लॉट ऑफ फन. मजा आया. व्हाट्सएप में ठीक है, मैं कर दूंगा भाई, कर दूंगा. आ गए प्रखर कार्लसन. ठीक है, मैं कॉल करता हूं प्रखर. ठीक है चैट, आज मजा आया. आई थिंक ऑल द गेम्स हैव फिनिश्ड. सो आई सी यू टुमारो. वील हैव गेम 6 टुमारो. मजा आएगा. एंड कार्लसन ड्रू अगेंस्ट ग्रेंडिलियस बाय द वे. लीचेस के अपने इशू है यार. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल दे डोंट हैव टॉप प्लेयर्स प्लेइंग ऑन द वेबसाइट. दैट्स अ बिग डील. वो सिर्फ बड़े टूर्नामेंट के लिए आते हैं और भाग जाते हैं फिर उसका यूज करके. So standings. So let's see the standings once. Let's refresh it. आधार कार्ड कैम चल रहा है. Oh, let me put the text by the way. उसके बिना context नहीं समझेगा. So Mamidyarov, Vidit and Rapport are 3.5 leading, tied first. Then Esipenko, Carlsen on 3. Then we have 3 players on 2.5. Pragg is second last on 2 points and Ganguly is on 1 point. So Pragg is not doing so badly, to be honest. So that's important. tomorrow at 6:30 PM टेड टॉक कब आ रहा है भाई? उसके लिए कुछ कम से कम 1 मिलियन करने पड़ेंगे, पहले 100 के तो हो जाए. सो थैंक यू चैट फॉर वॉचिंग. बड़ा मजा आया यार, आज बहुत मजा आया. थैंक यू फॉर योर सपोर्ट एंड आई विल सी यू टुमारो. टेक केयर, कीप स्माइलिंग एज ऑलवेज चैट. बाय बाय, सी यू सून. टेक केयर मैन. Tomorrow VD plays Duda bhai. VD Duda and Surya Ganguly. That's the important thing. Bye chat. See you tomorrow. Bye.